When They Fell. When They Came, Book 3. Written by Kody Boye. Narrated by Chris Janae. Chapter 1. When They Fell. The story continued. I felt that our hopes and dreams had all but vanished, in the wreckage that spiraled down from the alien mothership, which felt like burning stars across the horizon. I saw wars as they were made, destruction as it sowed, calamity as it unfolded. For a moment, I was unable to process what had just happened. Then I saw Dubois, her men, and the mortar before me and realized, with complete and utter horror, that she'd given the order for the ship to be shot down. Beneath the colossal groan of the falling mothership, I could only think of one thing: to run. Stunned into submission by the enormity of the act that had just occurred, Asha could barely respond as I reached down and grabbed her wrist. Then as I turned and began to drag her away from the sight of what I knew would be the beginning of the Third World War. Her eyes were in the sky, her gaze set on the mothership as it continued to descend over the city. And as my grip tightened on her wrist, I wondered, for one brief moment, if we could even make it out of this alive.
Asha!
I screamed.
Asha!
She blinked, once, then twice, then turned her head slowly to face me.
What?
Was all she could ask.
We have to go,
I then replied.
We can't stay here. But what about...
She was cut off as a trumpeting noise unlike any I had ever heard blasted through the air to herald the arrival of our destruction. Shortly thereafter, a beam of light cut across my field of vision and struck Burgundy Hospital head-on. The beam, whose sole purpose lay in rendering everything beneath its touch obsolete, sent shards of debris sailing throughout the air and into the world around us. Concrete, glass, metal beams, steel frames, all began to rain upon us as if Armageddon itself had just begun. Marianne, who'd been standing and watching the events unfold before her in horror, could only scream as what had been her home for the past 6.5 years was destroyed before her eyes.
Marianne!
I cried.
Marianne! No!
The girl screamed.
No! No! No!
We have to go, I said, taking hold of her wrist and beginning to drag her alongside Asha.
We can't stay here. But
the girl started.
I
didn't wait for her to finish. I simply ran. The debris that continued to fall around us spelled death for whoever was unfortunate enough to not react. Those who had not been killed by the initial blast were crushed beneath falling slabs of concrete or speared by shards of metal that rained down like hailstones during a vicious storm. Screams lit the air, only shadowed by trumpets within the sky, and in that moment I realized that we were some of the lucky ones, those that had happened to be outside the building before it had been struck by the world-rending device known as the Harvester's lasers. As we ran, hopelessly attempting to outrun the rolling cloud of dust that had been created by the collapsing building, teardrops of glass buffeted our persons and threatened to draw blood along the exposed sections of our skin. Asha swore. Marianne cried out. But we didn't stop running. No. To stop would spell certain death, and after everything I'd been through, I was not about to give up and die. So we ran, cutting across deserted streets, making our way through shadowed alleys, dodging around derelict cars and other wayward debris, while above, the harvester ships continued their frantic search for any survivors who might have escaped from Burgundy Hospital. Though try as I may, I couldn't keep their thoughts out of my head.
Where is she?
A voice asked.
Who?
Another replied.
Ana Mia Sofia Barrios. I do not know. We must locate her. Now, before it's too late.
Desperate to shake the thoughts from my head, I relinquished hold of Marianne and Asha's hands and clawed at my ears, my hair, and my face, all in an effort to dispel the thoughts bombarding my consciousness. I felt a hand at the back of my neck and gasped, revulsion jarring my being and causing me to spin about. Asha faced me, her eyes haunted and mouth agape. "What?" she asked. "What's wrong?"
"They're looking for us,"
I replied.
"Who is?"
Marianne sobbed.
"The Greys."
"We can't stay here," Asha said. "We have to go. Now."
"But where?"
I asked.
"Where are we supposed to go that they can't find us?" "There's a bridge,"
Marianne sniffled, pointing down a long and lonely road toward what appeared to be a simple copse of trees.
"It leads to a park. Maybe we should hide there."
"It's worth a shot," Asha said, then took the lead and began to sprint down the road. At that moment, I simply wanted to stop, to cave to my lesser inhibitions and fall to my knees and let myself be captured. But I knew that wasn't an option. So, instead, I continued running, and in the moments there was no conversation, I began to raise walls of metal and steel and concrete and brick that I knew, absolutely believed, could not be broken. When the bridge came into sight, I thought for one brief moment that we'd be safe. Then I saw a coyote materialize from the shadows and realized all might have been for naught.
"Go!"
Asha screamed.
"Go!"
Marianne's footsteps thundered across the wooden bridge that passed over the small creek and only briefly drowned out the sound of my panicked breaths. Asha's came next, then mine, followed by the coyote's, who was quickly gaining pace with us. I cast a glance over my shoulder just in time to see it approach and realized that we would not be able to escape. So, rather than run, I decided to stand and fight. I brought my elbow back into its abdomen and then reached up to grab its skull. After dragging it down, then bringing my knee up to its jawline, I slammed my fist over the top of its head and then shoved it back with one great kick. Asha, wielding a large branch, came forward and struck the creature across the cheek, sending it down the incline and into the creek below.
"Come on,"
Marianne cried.
"We're almost there."
Where, I wondered, could we possibly go that was safe, especially now that the entire Grey Army seemed to be after me? I didn't know, and at that moment, I didn't care. I simply took off in a run alongside Asha and continued to follow the girl, knowing, without a doubt in my mind, that it was Marianne's judgment and knowledge of the area that separated us from a fruitful life and an early death. We cleared the park in what seemed like moments, bounding across the blacktop basketball court and then along the overgrown dirt diamond that once served as a baseball field. By the time we exited the other side, a plethora of undisturbed residential homes awaited us.
"This way,"
Marianne said. "Where is she taking us?" Asha managed. "I don't know," I said. "Just keep going." Asha and I followed, breathless and near collapse, as the younger girl continued to lead us through the winding passages that was Central Austin. We passed over untended front lawns and made our way through dilapidated backyards before we finally stopped at a nondescript home. Marianne didn't hesitate to lift a rock and bust through the ornate glass window that separated us from safety. She snaked her hand inside, unlocked the door, then ushered us inside before entering herself.
"Marianne,"
I said, looking down at her wrist as I passed into the home. "You're bleeding."
"It doesn't matter,"
the girl said, drawing her palm against her breast.
"We're safe."
"For now," Asha said. I looked out at the world beyond the broken glass and wondered if we really were safe, or if we'd just delayed the inevitable by locking ourselves inside somebody's home. Without the ability to know, and unable to prevent anything that could happen in the near future, I turned to look at my friends and said, "We need to hide." Neither of them argued. We barricaded ourselves inside the master bedroom and hid underneath the bed, while outside the world fell into chaos. Screams, gunshots, screeching metal, the groan and then eventually collapse of buildings. I heard briefly the sound of what I believed to be the mothership impacting with, then crushing the area of East Austin where we had just been, but didn't dare move. The mothership's collapse was unlike anything I could have imagined, and though in that moment I wanted nothing more than to go to the window, pull back the blinds, and look at the horrors of the outside world, I didn't dare move. Marianne, whom had remained deathly quiet until that moment, cleared her throat and said, in a meek and timid voice,
"I can't believe she did that."
"What?" Asha asked. "Shut down the mothership?"
"I didn't think that was possible,"
the girl replied.
"That she could be so evil, so cruel, so...
"Crazy?" Asha said. The words inspired sobs from Marianne's person. "She was going insane," I said, hoping my words would give the girl some kind of closure. It was only a matter of time before she snapped.
"But that's not my mother,"
Marianne replied.
"She's usually so cool, so calm, so collected. Why did she have to do this?"
"Them," I wanted to say, but kept my mouth shut and instead reached over to take her hand. It was an undeniable fact that their arrival would bring with them destruction of all sorts. Though I'd previously imagined wars in the physical sense, what I hadn't anticipated were those that would be born out of psychological duress. These nearly 7 years, they had been hard, and during them, much had been lost. Family, friends, hope for the future, regret for the past. It was only natural that a woman like Dubois, who had lost her husband to one of those vicious coyotes and her world and life to them, would eventually lose her mind. She'd been a ticking time bomb, an hourglass whose surface had cracked, a martyr who, with the weight of the world on her shoulders, had been convinced it was her duty to right every wrong. And now, because of her, everything I'd done had been unraveled. In holding Marianne's hand, and in realizing what all she might be feeling, I couldn't help but wonder how much longer she had before she completely lost everything. "It's okay," I whispered. "Everything's going to be fine."
"No, it isn't,"
the girl replied, shaking her head.
"It's not going to be fine. It's never going to be fine because my crazy mother screwed everything up."
"She wasn't in her right mind, Marianne. You can't blame her for what she did." "Yes, you can," Asha replied. "And she should." "Asha," I growled. "Well, it's true. You shouldn't sugarcoat it for her." Should I have, though? Considering all she'd been through. Her father's death, her recent attack, her mother's downward spiral into insanity. Maybe the girl deserved a little reprieve from the truth. Either way, I couldn't dwell on it. So, for that reason, I simply said, "We'll figure it out."
"Will we?"
the girl asked.
"Or is this the end of everything?"
I was just about to say something to try and reassure her when I realized that there was nothing I could say. To tell a girl that everything would be all right, that everything would be okay when it was most undoubtedly not, would have been a lie for the ages, one that would have done nothing but make her feel even worse about herself. A dead father, an insane mother, lost to the world with complete strangers. Marianne was as alone as she could possibly be, and in that moment, she didn't need any false platitudes. For that reason, I tightened my grip on her hand as the outside world crumbled around us. People screamed. Guns were fired. Trumpets sounded and coyotes bayed. It was, at that moment, that I realized they were being released back into the wilds of Austin. And that sooner, rather than later, they would find us. It was for that reason, and with guilt that I couldn't have imagined holding in my heart, that I cleared my throat and said, "We need to discuss what we're going to do." Asha sighed. Marianne sobbed. I couldn't have felt guiltier if I'd tried. With that in mind, I lowered my head and closed my eyes, then opened my mouth to begin what would undoubtedly spell the fate of our futures. It was decided, when night fell and we were masked within the shadow of darkness, that we would leave the home we had taken shelter within and make our way to the outskirts of Austin. "There's no point in staying here," Asha had said. "They're going to find us sooner rather than later." Though she'd mirrored my thoughts almost exactly upon saying those words, I couldn't help but feel a shiver run along my spine as we prepared to depart into the cold and unfortunate night. Armed with standard-issue kitchen knives and dressed in thick coats we'd pilfered from the master bedroom's closet, we stole through the house until we came to the front door and waited for someone, anyone, to speak. When it became apparent that neither of my friends wanted to address the other, I cleared my throat and said, "Okay." Then they waited for whatever it was I would have to say. "Since Marianne seems to know the layout of the city better than any of us," I began, "I vote that she be the one to lead us through Austin and toward the outskirts of town."
"Where are we going?"
the girl asked.
I mean, it's not like we were really able to plan beneath that bed.
"We need to find a map," Asha said. "One that would give us a better idea of the area." "There are gas stations all over," I replied. "We should be able to get a hold of one easily enough." "Any ideas, Marianne?" Asha asked. The girl paused, and in the moments of silence that came thereafter, I imagined she was considering all of the possible opportunities that presented themselves to her. I briefly considered mentioning the home that Asha and I had stayed at shortly after we'd cleared the expanse of territory west of Austin, but knew that we would have to stay closer to the city in order to salvage supplies, let alone find weaponry that would protect us from the horrors of the world. For that reason, I remained silent and waited for the girl to continue. When Marianne finally spoke, it was to simply say,
"Lago Vista."
"Lago what?" Asha frowned.
"Lago Vista," she replied. "It's a city to the northwest of here. I don't think it would be heavily populated. At least, not now. And it wasn't before they came. There's a huge lake that runs out of the river that we could fish in, wooded areas that we might be able to hunt."
"If we had guns," Asha countered.
"And there's homes that would be more than perfect for us to live in out in the wilderness. We could be far away from Austin, yet at the same time be in walking distance to another city where we could find supplies. I mean, that's something, isn't it?"
"It's worth a shot," I said. "Do you know how to get there without a map?" The girl shook her head. "Which means we'll have to get to a gas station." Asha sighed. "Which means wandering through the city until we find a place that carries one."
Don't all gas stations carry maps?
Marianne frowned. I don't know, which makes it even more concerning. Rather than say anything and risk disturbing the gentle silence between the two, I crossed my arms under my breasts, careful not to slice myself with the butcher knife in my hand, and waited for either of the girls to say anything. When they didn't, and when it became apparent that neither of them would say a word, I sighed and said, We should go, while it's still quiet. I don't know if I should be reassured or worried, Asha replied. I didn't say anything as I reached out and opened the door. Outside, in the frigid cold that was early November, I waited for the girls to follow me out before securing the door behind us and turning to face the expanse of East Austin I knew little to nothing about. The night was young, the moon full and bone white. Stars glimmered in the sky and offered promise of something normal in a world that was completely not, and the wind skirted through the trees as if it were any normal night, but I knew it wasn't. No, this wasn't any normal night. It was a night of reckoning, one that spelled danger for us in every footstep we took. Marianne was the first to leave the porch, followed by Asha, then finally me. And as we began to brush through the near waist-high and dying grass that covered the front lawn, I briefly considered if we would be ambushed by a coyote, or a serpent, or even a crowd of reapers. Unarmed as we were, we'd never be able to fend off a truly formidable foe. The coyote had been a fluke, a stroke of dumb luck gifted to us by my irrational actions and Asha's quick thinking. To think that we could repeat it was almost impossible. If only we had a gun. Maybe then we would be safe.
Are we ready?
Marianne asked as we reached the edge of the property. As ready as we'll ever be, I replied. Asha nodded and began to follow Marianne without commentary. Though whether or not she was ready to face the night, or the dangers it held, I did not know. What little I could see of her face was shrouded in mystery. Her lips pursed, her eyes solemn. Even her breaths were irregular and trembled as the cold painted them in somber blue. It was both comforting and worrying. On one hand, I was glad that I wasn't alone in my feelings, but on another, was afraid that such fear would inspire disaster to fall upon us. Then there was the matter of the Greys. Though I hadn't felt them attempting to break entry into my mind, the idea that they could was always at the back of my brain, watching, waiting, and anticipating a weakness that could be exploited in but a fraction of a moment. The walls I'd erected around my consciousness had remained strong throughout the hours, always standing, never faltering, steadfast and never ending in their complexity. I couldn't feel them, at least not yet. But I knew it would take only a second for everything to come crumbling down. Beneath our feet, the grass shuffled silently, offering little in the way of comfort as we continued to make our way across front lawns and along the sidewalks which blanketed the roads. Guided only by moonlight, and led only by one girl's instincts, we continued on as if we were voyagers braving a new world, which, at that moment, wasn't completely untrue. When finally we broke free of the residential district and began to make our way into the more crowded business sectors of the city, I felt, for one brief moment, that we would be all right, that everything, regardless of what we'd experienced throughout the day, would be okay. Then I heard a trumpeting sound and realized we were not out of the woods yet. Do you see it? Asha asked.
No,
Marianne replied.
Anna?
I don't see it either, I replied. It was probably just an alarm. Maybe they found someone else. Or maybe my consciousness wanted me to think they had found us. The idea, As terrifying as it was, unsettled me so much that I began to shiver, to the point where I felt as though I were in a frigid wasteland in which I was meant to walk for all eternity. My heart stuttered, my breaths trembled. My lungs contracted in anticipation for what was likely to come. I guided both Marianne and Asha to the sides of the road, then gestured the girls to hide behind a vacant car. While in the distance, the telltale signs of the harvester ship's lights came to life in the sky. "They're searching," I said, shaking my head as a presence attempted to infiltrate my mind. "They're trying to find me again."
"Do they know where you are?"
Marianne asked.
"Please tell me they don't know where you are."
"Not yet," I said. "But they're fighting. Hardcore. Which means we need to keep moving," Asha said. She lifted her head to scan the perimeter, then pointed at something I couldn't see in the distance. "It looks like there's a gas station right there. We should get in, get out, and then get the hell away from this city." I couldn't agree more. After making sure that my barriers were firmly placed around my consciousness, I rose, nodded at both Marianne and Asha, and then began to follow them toward the gas station. It took us less than 5 minutes to cross the distance between us and the building. It took mere seconds for us to break in. When we entered the decrepit facility, which had been all but stripped of its supplies save the non-essentials, Asha made her way to the front counter, where a revolving stand of maps stood, and retrieved one from its rack. "Here," she said. "Marianne?" The girl went to investigate, while I continued to scavenge for whatever we could possibly find. Though judging by the looks of the place, it didn't appear as though I would find much. Pain relievers and other medications were non-existent. What remaining food too stale or rotten to even eat? I grabbed, from a row of shelves to my right, a backpack for each of us, and then made my way to the front of the building just in time for Marianne to lift her head.
"I found it,"
she said. "Lago Vista?" I asked. She nodded. "How long is it going to take us to get there?"
"I don't know,"
the girl replied.
"But if we start now, we should be able to make it out of the city before the night is up."
"We'll be sitting ducks during the day," Asha agreed. "And though I hate to say it, we're probably safer now than we would be at any other time." "So it's settled," I said. "We'll continue throughout the night and stop during the morning." Asha nodded. Marianne merely blinked. Outside, I could just barely make out harvester ships as they continued to comb the city, not only working to eliminate any potential threats, but to prepare for what would undoubtedly be the next phase of their assimilation. How many, if at all, had died when the mothership had crashed? Without the ability to know, and unable to dwell on it for fear that it might drive me insane, I walked to the door, pushed it open, and said, rather plainly, "Let's go." Chapter 2. The streets of Austin, Texas were haunting in the moonlight shining down upon them. As we walked their treacherous passes, careful to remain in the shadows of the long-abandoned buildings, I began to wonder whether or not we would truly be safe in a world where coyotes had once again been unleashed unto the city. My eyes were constantly wandering, my ears always alert, my breaths slow and calculated so they would not be heard. I knew, at that moment, that any slight noise could bring the horde down upon us. And for that reason, I remained deadly quiet. Stay calm, stay cool, stay collected. The mantra from my days as a guard was more than necessary at that moment, when any false move could spell disaster for the three of us. We were but 3 girls armed with knives, children who, with scissors, shouldn't have been running in the first place. We should have been hiding, or at least attempting to find weaponry that would allow us to defend ourselves. But I knew, based solely on the way some of the doors remained ajar, and the way windows had been broken, that many of these homes had been plundered, and they would be absolutely useless to try and search. We couldn't afford to waste any time. Distantly, signs of harvesters could be seen, wavering over the far edges of East Austin where we'd just been. The fact that they were not pursuing the western side of the city was enough to put me at ease, because the further we walked, the more distance we put between us. "How long until we're in West Austin?" I said, my voice barely more than a whisper as I drew up alongside my friends. Asha, who, up until that point, had been examining the map by moonlight and leading because of it, lifted her head to look at me. "We're getting closer," she said. "We'll cross over another small creek and then make our way over the river. It looks like we're coming up on the old college campus." That would explain why the buildings could be seen in the distance, rising like monoliths to an old forgotten world. I briefly considered one such establishment, which looked like a watchtower in the distance, but quickly shook my head and returned my focus to the world in front of us. With careful steps and due diligence, Asha continued to lead on, not bothering to stop and wait for any further response from me or even Marianne, who had remained quiet for most of our journey west. It was obvious, from the way she kept her eyes down, that she was nervous about what we might, or possibly might not, encounter. I continuously hoped that we would be safe within the cover of night, but knew that was almost impossible to wish for. The coyotes, they were baying. The harvesters, they were searching. And the serpents, well, I didn't want to think about them, especially not after seeing what they looked like. Rather than consider the possibilities at hand, I decided to remain focused on the present and the future that lay before us. We continued through the streets of Austin for what felt like hours. First crossing through the dilapidated remnants of the West Campus, then over the Shoal Creek Greenbelt, until we came out into an area known as Old West Austin. Here, the road was long, barren in that no cars littered its surface, and that it was eerily reminiscent of me and Asha's initial journey into the city, due to the fact that it was flanked on both sides by trees. Here, I was constantly on alert, always scanning the tree line for fog beam eyes, and listening for the distinct sounds of shuffling. Wildlife could be heard teeming in the trees. Hooting owls, mourning doves, the cackle of raccoons, and even the barks of wild dogs as they hunted their unfortunate prey lit the night sky, offering but a semblance of normalcy in a world that was anything but. Eventually, we passed an intersection that divided the road into 4 distinct sectors, and then journeyed into an area known as Tarrytown. By the time we reached the last bastion of the city, known only as Westlake Hills, we crossed over the Colorado River and left Austin behind for good. "Well," Asha said, after we cleared the bridge, only to turn her head and look back at what we'd just left behind. "From here, all we have to do is follow the river, and that should take us to Lago Vista."
"Are you sure the river's safe?"
Marianne asked, speaking up for the first time in what felt like hours.
"I mean, what if, well, they are there, drinking?"
"I don't think we have anything to worry about," I said, hoping my lie would at least inspire some camaraderie amongst my friends. "I mean, the river's going to be the easiest thing to follow." "And besides," Asha said, "it's getting late. I'm getting tired, and I would eventually like to stop and get some sleep. My legs are killing me."
"Yeah,"
Marianne added.
"Mine too."
We looked at each other, 3 girls who had the weight of the world on their shoulders without food or water, and realized that we would have to take risks if we were even going to attempt to make our way to Lago Vista. Sighing, I reached up to run my hand through my hair and looked up at the moon, which was passing through the sky at an alarming rate. It wouldn't be much longer before dawn fell upon the world, and with it, the sunlight that would remove our facade of invisibility. "Okay," I said, taking a step forward. The water's edge was close. The shoreline snarled with trees that would mask both us and any potential dangers that could be within them. For that reason, I stepped off the old, cracked road onto the overgrowing dirt pathway and turned to look at my friends as they began to follow. "Are we ready, guys? Once we start, we can't stop until we find a place to camp." Both girls nodded. There was no need to remind them of how dangerous this could be. For that reason, I started forward with the knowledge that, should anything happen, at least I had friends at my side. We traveled along the western coastline until dawn began to peek over the horizon. Casting the black sky first in shades of blue, then sickly orange, we continued along the worn wilderness trail until we came upon a series of log cabins that blanketed the edge of the Colorado River.
"Looks like this is where we're staying,"
Marianne said. Nodding, I approached and, with a rock in hand, prepared to do the deed that would secure us shelter throughout the day. After rearing my arm back, I brought the rock down into one of the living room windows once, then twice, then grimaced as glass shattered and caused the grackles in the trees to disband in squawking disapproval. "That was loud," Asha said. "I can't help it," I replied. "I know," the girl continued. "It's just, I wish there was an easier way to get into some of these buildings." "Nothing we can do about it now. Come on, let's go in." We cleared the glass from the window, spread my heavy winter jacket over the edge of the window frame, and then crawled in. Inside, I looked at the impressive woodwork that gleamed in the light pooling from the outside world, and briefly considered the idea that this home would have been worth thousands, possibly even $1 million or more due to its size and the location it was set upon. Knowing that we had just broken entry, however, and were now forced to remain here for the duration of the day, was enough to make my stomach growl.
"You're hungry too,"
Marianne said. "Yeah," I replied. "I am." "Maybe we could find fishing poles," Asha offered. "I mean, there's got to be stuff in here, right?" Whether or not there were was up to anyone's discretion. But regardless, I knew that we had to search. "Split up," I said, "and see what you can find." Marianne took the upstairs, Asha the distant downstairs, and me the kitchen and the area that separated into the garage. Inside, I found an old car, which might have served us well if any of us knew how to drive, and a series of power tools that would be useless in their current state. Massive saw blades, however, quickly caught my attention, and as I approached one, I caught a glimmer of light outside my peripheral and turned just in time to see metal fishing poles looking back at me.
"Guys,"
I called, casting my gaze back over my shoulder. "I found the poles." "Do they have bait?" Asha asked as she came running into the garage. "Swimmers, shiners, whatever those things are called." "I don't know. I haven't looked in the tackle boxes yet." Inside were the shiners that Asha had so mentioned, fish-shaped, and about the size of the small of my palm. Each was equipped with a number of hooks that could easily catch any fish foolish enough to attempt to pursue it. "All right," Asha cried. "We've got us some poles, now let's get us some food."
"I take it you found something?"
Marianne asked from the doorway. I raised a fishing pole and withdrew one of the shiners from the tackle box. The blonde girl smiled. I smiled back. Maybe, just maybe, Things were starting to look up. After nearly an hour without a bite, it seemed that our hopes of catching any fish were all but diminishing. "This is stupid," Asha said, reeling her line in and then casting her shiner back out. "We've been sitting here for an hour and haven't caught a thing."
"You've got to give it time," Marianne said. "Fish are shy."
"Shy?" Asha laughed. "You've got to be kidding me."
"That's what my dad used to say. Before, well..."
When Marianne trailed off, Asha didn't bother to press her further, nor did I offer any commentary in response as the girl sighed, reeled her line in, then cast it back out again. It was more than obvious that the simple mention of her father was enough to set her on edge, and though I myself, and I imagined Asha, still hadn't recovered from our own family's deaths, it was much easier for the two of us to push through our personal pain than it was for Marianne. In thinking about it, though, it should have been the opposite. Marianne had lost her father years ago, when she was just a child. Asha and I's wounds, they were still fresh. And though it was selfish for me to think, I couldn't help but feel that she should have been over her father's death by now. Regardless, I didn't push the matter further, and instead began drawing my line slowly back toward my pole. Just when I was about to whip the shiner from the water, I felt a tug of resistance. "What the?" I started. The pole bowed. I slipped. Asha swore, and Marianne reached out to take hold of the back of my shirt. "You've got something!" Asha cried. "Finally!" "Yeah," I replied, "but now to reel it in." The fish was more than determined to evade capture, now that it had been snared upon the shiner. Tough, relentless, and desperate to escape, it tugged with the might of 1,000 men as I struggled to reel it in. At one point, I thought I would be pulled down the hill we were seated upon and into the water to be eaten by whatever monstrosity I had managed to snare. But by the time it began to breach the water, I realized the monster catch would easily feed all three of us. I couldn't let it get away. I just couldn't. With that in mind, I tugged the pole back and reeled in with abandon I hadn't felt since that night Asha and I had escaped from the reapers atop the 6th Street Club. The fish came free of the water. It landed on the dirt. Asha slammed the net down over its figure and then hefted it into the air.
"It's..."
Marianne started.
"Huge."
"Anyone hungry?" Asha asked. Marianne and I nodded feverishly. We prepared a fire not unlike the one Asha and Jason had once assembled after shooting the deer, and waited in mute anticipation as Asha prepared the fish for cooking. Though initially disheartened by how barbaric my friend was in her actions, I eventually got over it, and watched in silence as she began to cook what would probably be today's only meal.
"You know how to cook?"
Marianne asked, drawing forward for the first time since she'd left upon witnessing Asha's cruel preparation of the fish. "A little," Asha said. "Not a whole lot, but my dad taught me some of the survival skills we'd need in order to make it out here." "You'll have to teach us too," I said, then cast a glance over at Marianne, who simply offered a sad nod, as if finally coming to the realization that she would have to learn all the things that had been willingly provided to her at the hospital. I centered my gaze on the younger, blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, then cleared my throat and asked, "Did you find anything upstairs?"
"Actually, yeah, I did."
"What is it?"
"Come see for yourself."
I cast a glance at Asha, who only nodded and gestured me to follow Marianne as she continued to cook the fish. After following Marianne and stepping into the living room, I followed her to the couch and looked down just in time to see a rifle, complete with several boxes of ammunition. Where did you find this? I asked.
The master bedroom,
The girl replied, reaching down to stroke the finely polished and gleaming wood along the stock.
I couldn't believe it when I found it. I thought I was seeing things.
I lifted the weapon into my hands and studied it, taking note of its long barrel, its simple cartridge, and the firm stock that fit almost perfectly against my shoulder. Though it wasn't a weapon I was used to, it was like the one I'd fired back in Fort Hope, which would give me a distant advantage once we left the cabin and I had any need to use it.
Can you shoot it?
Marianne asked. Yeah, I said, then clarified by explaining how I'd shot a similar weapon before.
Okay, that's good.
The girl sighed and settled down next to the boxes of ammo.
I didn't count them, but they look full, which means there should be 30 shots in there.
Which should be all we need for the time being, I replied. Did you find anything else? Any handguns, any extra ammo?
I found ammo for what looked like a revolver, but I couldn't find it anywhere. This was sitting in plain sight over the master bed.
There might be another gun in the house, which means that we're going to have to scrounge through everything in order to find it.
Dinner's ready,
Asha cried. My stomach growled in anticipation. After waiting for Marianne to rise and place the gun on the couch, Asha entered carrying the fish on a plate, hot, steaming, and browned to perfection. Give me a second to cut the meat up, the girl said. Then we can eat. By the time we finished eating, my appetite was sated and my stomach had stopped growling. Near mid-afternoon and more tired than I could have possibly imagined, I followed Marianne and Asha up to the master bedroom and helped barricade us into the room by locking the door, pushing the heavy ornate dresser in front of it, then by drawing the curtains over the windows before collapsing into bed. So tired, I said.
Should one of us keep watch?
Marianne asked, a yawn escaping her throat and parting her lips. I think we'll be fine where we're at, Asha said. I mean, we're on the second floor, and unless something figures out we're here, which I highly doubt it will, we should be as safe as can possibly be.
The door is pretty thick,
Marianne agreed, and then cast a glance down at the gun that I'd positioned at the foot of the bed.
Do either of you want to show me how to use this thing?
Asha took up the mantle, instructing Marianne first on proper positioning of the gun against the shoulder, then on how to load it and disable the safety. Shooting would be a skill that would come with practice, though given we'd so few bullets and very little safety, there was absolutely no point in trying to instruct Marianne on how the gun would kick. In the master bathroom, which was shadowed by darkness given that there were no windows to speak of, I looked in the mirror and stared at not only my eye, but my face. Though I'd been fed well during my time in Burgundy Hospital, the gold speckles had continued to flourish across my right eye until it'd become all but amber. Terribly beautiful in that it was captivating to look at, but utterly disgusting with the knowledge of how it had come to be. I reached down to press a hand over where I'd been bitten by the coyote in recent past, and traced my fingers over the scar, both angry about what had happened and terrified that it could easily happen again. Since leaving Fort Hope, I'd been attacked by 2 different coyotes, one feral and insane, the other tame and in its right mind. Both times I could have easily been killed, yet somehow I hadn't been. Was it dumb luck? I wondered. Or was it simply a sign of my determination to survive? Hey, Asha said, knocking on the doorframe before leaning into the bathroom. You okay? I'm fine, I said. Just looking at my face. I didn't want to say anything, Asha said. Especially now that your eye is completely, well, gold. You should have told me. I know, but I didn't want to upset you. It upsets me more to know that you're keeping things from me, Asha. I'm sorry, the girl sighed, stepping forward. She pressed her hands atop my shoulders, then drew me into a hug and bowed her face into my neck. I'm trying. You know that. I know. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I'd be doing right now. You could have gone to the humanitarian camp, I said. Joined up with the aliens. After what had happened? After being in league with Dubois. This she whispered as not to potentially upset Marianne. Are you crazy? No, I said. I don't. The idea that Asha couldn't have even gone to the humanitarian camp to seek aid in the aftermath of Dubois' attack was so terrifying, so completely monstrous, that I didn't want to believe it. The thoughts bombarded me, though, eclipsing my conscience and threatening to send me over the edge. As I considered it, staring into her eyes and realizing the truth in the matter, I was afflicted with images. First of Asha being harvested into one of their ships, then being stripped naked and laid bare upon a chrome table. They would complete tests on her, tests of the most horrifying nature, wherein they flayed her flesh, stripped her of her bones, removed her organs, and strung them up for her to see, all while she was still alive. The thoughts became so vivid in my mind that, when I closed my eyes to try and brush them from my conscience, I could see them perfectly clear, which, ultimately, inspired tears in my eyes. Anna? Asha asked. Anna Mia? It's not right, I whispered, shaking my head. It isn't right. What isn't? That you wouldn't have been able to go to them. You didn't do anything. Anything. But they don't care, Asha replied. They attacked the hospital, killed dozens of innocent people, men, women, children. For God's sake, Anamia, don't you get it? They don't care anymore. All they want to do is ensure that they're safe. That's not true, I replied. It couldn't be. It couldn't. Explain it to the coyotes, the non-ferals that have been chasing us. Asha replied, then turned and made her way back into the bedroom. Still struggling to fight back tears, I looked past Asha's figure and saw Marianne lying on the bed, staring at me with her big green eyes with question. I merely shook my head. Without the ability to know what would have happened to either girl, but especially Asha, I couldn't dwell on the matters at hand. For that reason, I crossed the room, settled down on the love seat across from the bed, and spread out along its surface. You sure you don't want the bed? Marianne asked. I'm sure, I replied. Besides, I didn't think I could be so close to Asha at that moment. Not without seeing her demise in my mind's eye. Night came far more swiftly than I would have liked, and with it, the realization that we would have to pack up and leave. We got everything? Asha asked, after we'd taken inventory. Yeah, Marianne said. It looks like it. More than looks like it, actually. We'd managed to retrieve, from the small and tidy quarters of the house, everything that we could possibly need for our life in the wilderness. From matches, to knives, to ammunition, the rifle Marianne had discovered, and all the extra clothes we could carry, we were set. or at least as set as 3 backpacks would allow us to be. With that in mind, I turned, made my way toward the front door, and stopped to consider Marianne and Asha for one brief moment before turning and opening the door. Outside, in the cool November air, which threatened to bring with it the inklings of snow, I breathed in the scent of dying trees and the last of the summer's pollen and realized, in that moment, that we would soon be leaving Austin and part of ourselves behind. Was I ready to venture into the wilderness? Alone, with only my friends to guide me? Of course I wasn't. Yet, at the same time, I'd learned that community, especially large, organized communities, were not likely to shine well on us. Fort Hope had fallen. Burgundy Hospital had been all but destroyed. In thinking about it, and in contemplating the various ifs, ands, and buts as I began to walk alongside the river, I realized that the 3 of us would probably be safer on our own than we probably ever would be in a large group. "It's gonna be all right," I heard Asha tell Marianne. "Enemy is not gonna let anything happen to us."
I know,
Marianne replied. Whether they knew I could hear them, I did not know, but at that point, it didn't matter. We were making our way toward the next phase of our lives. Lago Vista. Lakeview. I muttered under my breath. I smiled. Xiomara and Mama would be so proud. The thought was enough to bring tears to my eyes. Chapter 3. We walked until the sun rose, and only stopped when, upon looking at the opening of a great lake, we came to realize that we had finally made it to the outskirts of the city.
it's beautiful.
Marianne said, raising a hand to shield her eyes from the coming sun. "Yeah," Asha said. "It is." I remained silent, not knowing if this would truly be the site of our new home, or whether we would have to venture further into town. I considered the likelihood of what we might be able to find off the lay of the land, and realized, in but a moment, that we would eventually have to venture into the city for supplies. "I think," I finally said, after a moment of consideration, "that we need to find a place to live before we begin to relax."
You really think we'll be able to find a place here?
Marianne asked. "I don't see why not," Asha offered. "I mean, look at it. There's bound to be a cabin or some kind of home somewhere near here." "I'm sure there is," I said, and then stepped forward, only briefly raising my eyes to scan the sky for anything that might be in it. "Come on, let's go." So we did, by following the mouth of the lake and then making our way due west, toward where the map said Lago Vista would eventually appear if we continued further. I could see little but forested areas to start, filled with wild game and, hopefully, snarls of fruits. And though I dreaded to think that we might not be able to find a home to live in, I knew that we would find something if we set our hearts and minds to it. For that reason, I raised my head, inhaled a lungful of fresh, Lago Vistan air, and then expelled that same breath a moment later. Everything seemed peaceful, made of so much bliss that it appeared as though nothing could go wrong. Then I heard the trumpeting blare of a harvester ship, and my heart sunk. "We need to get moving," Asha said, "before they catch us out in the open."
"Let's go,"
Marianne said. There was no hesitation from any of us as we turned and made our way into the copse of trees, Asha clutching the map, Marianne the straps of her pack, and me the rifle in my hands. When together we huddled beneath the tree line, we waited, with bated breath, for the harvester ship to pass over us. It didn't. Instead, it simply hovered there, out in the open, waiting, it seemed, for something to happen.
Do they know we're here?
Marianne asked. I don't think so, I said, then began to erect the barriers around my mind in an effort to dispel any psychic wanderings their people might be attempting to use. Be quiet, though, just in case. Marianne nodded and pursed her lips as she continued to gaze upon the harvester ship in the sky above us. It was cycling, rotating in an obtuse pattern, as if it were attempting to make sense of the area, though whether or not they were actually doing a visual sweep, I could not know. I had been made aware, in past circumstances, that they could find anyone if they absolutely wanted to. Did that mean they knew we were here, though? Did that mean they would come swooping down to take us within their mortal folds? I didn't have time to anticipate any further questions, because as soon as I began to believe that they were going to descend from their ship and begin to search the woods, they disappeared, blasting, in but a blink of an eye, into the upper atmosphere. FTL, I whispered.
What?
Marianne asked. Faster than light, I said. They just jumped into the atmosphere around the Earth.
Does that mean we're safe?
I don't think it means anything, Asha said. I do know, though, that we should keep moving, and preferably get to some place that has 4 walls and a secure door between them and us. Ditto, I said, rising from my crouched position and surveying the area. Let's go. Both girls rose alongside me and began to follow me through the copse of trees. They, my sheep, I, their faithful shepherd. With a gun in hand, it seemed an appropriate metaphor, considering that I was the only thing protecting us from an untimely and unfortunate death. I knew we weren't going to die. I knew that we were going to be perfectly fine. Yet something in my gut told me that I had to keep an eye and ear out for the world around me. If not out of caution, then out of awareness. Anything could be lurking in these woods. Hungry animals, diseased coyotes, rampaging aliens, crazed men and women. The latter shook me to the core, and in realizing that we had more than just one threat to deal with, I began to tremble.
Hey,
Marianne said.
You okay?
I'm fine, I said, lying through my teeth as best as I could. I'm just anxious, that's all. You get anxious often? The girl frowned. No, I didn't, which was why, when I shook my head, and when Marianne didn't say anything further, I didn't respond on the matter. Instead, I simply began to lead us onward. We came upon what was perhaps the most beautiful log cabin we could have possibly imagined in an area that used to be known as the Tom Hughes Park. Nestled alongside the lake, the cabin, which was splendid and completely invisible from what I imagined was everywhere but the lake, was equipped with a miniature garage and even a small dock, upon which there lay tethered an old, lonely boat, bobbing in the slight breeze that arose from the west and beckoning us with its presence. As we approached, and as we began to marvel over the area that I realized would soon become our home, I lifted the gun to my shoulder and began to sweep the area, hoping, to the almighty God and forces above, that we wouldn't have to contend with any other survivors or aliens once we came upon what was undoubtedly our personal paradise. Asha started.
Beautiful.
Marianne then finished. Yeah, I replied, lowering the stock from my shoulder. I lifted my eyes to scan the nearby lake, which, though glorious, was absolutely colossal in comparison to any other body of water I'd ever seen, and nodded as I took note of the fish jumping in the distance. We should get going. See if we can get into the cabin. You think it has shutters? Asha asked. For when, we we break in.
Let's hope so, I said.
We walked in silence for several long minutes, caught up in our own little worlds and the fantasies that inhabited them. I could imagine it now. Asha, huddled next to the fire. Me, nestled in a chair with a book in hand. Marianne, painting the sun as it set upon the horizon. It would be a splendid life, just the three of us, alone on the outskirts of society, and fishing and hunting for food, and it would be a life that we could continue without fear of persecution. Never would we have to worry about someone else coming in and destroying us. And never would we have to contend with the gray kind, who were assimilating into our world. They would come, and they would prosper. But we would thrive. That, above anything else, was what I wanted. As I led the three of us up the road, gun in hand and barrel trailing the ground in front of me, I lifted my eyes to look at the massive structure and realized that we might really, truly be safe. Though hope was a word I had long ago lost, it was a light on the tip of my tongue, on the front of my consciousness, and in the back of my mind. Hope had delivered us to safety. Hope would be our salvation. And hope would be the one thing that would get us through this world. In approaching the cabin, and realizing that we would only have to break through a single glass inset in the door to allow us entry, I couldn't help but smile. This was it. This was home. Asha was the first to step forward as we approached the door, then me, then Marianne, who, with the fishing poles in hand, wore the biggest grin I had ever seen upon her face. She leaned the poles against the wall and pressed her hands up against the cabin, whispering, faintly, words like "thank you" and "God" beneath her breath. I myself found the sight mesmerizing, as I still hadn't been able to truly comprehend the enormity of it all. The peaceful moment was shattered a short moment later, when the glass inset was shattered by a large rock Asha had pulled from the bed of stones at our feet. "Ladies," she said, as she reached in and unlocked the door. I stepped forward, gun raised and at the ready, and waited for a brief moment to prepare myself for what was to come before nodding for my friend to open the door. She leaned forward, turned the knob, and pushed the door open. As I entered, and as stale air rushed out to greet me, I took a moment to consider what I might find inside before entering. The living room was massive, sprawling in that it connected with the sweeping kitchen at our side, and gorgeous with its fine leather sofas that were poised around a fireplace, where above the mantel a flat-screen TV sat in all its silent glory. A door could be seen beneath the stairway that led to the second floor, which, I imagined, had to be the bathroom, while above there appeared to be a multitude of rooms that would allow each of us the privacy we deserved. The house was huge, its aspirations many, and as I began to enter and survey my surroundings, I heard Marianne and Asha step in behind me and gasp in wonder.
"It's huge,"
Marianne said.
"Really huge,"
Asha agreed, closing the door behind her.
"We'll need to figure out how to cover this window. We don't want any snow or cold air getting in."
"I'll help,"
Marianne said, withdrawing from her sack a roll of duct tape that we'd procured from our previous dwelling.
"I knew this would come in handy eventually."
While Marianne and Asha repaired the window, I continued to make my way across the living room, then up the stairs and toward the series of doorways that I assumed would be bedrooms. The first was as I expected, a master bedroom with a double bed, with laminated hardwood floors and a sweeping chandelier-esque light fixture. The second was a much smaller room that appeared to have been made with a child in mind, while the third was a guest bathroom, presumably for the child. The 3 rooms, in total, would serve us well, especially given the fact that they were on a second floor that could be easily defended if anything broke in. Which nothing will, I told myself in that moment, as if to speak to the world and all its demons. When I finally made my way back downstairs and found Marianne and Asha combing through the contents of both the pantry and the kitchen, I was ready to collapse from exhaustion. "Hey," Asha was the first to say. "Hey," I replied.
"What'd you find upstairs?"
Marianne asked. "2 bedrooms," I said. "One master, another smaller." "Cool," Asha said. "Places for us to sleep." "And a bathroom for us to store supplies," I added.
"So, we're safe,"
Marianne said.
right?
"First things first," I replied, looking at the girls and what they had uncovered. "We need to get ourselves some food." The lake was bountiful. Filled with fish of all shapes and sizes, it offered a treasure trove of food that provided us a plethora of fresh meat within little less than an hour. By the time we returned to the cabin we had declared as our own, the net was filled to the brim with thriving fish.
"It sucks that we had to smush them,"
Marianne said, as Asha led us into the house, then into the attached garage at the side. "We gotta eat somehow," Asha said, reaching into and procuring one of the fish from the net. It thrashed only briefly before she laid it out on the ground, took a large knife. Then she began to prepare it with finesse. Marianne, who still hadn't grown accustomed to the gore associated with preparing meat, left the room, while I merely watched and tried to learn as best as I could. "You'll teach me," I said, as Asha set the fish upon and then began to light the grill. "Right?" "Of course I will, Mia. You don't have a thing to worry about." True. We were as safe as could possibly be. Alone, secluded, and in the middle of nowhere. If anything, I should have been relieved, but instead was terrified out of my mind that something bad was going to happen. "Hey," Asha said, as the fire began to broil the night's meal. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I lied. "Don't worry about me." "I have to, Mia. You're my best friend." "I know." "So tell me what's wrong." "It's just—" I started, then stopped, unsure how to continue. "I feel like we can never truly be safe in a world like this. Especially not when the aliens are after me." "Are we even sure they are after you?" I couldn't say for sure. From what little I'd heard from their panicked ramblings, I had been able to sense that they were at least looking for me. Though whether or not they were actually pursuing me with the intent of a poor man toward a satchel of gold, I couldn't be sure. Maybe they were just concerned about my well-being. Or maybe they wanted to question me about my relationship with Dubois. She had blown the mothership out of the sky, so it only made sense that my proximity to her might spell unease between the two parties. When I thought about it, and when I continued to dwell on the specifics at hand, I couldn't really be sure if they were looking for me. For all I knew, we could have fought off a perfectly innocent coyote who had been instructed to track me down and bring me in for questioning. I laughed, a sound that startled Asha to the point where she jumped. "What's so funny?" she asked. "Nothing," I replied. "Sometimes I'm just wondering whether or not I'm going crazy." "If you're crazy," Asha said, "then me and Marianne are loons."
I heard that!
Marianne cried out. I laughed. Asha laughed. Even Marianne laughed. Maybe, just maybe, we could finally find peace in this secluded place in the world, and live our lives without fear of persecution from any party. I could only hope. We prepared the house as best as we could come nightfall. With snow falling and the lake resembling something like a winter wonderland the further the night went on, we drew the curtains over the windows and retreated into long-sleeve shirts before retiring to our upstairs bedrooms and nestling beneath the covers. Asha and I in the master, Marianne in the guest. You know, Asha said, after a moment's hesitation, that we're eventually going to have to go into town. I know, I replied, then sighed, the sound drawn out and resembling a bear growling in the night. It's just, I don't think I'm ready to go back into a town that might be inhabited by them, Asha finished. I nodded and reached down to fumble for her hand in the dark. When she found mine, she laced our fingers together and tightened her hold on my hand. We're going to have to face the world eventually, Anna. I know. We just have to do it at a pace that's comfortable for us. Was there a comfortable pace, though? Considering everything we had gone through. Fort Hope had fallen. Burgundy Hospital had been annihilated. Literally everyone that Asha and I had known and loved were dead. It seemed impossible to even consider the idea that the world as we knew it could go back to normal. That our lives, fractured as they were, could ever be mended. But in thinking that, I realized that things were going to change far faster than we could imagine. How soon would it be until we started seeing harvester and constructor ships in the sky, laying waste to and then removing debris from the cities? Would it be days, weeks, maybe even months? They'd said that they would come shortly, and had, in Austin, been doing just that. But would they be terraforming the settlements on the outskirts of the city? Would they, possibly, come here to make use of the massive water supply feeding from the lake? That didn't make sense, because Lake Travis fed into the Colorado River, and it ran straight through Austin. That meant that they wouldn't have to depend on us for a water supply, which meant that we could be safe, which meant that we could be secure, which meant that we might not even have to worry about alien contact anytime in the foreseeable future. With that in mind, I tightened my hold on Asha's hand and sighed, this time unable to refuse the girl as she scooted against my side to share my warmth against the cold and unforgiving night. Outside, snow continued to fall, blanketing the world in its fluffy splendor. I watched, with my eyes half closed, as it blessed the world almighty. Maybe this was a sign. Maybe while winter was coming, we would be safe as could possibly be. We, and most importantly, I, could only hope. We began to see them upon the horizon the following morning. Welcome to the neighborhood, Asha said. From our place at the living room window, where the three of us stood watching in mute awe and horrific fascination, we watched as the first contingency of harvester ships from the city of Austin began to make their way across the horizon. Swarming, effortlessly, like a swarm of locusts to a field of crops, they drifted across the horizon with an intent I could already tell was malevolent, and made their way toward the one place I had hoped they would not. Lago Vista. Though miles away from the city, and secluded in what could be the safest place possible, it would only be a matter of time before we would have to start worrying about them. Maybe we should move away from the window, Marianne offered as she watched, transfixed, the harvester ships within the sky. It's not like they can see us, Asha replied, turning her attention on me. They're too high up. And besides, it's not like they can tell that we've broken into this place, right? I didn't reply. Asha, in response, narrowed her eyes. "Anamia?" she asked. "Why aren't you answering me?" The truth was, I didn't know if they could see us. The extent of their technology was still unknown, and while I was privy to some information, most specifically, their ability to hack into telecommunication devices and sense people on foot through their heat-seeking programs, I did not know if their instruments could pierce through structures. That alone was enough to set me on edge, and instill within me a sense of dread that I could have never thought possible. "Mia," Asha said. "What?" I replied. "Do you know if they can see us in here?" "No," I finally replied, guilt in my voice. "I don't." My friend shook her head, then, and turned to make her way deeper into the cabin, cupping her face into her hands and mumbling something under her breath. When I lifted my eyes to gaze upon Marianne, her features were locked in horror, her eyes a semblance of dread. "It'll be okay," I offered a moment later, convinced, at that point, that lying to instill hope would be better than offering an unknown truth that could cause panic. "I know it will." "How?" Asha asked. "How do you know?" You don't." The girl interrupted before I could continue. "You don't, Anamia. And that's the worst thing about it." "Don't fight," Marianne said. "Please, don't fight." "We're not fighting," Asha snapped. The younger girl sighed and reached up to brush a hand across her eyes, though whether she was crying or simply doing so as a result of nerves, I couldn't be sure. Instead of dwelling on it, however, I simply cleared my throat and said, "Let's look at everything we have going for us." The girls waited, as though doubtful I would be able to name anything off. "We have a gun," I began. "A place to stay, a food source, a water supply. We have woods we could run to, hills we can hide in, a boat to cross the lake if we really get that desperate. We have so many options right now that we can't afford to panic. At least, not now." "I didn't expect them to start moving to other cities so soon," Marianne mumbled. "I don't think any of us did," Asha replied, seemingly calmer after my diatribe. "I mean, God." This she said with a nervous laugh. "They just landed in Austin. Wouldn't they have started moving people there first?" "How many people do you think lived in Austin before the invasion?" I asked. "A few million at best." Grayson said that there were billions of Greys on board that ship. Austin would only hold a fraction of them. "Unless they built superstructures," Asha said. "I mean, we don't even know how they lived on their old planet. For all we know, they might just wipe out Austin and start from the ground up." "No," Marianne said, after a moment's consideration. "They wouldn't do that. At least, not after what the president said. It'd turn people against them." "Like they already weren't?" At this, Marianne said nothing. Instead, she lowered her head, sighed, and said, "I'm sorry about what happened." "What do you mean?" I frowned. "She means," Asha said, "she's sorry for the mess her mother got us in." "Asha!" "It's the truth," she replied, centering her gaze on Marianne. "Isn't it?" Marianne merely nodded and bowed her head, unable or unwilling to face our gazes. I shook my head. "No," I said, approaching the youngest of our group tentatively, with caution I felt was warranted only because of Asha's cruel declaration. "You have nothing to apologize for."
I could have stopped her,
Marianne said.
if I hadn't have slept in the room with you that night. If I'd have just stayed home and put on my big girl shoes, I could have stopped her.
Nothing you could have said would have stopped her, Marianne.
She doesn't know that.
Asha interjected. Asha, I growled. My friend shook her head. Rather than argue, she simply collapsed onto the couch and said, "We need a plan." For what? If they show up. Neither Marianne or I replied. I guess we do what we always do, I offered, after a moment's hesitation.
Which is?
Marianne asked. We run. Chapter 4. Hoarfrost lined the windows in the coming days, when, as the temperature began to drop, it became immediately clear that winter was upon us.
It's getting cold,
Marianne said, matter-of-factly, as if this was something I could not judge based on the frost decorating the glass panels that looked out onto our cruel and unforgiving world.
You think we'll be okay here?
I don't see why we wouldn't, I replied. I mean, we could always do what we did at Fort Hope and make flower pot furnaces.
Flower pot furnaces?
Marianne frowned. Yeah, you know, when you drill a hole in the flower pot, then stack tea lights on cinder block or in muffin tins, you'd be surprised at how well it heats a room.
Do we even have tea lights?
We didn't, so far as I was aware, but they could probably be found easily enough. Having only just arrived a few days prior, we hadn't had the chance to scout our surroundings or the homes that lay in the near distance. For all we knew, we were sitting on a potential gold mine. It's too cold to go out now, I said, as I looked back out the living room window. We'll go when the weather changes. It'll change soon enough, Asha said as she descended the stairs. It's Texas. It always does.
Morning,
Marianne offered, turning her head toward the stairwell. The two exchanged glances and stared at each other for quite some time. Marianne, Asha sighed. I'm sorry about what I said the other day. I shouldn't have attacked you like that.
It's okay,
the younger girl replied.
You were frustrated. I get it.
I am too. My mother screwed things up royally for us. For everyone, I corrected. At least, everyone in Austin. Probably everyone in the entire world, Asha said. I mean, it's one thing to attack armed people, but women, children, the elderly? Asha shook her head. That's screwed up. I agreed, wholeheartedly at that, but it wasn't as if there was much we could do. Judging from the way they had counterattacked, there was little, if any, chance for reconciliation between us and the Greys. I mean, who would want to work together after they were viciously attacked? With a shake of my head, I turned to regard the fireplace at the far end of the room and longed for burning wood, for heat that would offer at least some semblance of comfort. But I knew we couldn't risk it, not with the harvester ships flying so closely overhead.
So,
Marianne said after several long moments of silence,
what are we supposed to do today?
You mean about food? Asha asked, lifting her eyes. When Marianne nodded, Asha pursed her lips, then expelled air from between them before saying, I guess we could try fishing again.
You really think we'll catch anything in this weather?
She frowned. They're fish. It's not like they're going anywhere. I nodded, content with that assumption. Okay, I said. I guess we can try. I think it's best if someone stays near the house, though, Asha said. just to keep an eye on the place.
Are you worried someone will stumble across it? Marianne asked, a tinge of unease in her voice.
I'm worried that someone might wander in here and try to take it away from us. The joke will be on them, though. She laughed. Because while we may look like 3 unsuspecting young women, we know how to handle ourselves. Right, Mia?
I nodded.
Right, I said. Then it's settled. You and Marianne will go fishing, and I'll keep watch from the porch. Besides,
Asha then added,
I'm pretty certain I'm the better shot.
Hey!
I laughed. Asha only grinned. With that in mind, Marianne and I began to gather up the fishing gear, while Asha went upstairs to grab the rifle. The bitter cold chilled our breaths to the point where they were visible upon the air. Seated at the edge of the dock, limbs perched over the water, arms clasped firmly on our fishing poles, Marianne and I watched the vacant gray sky and the cool blue waters for any sign of movement.
This is nice,
Marianne said, after what seemed like an eternity of silence. What is? I asked.
This,
the girl said. She extended her hand to indicate the world around us.
I mean, yeah, it's cold, but at least it's quiet.
That's all any of us could ask for. Peace, quiet, solitude, salvation. I adjusted my hold on my fishing rod and began to reel in the shiner that was attached to the end of the line, and shivered as a cool wind came up and lashed at my cheeks.
Anna Mia?
Marianne asked. Yeah? I asked.
Can I ask you something? If you don't mind. Something personal?
Sure, I replied. Go ahead.
You and Asha,
she said, obviously proceeding tentatively.
You're together, right?
Together? I frowned. Of course we are, but you're here with us.
I'm not talking about that kind of together.
Oh, I said, flicking my eyes back to the water. You mean that kind of together?
Yeah.
We are, I said, after a moment's hesitation. The words felt strange on my lips. Foreign, exotic, like candy pulled from the heights of a tree I had never seen and couldn't name. I mean, it's not as if we've actually ever said anything about it, but, well, we've been through enough for us to be considered a couple.
Does that mean you're a lesbian?
I snorted. No, I said, then laughed. If anything, I'm bisexual.
Oh.
You wouldn't believe the boy crushes I had in grade school, I replied, drawing the line back up into the rod, and then casting it out again after a moment's hesitation. I was a terror. Literally. I used to chase them up and down the halls, threatening to kiss them.
Wow.
Yeah, I said, then smiled, glad to be thinking of simpler times and of places better than this. My mama. She would always tell me to leave the boys alone, that I'd have a husband sooner than I could possibly imagine, and that I should enjoy it while I didn't.
You and Asha both came from Fort Hope, right?
Yeah.
Did your mother know?
About me and Asha? I asked. No. I mean, I didn't even know about me and Asha. We were just friends.
I see,
Marianne said. Does it bother you?
That the two of you are a couple? No. If anything, I'm kind of envious.
You'll find someone someday, Marianne. Will I? I didn't know how to answer. Truth was, there was a chance that Marianne would never find anyone, but I wasn't about to tell her that. For all we knew, There would never be another tomorrow, or a day after that, or a day after that one. We could die at any moment, wiped out by the cosmic forces above, or by those natural ones around us. The realization, as sobering as it happened to be, was enough to make me realize how lucky I was, and how fortunate it happened to be that Asha and I had found each other. Marianne drew her line and cast it back out.
I figured you wouldn't have anything to say,
the girl said. I'm sorry, Marianne.
You don't have to be sorry. It's not your fault my life is how it is. It's, well, theirs.
She nudged her chin toward the sky. I nodded. Right, I replied. I felt a tug at the end of my fishing pole and smiled as I jerked it back to snag the fish upon the hook. There we go, I said. Can you get the net?
Crap,
Marianne said. What?
I think I forgot it.
Then go.
Guys!
Asha called.
Guys!
What is it? I asked, turning to cast a glance back over my shoulder. That was when I heard it. The low, dull whisper of something moving in the skies above us. No, I thought. It couldn't be. It just couldn't. Marianne lifted her eyes to the sky and paled.
Oh, God,
she whispered.
Oh, my God.
I tilted my head, lifted my eyes and watched in horror as a harvester ship revealed itself in the air just above the log cabin.
Run!
Asha screamed. I cast the fishing pole into the boat marooned by the pier and dragged Marianne by her shirt sleeve toward the edge of the dock, desperate to escape the potential onslaught that would follow. I thought for sure that we'd be blasted, or at the very least, harvested into the ship. I could have never expected what came next.
Ana Mia Sofia Barrios.
I heard in my head. I paused. Grayson? I asked. Marianne's momentum caused me to stumble a few steps as she attempted to drag me along with her.
Anna!
She cried, spinning.
What are you doing?
It's... I started, then stopped. Grayson.
Who?
Do not be afraid.
The alien said.
I mean you no harm.
What are you doing here? I asked, lifting my eyes from Marianne to face the harvester ship. Why are you here?
To inform you that you are not our enemy.
What? I thought. What could it possibly mean by that? But the attack, I started.
Was met without casualties.
The being from another world replied.
The mothership has survived.
But you counterattacked, I said, balling my hand into a fist until my knuckles popped. You killed all those people. All those children.
They were casualties that could not be avoided.
Marianne reached down and gripped my arm, jarring me from thought. What? I asked.
What are you doing?
She replied.
Are you talking to them?
I started, then stopped, turning my gaze back toward the sky. I watched the ship begin to rotate, making a full 360-degree revolution before finally coming to a stop mid-air.
Anna?
Asha called. She had the gun raised and pointed at the ship.
Get the hell up here! They don't mean us harm!
I called back.
They...
Marianne burst into tears. The reaction, as unexpected as it happened to be, caused me to turn my head to look at the girl. What's wrong? I asked.
What's wrong?
She replied.
They killed all those people. All those innocent men and women, those poor children. And you think they mean us no harm.
Marianne jerked her hand away and began to make her way toward the log cabin.
Marianne,
I started.
No!
She said, spinning to face me, an accusatory look in her eyes.
Don't you tell me to stop. Don't you dare.
The harvester ship let loose a low warble that sounded like birdsong.
Anna Mia,
Grayson then said,
we cannot stay for long. But know this. The Queen does not see you as the enemy.
Then why?
The ship jumped to faster-than-light travel before I could finish my question. Turning, I shifted my gaze toward Marianne, whom had already crossed the distance between the dock and the log cabin.
Marianne!
I cried. The sound of the door slamming shut was like a bomb going off in my head. With a sigh, I turned to look at the fishing pole lying in the bed of the boat. Though the fish was still struggling to get away, I had my own problems to deal with. Later that morning, after I'd gathered the fishing poles, drew my catch in from the lake, and made my way back to the log cabin with Asha. I stood at Marianne's bedroom door and waited for the courage to knock to hit me. "Marianne?" I asked, leaning against the door. "Are you awake?" She didn't respond. At least, not audibly. I did, however, hear the sound of her muffled sobs, likely caused by her head being buried in a pillow. Perhaps she simply hadn't heard me, but knowing that I couldn't afford to take chances, I sighed and knocked for the first time since arriving. Her cries ceased. I waited, with bated breath, for her to answer, or at least to come to the door and tell me off. When the sound of her footsteps echoed into my ears, I closed my eyes and waited for the reckoning that was to come. The door opened. Marianne looked out. "What?" she asked, her voice primordial in its rage and intensity. "I wanted to talk," I replied. She stared, her green eyes like that of a snake. She eerily reminded me of her mother, with her cold gaze and hateful eyes, and there was little I could do to keep from squirming. When she realized the effect she was having on me, she lowered her gaze, then said, "Come in." I entered without so much as giving her a second look, not knowing whether or not she would accept what I had to say, or if she would even take it at face value. I wasn't exactly sure what to say, though, when it all came down to it. I'd simply spoken out of turn. How was I supposed to apologize for that? When she seated herself on the bed and lifted her eyes to look at me, she said, simply, "What do you want?" "To apologize," I said. I was scared and spoke irrationally. "You spoke to them," Marianne replied. "Yeah, I know." I lowered my eyes to look at the floor, balled my hand into a fist, and waited for revelation to strike me. When it didn't, I merely lifted my head to look at her. "Do you know how many people they killed at Fort Hope?" "Do you know your mother was the one that caused all their deaths?" I asked.
"Do you think I don't know that?"
the girl asked.
"Why do you think I've been crying all this time?"
"I'm sorry what I did upset you," I replied. "I didn't think. I was just trying to keep us safe. You need to decide what side you're on, Anna Mia." "What?" The girl narrowed her eyes at me.
"You need to decide,"
she repeated.
"If you're on their side or our side." "I'm on our side,"
I cried.
"And by that, I mean our side. You, me, and Asha's. I'm trying to keep us safe, not anyone else.
Maybe that's the problem, the girl said.
Maybe you're just thinking about yourself.
There's going to come a point where we meet up with other people, she continued. And they're going to ask who we are, what we did, how we got here. Most importantly, they're going to ask why we didn't get abducted. You're going to have to explain to them that you're Anna Mia Sophia Barrios, the girl they heard in the sky announcing the Grey's pleas. And you're going to have to explain that you don't agree with everything they've done, especially if they came from Austin.
Marianne sighed.
You have to decide, Anna, what side you're on. It's them or us now. There isn't any together.
We can't beat them, I said.
How do you know? The girl asked.
They vastly overpower us, outnumber us. They can destroy us with beams of light. They have monsters stalking the streets. How are we supposed to win?
I don't know,
Marianne said.
All I know is that you have to figure out what you're doing, and when. Now, before something bad happens.
I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, exhaled it. The swell of my ribcage was enough to make me feel mortally human, especially considering what all we'd just gone through. When it finally came time for me to answer, it was simply for me to say, "All right."
All right?
Marianne asked. "All right," I replied. The girl narrowed her eyes at me once more.
Well, are you going to tell me or not?
I'm with us, I said. Humanity. And I was, too. Not only in flesh and blood, but heart and soul. Though I had wanted this conflict to end with the two races coming together, I realized, now, in light of everything that had happened, that this conflict was not simply going to stop. No. After what had happened in Austin, after the bold attack by humanity and the quick retaliation from the Greys, there was little left in the way of negotiation. That had to change. How or even when that would happen, I couldn't be sure. Only time would tell. That night, while snuggled next to Asha beneath the blankets in a room we had made our own, I dreamed of a time and place that I could not understand. In this dream, which was not a dream but perhaps more of a prophetic nightmare, I stood in a field, waiting for the world to end. Watching, waiting, anticipating, dreading. I looked on as in the sky harvesters heralded their arrival with the trumpet of horns, while on the ground men and women trampled toward a city that bore no name. Armed with knives, guns, pitchforks and flames, they marched with their heads held high, and their backs ramrod straight, their hands clutched around weapons and their eyes set ahead. Distantly, I could hear gunfire, explosions, the screams and cries of fighting men, while nearby I could sense the calamity within the air, the torment that came from fighting in a hopeless war. I saw men of age, children who were not, women who wore in their eyes a hopelessness that came from surrender. I expected many of them to give in, to stop what they were doing and simply give up. But that was not the case. No. This battle, as monumental as it was not meant to be lost so easily. It was for this reason, and many I did not know, that these men and women marched on, toward deaths that would come swiftly and without mercy. From the distant wood, they began to come, eyes wide, mouths agape, dagger-like claws poised to the ground. The coyotes marched in tune to those trumpets bellowing overhead, and only began to charge when one man screamed. Shots were fired. Coyotes fell. Men and women with knives took up position alongside their gun-wielding brethren to wait for their untimely end. Then they ran. Like wolves, they descended upon humanity, as though we were nothing more than sheep. And like wolves, they dug in, snarling, baying, tearing limb from limb the men and women who sought to free their world. There was little they could do against such a swarm, against an unholy calamity, and for that reason, many simply turned and fled, only to be cut down by harvesters as they swooped low, aimed true, and fired. "Go!" I heard a serpentine voice say, its words like running water along the bloodiest of shores. "Kill!" And they did, effortlessly at that, while I, alone in the world, with nothing to do but stand, watched in terror. This couldn't be what the world would come to. This madness, this dread, this great and existential horror. It could not begin or end like this. Could it? I didn't know. Couldn't, for this was only a dream. But while standing there, watching the battle unfold, I witnessed something I would have never thought possible. Asha. She marched alongside a number of men armed to the tooth and nail in police-issue riot armor, bearing within one hand a pistol and another a machete. She lifted her gun and fired as a serpent appeared from the midst of the battle and reared its head back to hiss at the incoming warriors. Her shot, true as it happened to be, barely did damage to the creature, skimming its porcelain scales which had since been stained with blood. It lunged, once, and attacked, but not Asha. No, she was spared. Instead, a man at her side was ripped in half as the serpentine being's massive jaws clamped down upon his upper half. A coyote came forward. Asha cut it down. Another charged. She shot it dead. I wanted so badly to help, so badly to enter the fray which I was surely meant to be a part of, but I realized, at that moment, that I was frozen solid to the ground, as though my feet were wrapped in vines and I were immobilized in place.
"No."
A voice I instinctively knew was Grayson's said.
"This is not your battle."
"Then whose?" I started. That was when I watched it happen. Asha's death. It came so swiftly that I could barely comprehend it. Like Xiomara was in battle and my mother was in flight, the coyote lunged from the crowd and simply attacked, stabbing, with its dagger-like claws, its hands into her sides, which were not shielded by battle armor. She had but a moment to look up, and in that moment our eyes exchanged glances, our mouths silent screams for one another. "Help!" was all Asha was able to say. Then she fell, hard to the ground, and was ripped to shreds in but an instant. It was at that moment, when, at the height of my grief, and at the boiling point of my rage, that I awoke from my dream, covered in sweat, my feverish temperature burning my body with flames of hate. I jerked upright and let loose a light sob that woke Asha instantly. "Anamia?" my friend asked. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" I started. "You..." Then I cried. Asha held me for what seemed like hours. During this time I remained in her arms, sobbing, hysterically into her blouse, unable to stem the flow of tears that followed. I thought of everything that had happened in that dream, and everything that could happen now, and slowly, with effort I could only begin to imagine, pulled my head away to look at her. "Tell me, she said. So I did. All of it, including her death. When finally I finished, Asha looked at me and said, "It was only a nightmare."
A nightmare that could be true,
I replied, taking hold of her face and bowing my brow against hers.
A nightmare that could be true, Asha.
She didn't say anything. Rather, she allowed me to hold her for the next several minutes, not saying or doing a thing. There was little I could compare it to, this silence, this dread, and for that reason I tried to gain my composure, but to little avail. Shortly thereafter, Asha drew away and turned to look out the nearby window, which we'd chosen not to shutter, and instead leave slightly cracked to allow the cool night air in.
Asha,
I managed. It was just a dream, Anamia.
But...
Asha shook her head. But nothing, she said.
I see things,
I replied.
Know things.
You don't know anything, Mia, and that's what scares me the most. So I thought. She was afraid, just like I was, and just like Marianne before me. I reached out to press a hand against her bare arm and watched her shiver as my fingers found purchase upon her skin.
Asha?
I said. Yeah? She asked.
I'm sorry I scared you.
I've been scared since we left Burgundy, she said. Since we left Fort Hope. Since...
What?
I asked. Since they came, she said. I sighed and closed my eyes, during which time I thought and prayed for some kind of answer, for some kind of holy warning. When none came, I opened my eyes to look out the window and watched the wind make ripples across the water as a lone fish jumped beneath the moonlight.
I'm sorry I woke you,
I said after several moments of indecision. It's okay, Asha said. We all have nightmares sometimes, right? I nodded. With that said, I laid back down, closed my eyes, and resigned myself to sleep, hoping, above anything else, that it would come swiftly and peacefully. Chapter 5. I was woken the following morning by Asha frantically shaking my body. Anna, she said, her voice low and desperate. Anamia, wake up.
What's wrong?
I asked.
Is everything all right?
I think you need to come see for yourself, Asha replied. Immediately struck with a sense of dread, I crawled from beneath the covers, slipped my feet into the slippers I kept beside the bed, then allowed Asha to drag me into the hall. Once we were down the stairs and standing in the living room, I immediately took note of why she was panicking. Passing, on the road outside our dwelling, in solid lines of machine and metal, were Humvees and trucks filled to the brim with supplies. The National Guard, I whispered. Yeah, Asha replied, turning her head to look at me. How long have they been out there?
At least 5 minutes,
Marianne said from where she was crouched by the window. She waited several long moments to follow up with anything else, her eyes intent on the activity taking place outside. When she finally did turn her head, she offered a look that could have cracked boulders and pulled the heavens from the sky.
What should we do?
She then finally asked. I started, then stopped, unsure how to proceed. I paused then, too stumped to respond. My brain was in overdrive, my heart pounding in my chest. Part of me was compelled to say that we should go, that there were places we could be and people we could help, but another told me that was not the case. That we, as the only survivors of the Burgundy Hospital massacre, should remain here and not step foot outside our dwelling. It wasn't our job anymore. It was the president's and her men's, and no one else's. While standing there, considering what all I could say, Asha pressed a hand against the small of my back and nearly made me jump out of my skin. "Sorry," my friend said. "It's all right," I replied. "Don't worry about it." "You never answered my question," Marianne said. "I don't know what we're doing," I replied. "All I know is that I'm not about to follow strangers again. Not after what happened the last time." Marianne returned her gaze to the window. It was obvious, by the way her lips were trembling, and her eyes were wavering from one spot to another, that she was struggling with what to do, how to respond, what to say, or even how to act. I couldn't blame her, though. After the massacre at Burgundy Hospital, it was any wonder she hadn't broken down and collapsed. I knew part of her strength came from her anger, another from her sheer terror over what might happen next. Regardless, it wasn't the time for us to be afraid, especially when we knew that Lago Vista was going to be occupied not only by the Greys, but humankind as well. "Now's our chance," I said, after a moment's consideration. "What is?" Asha asked. "We can follow them," I started. "But," Marianne interrupted. "And nibble off whatever leftovers they happen to leave behind," I finished, turning my gaze on the blonde girl sitting beside the window. "What do you mean?" Asha frowned. "What I mean," I continued, "is that the Greys will be too distracted by the presence of the National Guard to take notice of us. We get in, take whatever we can from the houses that they're not going to be occupying, then get out." "But what about the houses around us? Shouldn't we check them first?" "No one's going to bother with anything so far outside of the city," I said. "We should go to the source of the supplies." "I agree," Marianne said, rising and crossing the short distance between us. "We can always search the closer houses later. We should take advantage of any distraction we can get." "Exactly," I said. "Let's get dressed. Then we can go." We stole out of the house and made our way through the woodlands that bordered the aging road that led to Lago Vista. Tailing the National Guard as if we were scavengers meant to feast off the remains of a greater predator's kill, we cut through the thicket like knives through butter, as we made our way toward what was obviously the second designated source for the Greykind's refugees. Scared out of our minds, but knowing that we had to do this now rather than later, Asha took point, and led our group with the rifle raised, and her eyes set toward the vanishing Humvees and trucks in the distance. "Is the coast clear?" I asked, as we began to draw toward the outskirts of the city. "Almost," Asha said, as she peered through the scope. She lifted a hand to halt us mid-stride and crouched to scan the area. "Do you see anything?" Marianne asked, adjusting her hold on the small wood-splitting axe she held in her left hand. "Not yet," Asha replied. "Doesn't mean there isn't anything out here, though." A coyote bayed somewhere in the distance. A shot rang out. Silence permeated the air. "Must have been a feral," I whispered. "You don't know that," Marianne said. "They could have released them back into the wild to police us humans." "You never know," Asha said, then pushed herself to her feet. "All right, it looks like the coast is clear. Everyone know what they're getting?" Marianne and I nodded. "Let's go," Asha said. We kept to the trees as much as we could until they began to taper out at the edge of the city. Once unable to remain beneath their shadows, we stepped onto the barren and cracked streets and started toward the rows of businesses that flanked the outskirts of town. Most, mainly the grocery and convenience stores, had already been raided, judging by their broken windows and open doorways. But it wasn't these we were after. No. Our destination, which stood tall and proud no more than 100 feet away, was a home goods store. One that would surely have all the things we were looking for. There, Asha said, pointing. There's our candles.
And our clothes,
Marianne said.
Let's go. Before anyone or anything shows up.
My friends didn't bother to argue with me as I started forward, my eyes constantly scanning the perimeter for anything that could possibly alert me to danger. I sensed, distantly, in places I could not determine, the Greys, as well as coyotes and even a serpent patrolling the streets, but walled my consciousness off quickly before my mind could touch any of theirs. It would only take one false move to alert them to my presence. If that happened, there'd be no way out of it.
Stay calm,
I mumbled. Stay focused. Anna? Asha asked. You okay?
Fine,
I replied, only stopping when we came to the front display window. I turned to face Marianne and extended my arm. The axe, please.
Oh,
the girl said, pushing it forward.
Here.
After taking it in hand, familiarizing myself with the grip, and swinging it a few times to ensure that I understood its weight, I turned and, in one swift motion, brought it down upon the window. Spiderwebs cracked the glass. I slammed the axe against the window a second time. The spiderwebs thickened. On the third strike, which was undoubtedly the most forceful, the glass caved in and showered before me like teardrops raining down from an unworthy god. I grimaced at the sound it made, but was pleased that we would now finally have a way in. There we are, I said, turning to return the axe to Marianne.
That was loud,
the girl offered. I know, which is why we're going to have to make this quick. Split up, Asha said, as she mounted the display platform, pushing past fading mannequins whose time in the sun had bleached their bodies and the clothes they wore. Marianne, you take the right side, I'll take the left. And I'll go down the middle, I said. We split up. Asha and Marianne for their ways, I for mine. Immediately, I came upon fall clothing, and without considering the sizing, I tore sweaters from racks and crouched down to begin shoving them into my pack. Moments passed in eerie silence, during which time all I could hear were the haunting footsteps of my companions as they made their way throughout the business. We were safe, for the time being. With my consciousness guarded, there was absolutely nothing to worry about. At least, so far as I thought. That was when I heard it. The sound of footsteps that were most obviously not Asha's, Marianne's, or my own. I stood, swore, and craned my head around. 2 men, each bearing within their hands bloodied baseball bats, were approaching the line of businesses wherein the 3 of us wandered. No, I whispered. You see that? One of them asked. Yeah, the other replied. That wasn't like that before. Looks like we got ourselves some shoplifters. Should we teach them a lesson? I shivered as the thought of what they might do to us entered my head. As thoughts of what cruel perversions either their bodies or bats could perform, and was just about to open my mouth before I heard Marianne call out.
I found the tea lights!
My heart sank almost instantly. The men, no more than a dozen feet away from the window by now, froze. You hear that? The taller man with the buzz cut asked. I heard it. The other, shorter man with the goatee replied. Girls. Girls. The way he said it made my skin crawl.
Anamia?
Marianne asked, as she appeared from a nearby aisle.
Why aren't you answering?
The girl froze a moment later. The men, who could now see the younger girl head on, broke into feverish grins before taking off into runs.
No!
I cried.
Asha! Asha!
We've got 3 of them, the taller man said. Teenage girls, ripe for the picking.
Anna!
Marianne cried.
Anna Mia!
I didn't hesitate. I took off into a run. Knife brandished, I hurled myself into the path of the 2 men. They swung their bats. I dodged with grace. I lunged, tried to stab the shorter man, and was met with resistance as he lashed out and grabbed my hair. Gotcha, he said. Marianne screamed and came barreling down the hallway, axe swinging wildly before her. She only made it a few feet before the man swung his bat and knocked the axe out of her hand. Marianne froze. She lifted her hands. She began to back away. Hello, Asha, the taller man said, slapping his bloodied bat against his free hand as he made his way toward the blonde girl. It's nice to meet you.
Leave us alone!
Marianne cried. For what? The man asked. You're gonna hurt us? The shorter man snickered and tightened his hold on my hair.
I'll scream,
Marianne said as the man approached her.
I'll do it.
That's all right, the man replied. I like it when they're loud.
Stop!
Asha cried. The 4 of us turned. Asha stood atop a display platform, rifle aimed at the man holding me hostage. Run, Marianne, Asha said. The girl took off around the taller man and beelined toward Asha. What are you gonna do? The taller man asked. Shoot us? Watch me, Asha replied. The shorter man spun me about and pinned me against his chest. Try it, he said, and I'll bash her brains out. Don't make me do it, Asha replied, closing one eye and taking aim at the man's head. I froze, unable to believe what was happening. She was actually going to shoot. She was going to shoot the man even though my head was only a few inches below his own. I didn't have time to hesitate. I brought my elbow back against him. He jerked his head back. The gun went off. Blood sprayed my face. I took off as his body slumped to the floor and listened in pure terror as the tall man came charging after me. Asha chambered a bullet. I jumped toward the platform. The gun went off a second time and the man's footsteps ceased to come. He screamed, though, long and hard, as if Asha hadn't delivered the killing shot. I spun. I looked down. The man was clutching at his neck as his carotid arteries spurted blood across the clean white tile. Help, he managed, his eyes rolling up to look at me. I shook my head, kicked his hand away, and watched even more blood spurt from his wound. It took mere moments for him to pass out, then a second for his body to jerk in its death throes before he went stiff. Are you all right? Asha asked, as she descended the platform, as Marianne stepped out from around a thick wooden display of winter wear. I'm okay, I said, reaching up to wipe the blood from my face. Don't worry about me. We should probably go, my friend said. But, I started. She's right, Marianne replied. We don't know what kind of attention we might have drawn. I looked down at the 2 men, at the remnants of the shorter man's head and the pool of blood still extending from the taller man's neck, and nodded. There was no point in us being here anymore. We got what we came for, Asha said, as she turned to lead us out of the home goods store. That's all we could have. She stopped. I turned and then paled. Standing in the threshold leading out of the store were 3 coyotes, their black eyes staring, their mouths agape. Oh, crap, Marianne said. They bayed, howled, and then charged. Run! Asha screamed, lifting her gun and firing a shot at one of them before turning and taking off deeper into the store. Where? I cried. Anywhere! Marianne screeched. I didn't hesitate. I ran. The sound of the monsters trampling through the store was unlike anything I could have ever imagined. Trapped within an enclosed space with not one or two, but 3 coyotes, I split off from Asha and Marianne to give them a better chance at survival and made my way toward where the kitchen supplies lined the shelves of the home living department. I spun, determined to face my attackers, and grabbed hold of a frying pan just in time for one of the creatures to come barreling toward me. Its double rows of teeth extended like a shark's and wildly snapping at the air. I swung the frying pan. The blow connected. The creature dropped to the ground, momentarily stunned. But it didn't last. No. It couldn't have been that simple. Not at all. Because a moment later, the creature was up and charging me again, its hellish features comparable to nothing that had ever walked the earth before. This time, I didn't bother to try and confront it as I turned and ran, making my way toward the emergency exit. Marianne screamed. Asha fired her gun. The sound of madness filled my ears. I threw myself against the emergency door, expecting a blaring alarm to go off, for the old world to come surging back into the modern. But that was not the case. Instead, only my cry as my body impacted with the security bar could be heard. Then the groan of unopened metal as I tore out into the open, dashing down the alley as yet another shot rang out. A second shot from Asha's rifle rang out. Then a thought struck me. I was abandoning my friends to whatever cruel fates the coyotes would have for them. Asha, Marianne, they'd die without my help. I turned, rage in my heart and panic drumming my consciousness, toward the opened emergency escape. The creature pursuing me, who, speckled with mange, appeared like a dog who had been abused for its entire life, stepped free of the home goods store and chuffed at the cool air. The sound a low, bitter reminder that these things, despite their intelligence, were still animals. It whipped its head around when it heard my footsteps and giggled like any cruel hyena would, and then lifted its hands, spreading its long, bony fingers at the end of which were its dagger-like claws. It then advanced, loping forward at a slow, leisurely pace, as if it knew it had the advantage in a battle against good and evil. I raised my knife. The creature laughed. I broke into a run just in time for it to come sailing toward me. I ducked, narrowly avoiding its claws and potential decapitation, and slammed the blade of the butcher knife into its sternum, dragging it throughout its body and grimacing as warm blood sprayed against my arm. It groaned, then, and slashed at my face, drawing flesh wounds along my face from the high cheekbone all the way down to my jawline. I screamed. It screamed. Another shot went off. This time, I pulled the knife free, stabbed again, and drove it to the ground before ripping my weapon free and starting back into the home goods store. As I entered, viewing the carnage taking place around me and the destruction that littered the space, I tried to see through the pain blotting my vision and found that most of the shelving in the aisles had been knocked down. Standing upon one platform was Asha, weapon raised, sweat beading her brow. At first, I didn't see Marianne. Then I saw her, lying on the ground, resting in a puddle of her own blood. No, I thought. She couldn't be dead. She just couldn't. But both coyotes were atop her. How could she have survived such a brutal attack? But she had. Her fingers twitched. Her eyes, glazing over from pain, sought mine. Help! She managed. Asha fired, the shot tearing through the base of one coyote's neck and felling it instantly. Shoot it! I screamed. I'm out of bullets! The girl screamed. I have to reload. But there was no time, no place, no purpose. If I were to do nothing, Marianne would surely die. My thoughts blurred into violence as rage consumed me. As boiling anger surged throughout my being, I threw myself forward without regard for my own safety and thrust myself upon the coyote, dragging my knife along its spine and then stabbing its ribcage over and over again. It roared and thrust itself backward. I, minuscule in comparison, was knocked to the ground. I watched as it leaned forward to take hold of Marianne's neck. Then I heard the rain of bullets that came from automatic weaponry. The machine gun fire tore through the creature's body as if it were blades through ribbon, and felled it nearly instantly, killing it in a blaze of glory unlike anything I could have possibly imagined. I turned my head. I saw, in the window we'd entered through, a number of soldiers in military fatigues, armed to the tooth and nail with heavy weaponry. I couldn't help myself at that moment. All caution was thrown to the wind in but an instant, when, in looking upon Marianne, and in seeing how badly injured she was, all I could do was scream one word. Help! The soldiers came running, dividing themselves into 3 groups to secure the area and to ensure that those coyotes we'd felled were dead. Shots were fired into their heads as a young Indian man, carrying a satchel with a medical insignia upon its leather, bowed at Marianne's side and reached out to take her pulse. Is she? I started, tears streaming down my eyes. She's not dead, the man replied. At least, not yet. Sir! Sir! We need an emergency evac this instant. Got it, a tall Native American man with the darkest eyes I'd ever seen said. Someone get a blanket and make a stretcher. It was done nearly instantly, created in a matter of moments. Then 4 soldiers were carrying Marianne out of the store and toward a destination I could only begin to imagine. Are you all right? The native man asked, reaching out to press a hand against my shoulder. I'm fine, I said. Your face. I could have cared less at that moment. All I knew was that Marianne was near death, and there was absolutely nothing we could do about it. From the platform that a mannequin had once starred center stage upon, Asha jumped down, rifle in hand, and began to make her way forward. Sir, she called, as she began to make her way toward us. We need to get out of here. I agree, the native man said. He turned to look at the soldiers awaiting his command and said, Men, move out. What about us? I asked. What do we... You're coming with me, girl. He turned to look at me, and it was obvious, from the way his eyes widened, that he'd truly taken in my features. You're... her, he started after a moment. The one who spoke for them. Yeah, I replied. What are you... He raised his stock of his gun and struck me before I could finish. Moments later, I blacked out. Chapter 5. I was woken the following morning by Asha frantically shaking my body. Anna, she said, her voice low and desperate. Anna Mia, wake up. What's wrong? I asked. Is everything all right? I think you need to come see for yourself, Asha replied. Immediately struck with a sense of dread, I crawled from beneath the covers, slipped my feet into the slippers I kept beside the bed, then allowed Asha to drag me into the hall. Once we were down the stairs and standing in the living room, I immediately took note of why she was panicking. Passing, on the road outside our dwelling, in solid lines of machine and metal, were Humvees and trucks filled to the brim with supplies. The National Guard, I whispered. Yeah, Asha replied, turning her head to look at me. How long have they been out there? At least 5 minutes. Marianne said from where she was crouched by the window. She waited several long moments to follow up with anything else, her eyes intent on the activity taking place outside. When she finally did turn her head, she offered a look that could have cracked boulders and pulled the heavens from the sky.
What should we do?
She then finally asked. I started, then stopped, unsure how to proceed. I paused then, too stumped to respond. My brain was in overdrive, my heart pounding in my chest. Part of me was compelled to say that we should go, that there were places we could be and people we could help. But another told me that was not the case, that we, as the only survivors of the Burgundy Hospital massacre, should remain here and not step foot outside our dwelling. It wasn't our job anymore. It was the president's and her men's, and no one else's. While standing there, considering what all I could say, Asha pressed a hand against the small of my back and nearly made me jump out of my skin. Sorry, my friend said.
It's all right,
I replied. Don't worry about it.
You never answered my question,
Marianne said. I don't know what we're doing, I replied. All I know is that I'm not about to follow strangers again. Not after what happened the last time. Marianne returned her gaze to the window. It was obvious, by the way her lips were trembling, and her eyes were wavering from one spot to another, that she was struggling with what to do, how to respond, what to say, or even how to act. I couldn't blame her, though. After the massacre at Burgundy Hospital, it was any wonder she hadn't broken down and collapsed. I knew part of her strength came from her anger, another from her sheer terror over what might happen next. Regardless, it wasn't the time for us to be afraid, especially when we knew that Lago Vista was going to be occupied not only by the Greys, but humankind as well. Now's our chance, I said, after a moment's consideration. What is? Asha asked. We can follow them, I started.
But,
Marianne interrupted. And nibble off whatever leftovers they happen to leave behind, I finished, turning my gaze on the blonde girl sitting beside the window. What do you mean? Asha frowned. What I mean, I continued, is that the Greys will be too distracted by the presence of the National Guard to take notice of us. We get in, take whatever we can from the houses that they're not going to be occupying, then get out. But what about the houses around us? Shouldn't we check them first? No one's going to bother with anything so far outside of the city, I said. We should go to the source of the supplies.
I agree,
Marianne said, rising and crossing the short distance between us.
We can always search the closer houses later. We should take advantage of any distraction we can get.
Exactly, I said. Let's get dressed. Then we can go. We stole out of the house and made our way through the woodlands that bordered the aging road that led to Lago Vista. Tailing the National Guard as if we were scavengers meant to feast off the remains of a greater predator's kill, we cut through the thicket like knives through butter as we made our way toward what was obviously the second designated source for the Greykind's refugees. Scared out of our minds, but knowing that we had to do this now rather than later, Asha took point and led our group with the rifle raised and her eyes set toward the vanishing Humvees and trucks in the distance. Is the coast clear? I asked, as we began to draw toward the outskirts of the city. Almost, Asha said, as she peered through the scope. She lifted a hand to halt us mid-stride and crouched to scan the area.
Do you see anything?
Marianne asked, adjusting her hold on the small wood-splitting axe she held in her left hand. Not yet, Asha replied. Doesn't mean there isn't anything out here, though. A coyote bayed somewhere in the distance. A shot rang out. Silence permeated the air. Must have been a feral, I whispered.
You don't know that,
Marianne said.
They could have released them back into the wild to police us humans.
You never know, Asha said, then pushed herself to her feet. All right, it looks like the coast is clear. Everyone know what they're getting? Marianne and I nodded. Let's go, Asha said. We kept to the trees as much as we could until they began to taper out at the edge of the city. Once unable to remain beneath their shadows, we stepped onto the barren and cracked streets and started toward the rows of businesses that flanked the outskirts of town. Most, mainly the grocery and convenience stores, had already been raided, judging by their broken windows and open doorways, but it wasn't these we were after. No. Our destination, which stood tall and proud no more than 100 feet away, was a home goods store. One that would surely have all the things we were looking for. There, Asha said, pointing. There's our candles.
And our clothes,
Marianne said.
Let's go. Before anyone or anything shows up.
My friends didn't bother to argue with me as I started forward, my eyes constantly scanning the perimeter for anything that could possibly alert me to danger. I sensed, distantly, in places I could not determine, the Greys, as well as coyotes and even a serpent patrolling the streets, but walled my consciousness off quickly before my mind could touch any of theirs. It would only take one false move to alert them to my presence. If that happened, there'd be no way out of it. Stay calm, I mumbled. Stay focused. Anna? Asha asked. You okay?
Fine,
I replied, only stopping when we came to the front display window. I turned to face Marianne and extended my arm. The axe, please.
Oh,
the girl said, pushing it forward.
Here.
After taking it in hand, familiarizing myself with the grip, and swinging it a few times to ensure that I understood its weight, I turned and, in one swift motion, brought it down upon the window. Spiderwebs cracked the glass. I slammed the axe against the window a second time. The spiderwebs thickened. On the third strike, which was undoubtedly the most forceful, the glass caved in and showered before me like teardrops raining down from an unworthy god. I grimaced at the sound it made, but was pleased that we would now finally have a way in. There we are, I said, turning to return the axe to Marianne.
That was loud,
the girl offered. I know, which is why we're going to have to make this quick. Split up, Asha said, as she mounted the display platform, pushing past fading mannequins whose time in the sun had bleached their bodies and the clothes they wore. Marianne, you take the right side, I'll take the left. And I'll go down the middle, I said. We split up, Asha and Marianne for their ways, I for mine. Immediately, I came upon fall clothing, and without considering the sizing, I tore sweaters from racks and crouched down to begin shoving them into my pack. Moments passed in eerie silence, during which time all I could hear were the haunting footsteps of my companions as they made their way throughout the business. We were safe, for the time being. With my consciousness guarded, there was absolutely nothing to worry about. At least, so far as I thought. That was when I heard it. The sound of footsteps that were most obviously not Asha's, Marianne's, or my own. I stood, swore, and craned my head around. 2 men, each bearing within their hands bloodied baseball bats, were approaching the line of businesses wherein the 3 of us wandered. No, I whispered. You see that? One of them asked. Yeah, the other replied. That wasn't like that before. Looks like we got ourselves some shoplifters. Should we teach them a lesson? I shivered as the thought of what they might do to us entered my head. As thoughts of what cruel perversions either their bodies or bats could perform, and was just about to open my mouth before I heard Marianne call out,
I found the tea lights!
My heart sank almost instantly. The men, no more than a dozen feet away from the window by now, froze. You hear that? The taller man with the buzz cut asked. I heard it. The other, shorter man with the goatee replied. Girls. Girls. The way he said it made my skin crawl.
Anamia?
Marianne asked, as she appeared from a nearby aisle.
Why aren't you answering?
The girl froze a moment later. The men, who could now see the younger girl head on, broke into feverish grins before taking off into runs.
No!
I cried.
Asha! Asha!
We've got 3 of them, the taller man said. Teenage girls, ripe for the picking.
Anna!
Marianne cried.
Anamia!
I didn't hesitate. I took off into a run. Knife brandished, I hurled myself into the path of the 2 men. They swung their bats. I dodged with grace. I lunged, tried to stab the shorter man, and was met with resistance as he lashed out and grabbed my hair. Gotcha, he said. Marianne screamed and came barreling down the hallway, axe swinging wildly before her. She only made it a few feet before the man swung his bat and knocked the axe out of her hand. Marianne froze. She lifted her hands. She began to back away. Hello, Asha, the taller man said, slapping his bloodied bat against his free hand as he made his way toward the blonde girl. It's nice to meet you.
Leave us alone!
Marianne cried. For what? The man asked. You're gonna hurt us? The shorter man snickered and tightened his hold on my hair.
I'll scream,
Marianne said as the man approached her.
I'll do it.
That's all right, the man replied. I like it when they're loud. Stop! Asha cried. The 4 of us turned. Asha stood atop a display platform, rifle aimed at the man holding me hostage. Run, Marianne, Asha said. The girl took off around the taller man and beelined toward Asha. What are you gonna do? The taller man asked. Shoot us? Watch me, Asha replied. The shorter man spun me about and pinned me against his chest. Try it, he said, and I'll bash her brains out. Don't make me do it, Asha replied, closing one eye and taking aim at the man's head. I froze, unable to believe what was happening. She was actually going to shoot. She was going to shoot the man even though my head was only a few inches below his own. I didn't have time to hesitate. I brought my elbow back against him. He jerked his head back. The gun went off. Blood sprayed my face. I took off as his body slumped to the floor and listened in pure terror as the tall man came charging after me. Asha chambered a bullet. I jumped toward the platform. The gun went off a second time and the man's footsteps ceased to come. He screamed, though, long and hard, as if Asha hadn't delivered the killing shot. I spun. I looked down. The man was clutching at his neck as his carotid arteries spurted blood across the clean white tile. Help, he managed, his eyes rolling up to look at me. I shook my head, kicked his hand away, and watched even more blood spurt from his wound. It took mere moments for him to pass out, then a second for his body to jerk in its death throes before he went stiff. Are you all right? Asha asked, as she descended the platform, as Marianne stepped out from around a thick wooden display of winter wear. I'm okay, I said, reaching up to wipe the blood from my face. Don't worry about me. We should probably go, my friend said. But, I started. She's right, Marianne replied. We don't know what kind of attention we might have drawn. I looked down at the 2 men. at the remnants of the shorter man's head and the pool of blood still extending from the taller man's neck, and nodded. There was no point in us being here anymore. We got what we came for, Asha said, as she turned to lead us out of the home goods store. That's all we could have. She stopped. I turned and then paled. Standing in the threshold leading out of the store were 3 coyotes, their black eyes staring, their mouths agape. Oh, crap, Marianne said. They bayed, howled, and then charged. Run! Asha screamed, lifting her gun and firing a shot at one of them before turning and taking off deeper into the store. Where? I cried. Anywhere! Marianne screeched. I didn't hesitate. I ran. The sound of the monsters trampling through the store was unlike anything I could have ever imagined. Trapped within an enclosed space with not 1 or 2, but 3 coyotes, I split off from Asha and Marianne to give them a better chance at survival and made my way toward where the kitchen supplies lined the shelves of the home living department. I spun, determined to face my attackers, and grabbed hold of a frying pan just in time for one of the creatures to come barreling toward me, its double rows of teeth extended like a shark's and wildly snapping at the air. I swung the frying pan. The blow connected. The creature dropped to the ground, momentarily stunned. But it didn't last. No. It couldn't have been that simple. Not at all. Because a moment later, the creature was up and charging me again, its hellish features comparable to nothing that had ever walked the earth before. This time, I didn't bother to try and confront it as I turned and ran, making my way toward the emergency exit. Marianne screamed. Asha fired her gun. The sound of madness filled my ears. I threw myself against the emergency door, expecting a blaring alarm to go off, for the old world to come surging back into the modern. But that was not the case. Instead, only my cry as my body impacted with the security bar could be heard. Then the groan of unopened metal as I tore out into the open, dashing down the alley as yet another shot rang out. A second shot from Asha's rifle rang out. Then a thought struck me. I was abandoning my friends to whatever cruel fates the coyotes would have for them. Asha, Marianne, they'd die without my help. I turned, rage in my heart and panic drumming my consciousness, toward the opened emergency escape. The creature pursuing me, who, speckled with mange, appeared like a dog who had been abused for its entire life, stepped free of the home goods store and chuffed at the cool air. The sound a low, bitter reminder that these things, despite their intelligence, were still animals. It whipped its head around when it heard my footsteps, and giggled like any cruel hyena would, and then lifted its hands, spreading its long, bony fingers at the end of which were its dagger-like claws. It then advanced, loping forward at a slow, leisurely pace, as if it knew it had the advantage in a battle against good and evil. I raised my knife. The creature laughed. I broke into a run just in time for it to come sailing toward me. I ducked, narrowly avoiding its claws and potential decapitation, and slammed the blade of the butcher knife into its sternum, dragging it throughout its body and grimacing as warm blood sprayed against my arm. It groaned, then, and slashed at my face, drawing flesh wounds along my face from the high cheekbone all the way down to my jawline. I screamed. It screamed. Another shot went off. This time, I pulled the knife free, stabbed again, and drove it to the ground before ripping my weapon free and starting back into the home goods store. As I entered, viewing the carnage taking place around me and the destruction that littered the space, I tried to see through the pain blotting my vision and found that most of the shelving in the aisles had been knocked down. Standing upon one platform was Asha, weapon raised, sweat beading her brow. At first, I didn't see Marianne. Then I saw her, lying on the ground, resting in a puddle of her own blood. No, I thought. She couldn't be dead. She just couldn't. But both coyotes were atop her. How could she have survived such a brutal attack? But she had. Her fingers twitched. Her eyes, glazing over from pain, sought mine.
Help!
She managed. Asha fired, the shot tearing through the base of one coyote's neck and felling it instantly.
Shoot it!
I screamed. I'm out of bullets! The girl screamed. I have to reload. But there was no time, no place, no purpose. If I were to do nothing, Marianne would surely die. My thoughts blurred into violence as rage consumed me, as boiling anger surged throughout my being. I threw myself forward without regard for my own safety and thrust myself upon the coyote, dragging my knife along its spine and then stabbing its ribcage over and over again. It roared and thrust itself backward. I, minuscule in comparison, was knocked to the ground. I watched as it leaned forward to take hold of Marianne's neck. Then I heard the rain of bullets that came from automatic weaponry. The machine gun fire tore through the creature's body as if it were blades through ribbon, and felled it nearly instantly, killing it in a blaze of glory unlike anything I could have possibly imagined. I turned my head. I saw, in the window we'd entered through, a number of soldiers in military fatigues, armed to the tooth and nail with heavy weaponry. I couldn't help myself at that moment. All caution was thrown to the wind in but an instant, when, in looking upon Marianne, and in seeing how badly injured she was, all I could do was scream one word.
Help!
The soldiers came running, dividing themselves into 3 groups to secure the area and to ensure that those coyotes we'd felled were dead. Shots were fired into their heads as a young Indian man, carrying a satchel with a medical insignia upon its leather, bowed at Marianne's side and reached out to take her pulse.
Is she?
I started, tears streaming down my eyes. She's not dead, the man replied. At least, not yet. Sir! Sir! We need an emergency evac this instant. Got it, a tall Native American man with the darkest eyes I'd ever seen said. Someone get a blanket and make a stretcher. It was done nearly instantly, created in a matter of moments. Then 4 soldiers were carrying Marianne out of the store and toward a destination I could only begin to imagine. Are you all right? The native man asked, reaching out to press a hand against my shoulder. I'm fine, I said. Your face. I could have cared less at that moment. All I knew was that Marianne was near death, and there was absolutely nothing we could do about it. From the platform that a mannequin had once starred center stage upon, Asha jumped down, rifle in hand, and began to make her way forward. Sir, she called, as she began to make her way toward us. We need to get out of here. I agree, the native man said. He turned to look at the soldiers awaiting his command and said, Men, move out. What about us? I asked. What do we... You're coming with me, girl. He turned to look at me, and it was obvious, from the way his eyes widened, that he'd truly taken in my features. You're... her, he started after a moment. The one who spoke for them. Yeah, I replied. What are you... He raised his stock of his gun and struck me before I could finish. Moments later, I blacked out. Chapter 6. I woke later with a throbbing headache that radiated throughout my temple, all the way into the center of my skull. Nauseous, disoriented, and unsure where I was. I opened my eyes to find that I was lying on a cot in an army green tent in a place I couldn't even begin to determine.
Hello?
I moaned, reaching up to take hold of my head.
Is anyone there?
Movement sounded at my side. I jerked my head, groaned, and retched as vertigo swam over my vision. It took several moments for the feeling to finally die down. When it did, I opened my eyes to find a pair of combat boots at the edge of my vision, then lifted my head. The Native American soldier stood at my side, his eyes harsh as he looked down at me. "Barrios," he growled.
What?
I asked, unsure how, or even if, I should say anything further. "You're a sympathizer."
I'm not.
I managed, lifting my head further to face his eyes. "You spoke for them," the man continued, crouching down and taking hold of my chin. "Lied for them. Tricked people for them."
No,
I said, tears coming to my eyes.
I just wanted it all to end.
"Look at how well that turned out for us." He released his hold on me, took a step back, then craned his eyes toward the tent's open flap.
Where's Asha?
I asked.
And Marianne?
"Your friends are in the medical tent," the native man replied. "The blonde is gravely injured." Gravely. The word, and its impact, could have killed had it the power to do so. I swallowed the lump in my throat as I pushed my legs over the side of the cot. Once my feet were firmly on the ground, I rose, unsteadily, only to be pushed back down.
I want to see them,
I said, craning my head back up at the tall man. "There's nothing you can do for the girl."
I still want to see them,
I growled. "Tell me what you were doing in the city."
I was looking for supplies,
I said, desperate to rise but knowing that, in my weakened state, the man would merely push me back down.
I swear, that was all I was doing.
"You weren't following the caravan?"
No!
I cried.
I
paused, then, as the realization began to dawn on me. I'd assumed that the Humvees and trucks filled with supplies had been the humanitarian aid for the Greys, not for men and women who sought to fight the invaders of our planet.
You aren't following the president's orders,
I said, matter-of-factly, knowing, based solely on instinct and common sense, that I was right. "No," the man replied. "We're not." I stared at him, unsure how to respond to the declaration that had just been made. His eyes narrowed, his lips pursed. He began to tap his foot. It was obvious that he was waiting for me to say something further, to challenge him on the matter at hand, but when I didn't, he simply shook his head, crossed his arms over his chest, and continued by saying, "You're considered to be an enemy in some circles." "Why?" I asked. "Because you sought to create sympathy for people who have destroyed our planet." "I was forced to," I replied. "I had no choice." "Everyone has a choice, Barrios." "Well, I didn't. And now I'm paying for it." The man narrowed his eyes once more, sighed, then gestured me to stand. This time, he reached out and took hold of my arm, holding me in place as he judged my expression and the odd coloring in my right eye. Then he released me and said, "Follow me." I did so without question, knowing that refusing his order was likely to get me in even more trouble than I already was. As he led me out of the tent he had been stationed within, then down an aisle of similar dwellings, I swallowed an ever-growing lump in my throat and watched as a group of soldiers paced along both sides of the aisle, guns drawn and eyes alert. They glanced at me as we passed and offered looks both questioning and damning, but didn't say anything as we continued on down the row.
"Where are you taking me?"
I asked. "To see your friends," he replied.
"I thought you said—"
"That there was nothing you could do for them? No, there isn't. But the one is conscious and watching over the other. It'll be easier to keep an eye on the three of you if you're in one place."
"What are you doing here?"
I asked. I heard the sound of an incoming helicopter and raised my head just in time to see it pass overhead. "We're the resistance," the man replied. "The men and women who are going to end this war." I didn't say anything, not because I didn't want to, but because I wasn't sure how it would be taken. I had so many questions I wanted to ask, so many answers I needed to hear, but it couldn't be helped at that moment. My mind, it was too jumbled. My thoughts frazzled beyond compare. Asking for details wouldn't have helped anything, especially given the circumstance. We came to a red tent with white trim and stopped outside its passage. "I'll warn you," he said. "Your friend is in dire health."
"Anna?"
a voice asked. Seconds later, Asha appeared in the threshold leading to the tent.
"Thank God," she said. "You're okay."
"I'm okay," I replied, taking her into my arms as she stepped forward.
"How is she?"
"Bad," Asha said. "I don't even think you should come in and look."
"She's not awake, is she?"
Asha shook her head. "No, it's the one blessing we've happened to have today." With a nod, I turned my attention to the native soldier standing beside us and said,
"How do I address you, sir?"
"You can address me as Sergeant Goshivan."
"Goshivan."
I nodded, lifting my eyes to face the tall man.
"What do you want us to do?"
"I want you to stay put, so we can decide on what to do with you. We don't deem you a threat, yet, but that's likely to change depending on what my commanding officer says."
"I'm not with them," I said.
"Sir, you have to believe me." Goshivan narrowed his eyes. I closed my eyes and sighed. "Come on," Asha said, taking hold of my hand. "Come inside. It's cold out here." It was, and though I wanted nothing more than to stare the man down until I broke him of his ignorant notion, I nodded and allowed Asha to pull me into the tent. Inside, I saw the saddest sight one could ever possibly imagine. A friend, in the hospital, bedridden. In bandages from the waist to neck, Marianne looked as fragile as a doll, one who precariously dangled between the surface of life and the edge of death. I wanted, at that moment, to simply reach out and touch her. But given the way nearly every part of her upper body was wrapped in bandages, I didn't dare attempt it. "The meds are keeping her unconscious," Asha said, nudging her head toward the intravenous drip beside the bed. "She lost a lot of blood."
"Is she in a coma?" I asked.
"No, at least, I don't think so. I think she's just asleep."
"Is there a medic somewhere who can answer our questions?"
"I've already asked all of them, Mia. He said that, given the extent of her injuries, we're lucky she's even alive."
I wasn't sure what to say, or even do at that point, so instead, I merely huddled to the ground and took my head in my hands.
"Mia,"
Asha asked, crouching down beside me.
"Are you all right?" My head feels like it's going to explode, and one of my best friends almost died, but yeah, I'm okay.
Mia,
She sighed. She reached out and parted my hair from my face, careful to avoid touching my wounded cheek and jawline.
I'm sorry I couldn't do more. It's just,
They moved so fast, and before I knew it, they were on Marianne. I shouldn't have ran, I said. If you hadn't have run, you'd have ended up just like Marianne. Or worse. Asha replied. She set a hand on my shoulder and leaned against my body, offering a one-armed embrace that was comforting regardless of the turmoil I dwelt within.
I don't know what I'd do if you died.
I'm not going to die, I said. I promise.
You can't promise anything in a world like this,
Asha said. And it was true. Regardless of my convictions, regardless of my sure-fired intent, there was no way I could promise my life over anything else's. Death. It could come in a moment. This we had learned over the course of the past 2 months. With a sigh, I opened my eyes to look back at Marianne. At that moment, I prayed. If not for her life, then for her safe and comfortable passing. No one deserved to die in pain. Sadly, it was a reality we faced on a daily basis. I dozed, fitfully, in the medical tent while waiting for something, anything to happen. Unaware of what fate might befall me or even Asha, I tried to regain what little strength I could by sleeping. Though it did not come easily. I lay, lengthwise, along the cold concrete, Asha's body the only warmth the world offered. Hours passed, during which time no one, or no thing, entered. I compared it to something like peace, even though we lay at death's door. Our blonde-haired, green-eyed angel awaiting her heavenly departure. And it was only when footsteps sounded outside the tent's flap that I opened my eyes. A man, tall, black, and handsome, entered. He looked first to Marianne, then to the floor where Asha and I lay before sighing and saying, "Are you awake, Miss Barrios?" "I'm awake," I said, careful to shrug out of Asha's grasp before rising to face the tall man. "Who are you?" "My name's Colonel Marshall. I'm the one in charge of this dispatchment of the Resistance." "I take it you're here to deliver my fate?" I asked. The man sighed and lifted his cap to run a hand across his buzz-headed scalp. He then returned the cap to his head before turning to face me. "Come with me, please." So I did, following him out into the cool night as if he were the shepherd meant to lead the sheep across the valley. We made our way down the aisle of tents and toward a perimeter that had been erected from satchels of sand and snarls of barbed wire. Here, he paused, and here he looked out into the effortless night, as if there was nothing to be feared, nothing to be lost, nothing to be gained. "Sir?" I asked, after a moment's hesitation. "I know you were the one who encouraged people to take a chance with the Greys," the man said, refusing to look at me as he stared into the darkness. "But from what Sergeant Goshivan said, you were forced to do this by another person." "I was." "Who did that happen to be?" "A woman by the name of Dubois," I said.
Dubois,
the man replied, closing his eyes. A smile cracked his lips and revealed white teeth that shined in the illumination from the nearby floodlight.
"Ah, Dubois."
"You knew her?" I asked.
"She graduated the top of our class,"
he said.
"I was second only to her."
"Was she always so cruel?"
"Let's just say she never let anyone get in her way."
Colonel Marshall frowned. Do you happen to know what happened to her?
The last I saw of her was when she tried to shoot down the mothership.
Ah,
Marshall said.
the mothership.
He pursed his lips and pressed a hand against his stubbly chin before turning his head to look at me.
You aware that her attempts to disable it failed?
I figured as much, I replied. They have self-repairing machines.
Nanotechnology. The pinnacle of machinery.
He exhaled a long, drawn-out sigh and tuned his gaze up to the stars.
It will be extremely difficult to defeat them while they have it.
Is there any way we can steal it? I asked, crossing my arms under my breasts.
That's the thing. We don't know how they use it. It could be a mechanism which is already built into their aircraft, or it could be something that is deployed. Regardless, the technology is already programmed to perform a specific set of functions. It could take months, maybe even years to crack the code that makes it work.
So it's hopeless, I sighed.
Not hopeless,
the colonel said.
It's only hopeless if you see it as such.
How could I not, though? Their power, it was enormous. Their strength, unprecedented. Their intelligence, unfathomable. They were the gods who walked among men, who, simply by lifting their hands, could make or break a nation. They'd come to this world 6 years ago and had changed everything. Life, death, the beginning, middle, and end. People no longer woke up to go to routine jobs, to ordinary families, to watch news where people killed senselessly and without regret. People woke up wishing for survival, for one last day in which they could hug their loved ones before telling them goodbye. For me, for Asha, even for Marianne, that was no longer a possibility. I closed my eyes, tilted my head back, breathed in the scent of cold winter air. There was little I could do to prevent the flood of emotions that followed. Colonel Marshall, I said.
Yes, Anamia?
He asked. If my friend doesn't recover, if she dies.
We'll give her a proper burial,
the colonel said.
That is all there is we can do.
A single tear slipped free from my golden right eye. Thank you, I said. With that, I turned and began to make my way back toward the medical bay, toward where one life awaited me, and a potential death another. The odds were not in my favor. That thought, as burdensome as it happened to be, was what compelled me to continue on. Marianne died the following morning. There was little I could do to prepare myself for the declaration as it was made from the medic, who, with sad eyes and a somber expression, tested her pulse once it became clear that she was no longer breathing. Having slept throughout the night, it was completely jarring to awaken to see a man standing at her bedside, but even more to see the expression on his face. "What is it?" I'd asked, as I stared upon the man's face. "Is she?"
"I'm sorry," he replied. "Your friend didn't make it."
I sat at her bedside for quite some time, wishing, hoping, thinking, praying that it was all a mistake. I held her hand, traced her bandaged fingers with my thumb, longed to hear her laugh, see her eyes, feel her warmth. Instead, all I felt was death. One that had come too early and at the hands of something that should have never existed in our world in the first place. She was only 15, I said, as Colonel Marshall stood in the doorway, respecting both Asha and my own wishes for there to be no one else in the tent as we said our final goodbyes.
"This is what happens during war,"
Colonel Marshall said.
then bowed his head as he reached up to take hold of a small golden cross that dangled from his neck. "I'm sorry for your loss."
"So am I,"
said. My tears, which had since run dry, stained my face, to the point where the tracks they'd created through the dirt appeared to unmask me for what I truly was. Human. I'd lost a friend in the span of a few hours. Could I not have awoken sooner to say goodbye? I closed my eyes and expelled a breath I'd been holding for quite some time, before turning my attention on Asha, who sat opposite me, just staring at the dead friend in our midst. It was Jason all over again. The innocent who'd been robbed by the world and all its horrors, except this time, it'd come from someone who'd barely been able to defend herself. "We shouldn't wait," Asha said. "We should bury her." She turned her attention to the colonel in the threshold. "Is there a park or something where we can take her?" "There's a beautiful spot," Colonel Marshall said. "Give me a moment and I'll gather up some men." It took less than 5 minutes for 5 men to be assembled. For one to wrap the body, for another to lift it into his arms, for a third to lead us through the campgrounds and toward a distant park. There, Marianne was set down. And there, spades were handed out to those attending what could only be a warrior's funeral. We dug, quickly but with careful deliberation, a hole at the foot of a tree, 6 feet deep and 3 feet wide. Then we lowered Marianne in and bowed our heads in prayer. "Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil," I whispered, fresh tears running down my face and into the cold ground below. "For thou art with me. Thy rod and staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou hast anointed my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and loving kindness will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell within the house of the Lord forever." "Amen," Asha then said. "Amen," the rest of the group finished. We buried her, then, in a garden prepared for Marianne by the hand of God himself, covering her with earth that, though cold, would eventually return her to the planet. I worked until the grave was fully covered, and then made my way to a standing fountain where, within, there rested a number of stones. Even the cold water couldn't dull the flames of agony in my heart. Asha joined me, and soon we'd covered Marianne's grave not only with earth, but rock. She would rest peacefully here, in the garden prepared by God himself. Never again would she have to worry. The soldiers left shortly thereafter, telling us, in but a few simple words, that they would not be far. Within shouting distance they would be, and though comforted by the knowledge that we would be protected, my own lamentations could not be tamed. While standing at my side, staring down at the makeshift grave that had been prepared in haste, Asha reached down and took hold of my hand. "Anna Mia," she said, her voice low and with little emotion. "Yeah," I asked. "I love you." I closed my eyes. "I love you too," I said. A dove sang the rest of the morning. There was little we could do in that moment but pray. Chapter 7. Not long before her death, Marianne had told me that I had to pick a side. Her death decided that for me. Standing in the middle of a tent we shared with about a dozen other soldiers, I looked on at the outside world and tried to determine what our first course of action would be. "Hey," Asha said, brushing a hand along my arm. "Are you okay?" It had been 6 days since Mary Ann's death, and though still entrenched in grief, I was able to nod with enough surety to make me believe that I was being honest. Before, I hadn't been able to answer or respond without feeling dishonest, or guilty, or lying completely. At least at that point, I could accept her touch without shying away.
"You've decided?"
Asha asked. I have, I said.
"So, what are we doing?"
Why are you asking me? I frowned. It's not like I'm answering for both of us.
"I'd follow you anywhere, Mia."
I knew she would, too, which was why it was so important for me to make the right decision, and the proper one at that. With a nod, I turned to face Asha and struggled to meet her eyes.
"It's okay,"
the girl said, reaching forward to tilt my chin up.
"I'll understand any decision you make."
I know.
"So what is it? What are we doing?"
I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, then opened and looked up to face Asha.
"We're going to stop them,"
I said, no matter what. With a nod, Asha reached down, took hold of my hands, then pulled me into her embrace. I couldn't help but bow my face into her shoulder.
"It's gonna be okay,"
Asha said, first patting, then stroking my back.
"We're gonna make a difference.
I know.
We just have to figure out how to fight back."
To me, it was obvious. We would strike them at their weakest point, the humanitarian aid camps, and do so without mercy. While I'd initially been hesitant to do so based solely on the fact that not all the Greys were responsible, they'd broken their allegiance by releasing their monsters back into the world. Why should we, or even I, have mercy upon them, especially after what had happened to Mary Ann? I drew away from Asha just in time for Sergeant Goshivan to step into the tent.
"Soldiers,"
he said. Yes, sir? I asked.
"The colonel has requested all able-bodied men to meet at the mess hall."
"Let's go,"
Asha said. We followed Sergeant Goshivan without pause, making our way outside, and then down the varying aisles of tents that eventually led to the tent where food was served. Given its ample size, it was the perfect place for meetings to be held. And though hesitant to join what would unarguably be the first of the great gatherings that would occur here, I knew that we could not sit around and wait much longer. As we entered the tent, and as Asha and I took our positions beside one another at a sprawling set of tables, Colonel Marshall made his way to the back of the tent, cleared his throat to draw everyone's attention, and said,
"Listen up."
Silence fell almost immediately.
"As you all are already aware,"
he began,
"the enemy force has already invaded and begun to colonize the city of Lago Vista. We, the resistance of Central Texas, have followed in an attempt to gain reconnaissance and determine what our best course of action would be. I can now safely say that we have the intel we need to make our next move." "What is it?"
a male soldier at my right asked. Yeah? A female soldier sitting further down from Asha added. What did our scouts find?
"Our scouts found that the alien invaders have positioned themselves within the Lago Vistan High School. Early reports indicate that there are dozens of Greykind inhabiting the facility, and are, from further investigation, converting and then housing themselves within the classrooms. The majority of the Greykind within the school district are women, children, disabled, and inept. They do, however, have soldiers patrolling the area. They are currently in the process of eliminating hostile threats, mainly feral coyotes and those few reapers who have been cast out from previous harvestings and experimentations. My plan," he then said, "is to use their own resources against them."
"What does that mean?"
Asha asked.
"It means," Miss Dawson, that we are going to use the Ferals and Reapers against them.
The colonel's eyes centered on me for a moment, before scanning the crowd of soldiers before us.
How do you propose we do that?
Someone asked. It's not like we're going to be able to purposely lead them away from the school. Another added.
Not when their women and children are present.
Does anyone have a problem with killing civilians? A timid male, who barely appeared out of his teens, asked.
I mean, they're defenseless.
They're not, I spoke up, pushing myself upright before looking down the aisle at the man who had spoken. What's your name, sir?
Timothy Michaels.
Timothy. I smiled. Do you not realize that these people have been abducting, experimenting on, and killing us for the past 6 years?
Yes, but
They won't spare us any mercy if they even think we're a threat. My friend, I stole a quick breath, died because of the Ferals they promised would be gone from our streets. She was butchered. Do you think they care?
I don't.
No, I answered, inspired by the strength and conviction within my words. They don't.
But you spoke for them,
someone said.
How can you say such a thing?
I spoke for them because I was forced to, I replied, and because I wanted this to end. I've only just realized that it's not going to end unless we do something about it. Colonel Marshall nodded. I want to tell you something, I said, turning my attention on the man who led the entire division before us. I was bitten by a coyote about 2 months ago. Shortly thereafter, I began to have dreams, nightmares, visions. I then discovered, in the time after my recovery, that I could communicate with the Greys and summon the coyotes simply by revealing my presence to them.
You mean?
Colonel Marshall started. I can communicate telepathically with them? Yes. What I propose, I then continued, stepping out of my seat and beginning to round the tent, is as follows. We split our forces into 3 teams. One team will assist me in distracting the Grey soldiers by protecting me, while I draw any Reapers and feral coyotes into the area. This should effectively draw them away from the school, leaving it open to attack. The other 2 teams, led by Colonel Marshall and Sergeant Goshivan, will storm the school's front and rear exits and kill anyone who happens to be in the building.
How do you know it'll work?
Someone asked. I've drawn coyotes and Reapers before, I replied, turning to face the woman who'd asked the question. I know it'll work, but it'll be dangerous, and we'll only have a small window of opportunity before the Greys realize what's going on.
She's right,
Colonel Marshall said.
With their telepathic abilities, they'll be able to call for reinforcements at any time.
We have to do this quick, guys. There can't be any room for error. I paused to take a deep breath, then expelled it before adding, Who thinks this plan is a good idea? At first, no one raised their hands, likely because they were unsure of the tactics of a 17-year-old girl who had just appeared in their midst. As they looked at me, however, as they gazed upon my tanned features, my determined gaze, my golden eye, they slowly began to raise their hands, one by one, until all 50 men and women in the room had their arms in the air.
Then it's settled,
Colonel Marshall said.
We'll attack when night falls, after their people have gone to sleep.
Nods greeted the colonel's declaration. As the commanding officer dismissed us, I turned and, with Asha at my side, began to make our way toward our tent. One thing was for certain. Our war against the Greys had just begun. Night came, and with it, the realization that the true horrors were soon to begin.
Listen up,
Colonel Marshall said as he made his way throughout the tent, exchanging glances with the soldiers who were arming up for their prospective duties.
We're going to be making our way into the heart of Lago Vista, toward the local high school where the Greys have been reported to be taking refuge. To do this, we are going to divide ourselves up into groups of 16 individuals each. Anamia's team will lead the initial charge into the city, and will use the intel reported to us by the scouts in the field to determine where the Grey Ground troops are currently patrolling. She will then, with her psychic sense, draw whatever ferals or reapers happen to be in the area toward the dispatchment. Isn't that going to be dangerous?
Timothy Michaels, who'd chosen to join my unit, asked. I'm going to be the bait, I replied, turning my head to look at the timid teenager who was only a few years older than I was. What I'll need you all to do is watch my back while I do what it is I have to do. That'll probably involve breaking into local homes or businesses and watching the area while I lure them toward the school.
Sergeant Goshevan will take the 2nd unit and make his way around the southern side of the school.
Colonel Marshall continued.
There, he will wait until the coast is clear, and my own unit is in position at the rear entrance, before entering and eliminating any hostiles within. Does everyone understand the plan?
Sir, yes, sir! The 48 people within the room chanted.
Good,
Marshall said.
Then it's settled.
He walked toward me, then reached into his pocket to retrieve a simple black and yellow walkie-talkie.
Anamia?
Sir, I said, taking hold of the communications device as he passed it forward.
You'll alert us to your progress simply by clicking the button on the side and speaking into the receiver. It's set to our chosen channel, so you'll have no need to fear about us missing a communication.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant,
he then said, gesturing the Native American military man forward.
You will storm the front entrance after Anamia gives us the clear, to ensure that those Greys within have no choice but to be forced into our ambush. Understand? I understand, Colonel. Goshevan replied. Good. Then let's set out.
Given that I was tasked to lead my unit into the heart of Lago Vista, I departed first, and followed, by way of moonlight, the directions scrawled in red Sharpie upon a simple printout of the city. Though we were only about 2 miles away from the school district, it seemed like it would take forever to get there. As in darkness, every shadow was a foe, every streetlight a sentinel, every disturbance within the sky a harvester patrolling the night. Asha, who'd chosen to remain by my side, leaned forward to examine the map and said,
Are you sure you're okay with this?
I'm fine, I replied, lifting my eyes to look at her.
The last time you did this
was in Austin, a major population center. There's not going to be as many reapers or ferals in the city. Maybe just enough to cause a tiny distraction.
You think they'll be able to keep the Greys preoccupied long enough?
There was no way to tell. Without the knowledge of how many reapers or ferals happened to be in the city, there was no way to determine if they would be a formidable enough force to distract them, let alone engage them long enough for us to wipe out one of their primary aid camps. For that reason, I didn't answer. And as we continued to make our way into the city, slightly detouring in order to give Goshevan and Marshall's units space to safely position themselves, I began to doubt the plan as a whole. Unable to concentrate on it for long, I directed us down an alleyway 2 blocks away from the school, raised my hand to stop the group of men and women accompanying me, then turned to face them and said, This is it.
We're stopping here?
Timothy Michaels asked. You are stopping here. I am going forward.
Mia, Asha sighed. You don't know how dangerous it is out there.
They're likely patrolling the next block over, I replied, crossing my arms beneath my breasts. Besides, I need to have time to lure them in. Having a larger group is just going to make things complicated. Can you run? Another female soldier asked. I mean, if they spot you? She's the fastest runner I've ever seen, Asha replied. And I was, too. Childhood games of tag had proved that, and though I hadn't run like that in years, I still knew, based on what speed I'd been able to exhibit in the home goods store, that I could easily outrun any feral or reaper that happened to come my way. I was just that fast. With a nod, and with determination and the slightest inkling of fear in my heart, I reached down, drew the pistol from my side, and chambered a bullet before turning to my group and saying, "Send a few prayers up for me, okay?" "Yes, ma'am," the group said as a whole. Asha only stared and offered a slight nod before leaning forward to peck me on the cheek. My decision made, and my plan set into motion, I maneuvered out of the back of the alley while the soldiers began to take position along the varying houses, gardens, and businesses that stood upon this side of town. The night was brutal, the chill immense, the clouds threatening to block out the moonlight the further I went on. As I neared the school, taking extra care not to draw any attention to myself, I scanned my surroundings and tried to determine where, exactly, would be the perfect spot to begin my summons. I found it a few short moments later, in the form of a big rig truck that had toppled over in the middle of the street. Judging by the holes littered throughout it, which appeared to have been made by laser weaponry rather than anything humanity could have developed, whomever had been driving it had met a grisly end. Unable to dwell on it for long, I stepped forward, crouched down alongside the rig, and then took a deep breath before opening my consciousness to them. At first, I heard nothing but the cool wind, the rustle of leaves, the skitter of animals in the near distance. Then I heard them. So consumed by the throes of their disease, their sounds were unintelligible, and as such, marked them for what they truly were: ferals. Their rampant breathing and their erratic thought processes led me to believe that they were wandering, simply, through the streets. Beckoning them wasn't hard. I simply allowed my thoughts to run wild within my head, unhindered by fear or logic or even sense. I imagined where I was, what I was doing, how I was waiting, vulnerable, for them to come find me. Then I heard the shuffling footsteps somewhere nearby. After standing, I took a cautious breath, aimed my gun into the air, and fired a single shot. Glowing yellow eyes appeared from across the street a moment later. Then I ran. I cut across the asphalt and began to make my way toward where the school had been positioned upon the map. Vicious in my desires to seek revenge on those who had killed not only Marianne, but my mother and sister. I pumped my legs and ran as fast as I could, up the road that would eventually take me to the very building where the Greys and their most vulnerable happened to lay. I dodged over fallen trash cans, maneuvered around derelict cars, cut across wild, untamed lawns, and dashed across stoops before jumping over dilapidated picket fences. It was only when I began to see the telltale signs of their laser rifles glowing along their guns' white stocks that I turned and hightailed it into the alley, cutting off my consciousness in but a moment's notice. I heard the chittering sounds akin to monkeys in the rainforest, then heard pew-pew sounds as laser rifles were fired. I sent one final blast of my location out into the world around me before erecting every possible barrier I could. A dam, a wall, barbed wire, concrete, mounds of sand solidified and hardened by the wicked torture of a constant tide. All these things, and more, were raised around my consciousness in that moment, and though try as I may to imagine more, I couldn't bring myself to do it. That was when I heard them, then, the bay of reapers as they were drawn by the sounds of violence.
"Anna!"
A voice hissed.
"Anna-Mia!"
I blinked to clear my vision and found a female soldier crouched down in the nearby alley, beckoning me forward with a frantic wave of her hand.
"What is it?"
I asked as I approached, recognizing her as the Latina who had seen fit to question me at the meeting no more than that morning.
Colonel Marshall and Sergeant Goshevin are in position.
All right. I reached into my pocket, retrieved the walkie-talkie, then brought it to my mouth before clicking the transmit button and saying, "You're clear." That was when I heard it. Even from such a distance, the bomb as it went off and cleared through the front, and possibly even rear, exits. Though I could not see them, and though I wished not to at the moment, I imagined them running into the school, breaking down doors, raising rifles, firing upon those unsuspecting sleeping. There'd be no hesitation in that moment, when, unable to comprehend what all was going on, the Greys rose from slumber only to be shot down instantly. I heard the rain of automatic gunfire as people I'd previously thought innocent were mowed down, and the screams of men as they rained hell upon the Greys who had tortured us so. I closed my eyes and breathed in the scent of cool air, listening intently as those chittering sounds in the distance were amplified in pitch as they surely realized they were being attacked. After opening my eyes, I took hold of the female soldier's arm and said, "Let's regroup." She led me to where the main dispatchment was currently watching the proceedings across the street from the school. Guns trained on the streets from high windows, eyes alert and breaths quiet. They waited for the Greys, many of whom were covered in blood and gore, to begin to make their way toward the street before opening fire upon them. Their bodies, much like ours, were simply flesh and blood, bone and matter. Even their body armor couldn't save them from the onslaught of lead as it was fired their way. At one window, Asha trained her rifle on the doorway just as a smaller Grey, white in color, and dragging along its side a minuscule creature, attempted to flee from the school. It was, I came to realize, a mother and child. Asha hesitated.
"What are you?"
I started. A moment later, I heard a snap of a rifle that was not Asha's, and watched the Grey's head snap back in a sheen of gore, then watched the smaller creature as it crouched down in an attempt to rouse its parent. While watching the proceedings before me, while hearing the gunfire, the rage, the night as it was rent with the sound of bullets, I wondered if we were doing the right thing by slaughtering those who could not even defend themselves. Then I realized something. They had done the very same, time and time again, throughout the course of the past 6 years. Still, I wondered, why did it feel so wrong? Was it because I had orchestrated this plan? Because I, with my inherent gifts, created from contact with them, had caused these men and women, these soldiers both military and not, to storm a safe haven and end the lives of those less fortunate than us? I couldn't know. Rather than consider it, I sat down, bowed my head, and waited for the night's violence to come to an end. It lasted longer than I could have ever anticipated. By the time dawn struck the horizon, showering the world in shades of ghastly orange and bloody red, the streets were filled with the bodies of those who were Grey and those who were not. While standing among them, the living victorious and the defeated dead, I viewed this carnage with a sense of apathy I knew could only come as a result of being directly affected by war and all its horrid principles, and listened as the occasional gunshot was fired somewhere inside the building. They were sweeping one final time, attempting to ensure that no Grey kind was spared. It was obvious that some had managed to hide, but they wouldn't be able to for long.
Hey,
Asha said, as she drew up alongside me.
You did good last night.
I'm trying not to feel guilty, I replied. My friend frowned and reached out to set a hand on the right, uninjured side of my face.
Why?
She asked. Because they were women, I said. Children.
Who came here with the intent of overthrowing the entire world.
Asha replied, then sighed. She took a moment to compose herself before inhaling another breath and saying,
Mia.
I shook her off then, and began to make my way toward the school, wanting to see with my own 2 eyes the result of what my actions had caused. I stepped over the bodies of what I assumed was the gray mother and her child, and mounted the steps leading up to the school, then entered through the open double doors and made my way into the building, where, inside, I witnessed carnage on an unprecedented scale. Blood was everywhere. From the walls, to the ceiling, to the floors. Not a room had been spared, nor a person in it. It just seems wrong, I said after a moment's hesitation, that I could do something like this.
You didn't kill these people.
Yes, Asha, I did. The girl remained quiet, obviously waiting for some kind of response from me. Then she opened her mouth and said,
Mia.
Yeah?
I want you to listen to me when I tell you this, because I think it's important for you to know. Understand?
I'm listening.
Not every person is good. Not every person is bad. In wars, people are killed all the time. Men, women, children, the inept, the innocent, the ones who can't fight. Every time it happens, it's to send a message. Maybe by doing this, by sending our message, the Greys will realize that they can't strong-arm us into doing what they want us to do. They could have approached us quietly, sent a message to the president or to the world that they needed help. But instead, they put monsters on our planet and abducted, experimented on, then turned our people into monsters. My mother and father were killed when the harvesters blew our apartment building down. She continued. I watched it happen. I saw that beam of light as it decimated the building. I screamed, Anna, as I watched the foundation come down, as I realized that there was nothing I could do to save them. But it wasn't just my family that was lost that night. It was yours too.
I know. A shot rang out. War. It was meant to end lives. Maybe by the time it was over, we could all live in peace. Chapter 8. Given the school's defensible position, its fortified structures, and the fact that many of the life-giving supplies we would need to survive were already intact within the basement, it was decided, by none other than Colonel Marshall himself, that we would seize the building for our own. Thus began the cleanup, and ultimately the capture of the first settlement held by the Greys.
I can't believe we're staying,
Timothy Michaels said, reaching up to adjust the tank top across his scrawny chest as he scrubbed blood off the floor with a bucket and mop.
It's like a ghost town in here.
For now, Asha said. The 3 of us had been specifically tasked with cleaning up the front hall. While other soldiers cleared the dead from the rooms, the streets, and disarmed those Grey soldiers who'd been felled either by their crazed castaways or our soldiers, many returned to the previous camp to break down the tents and transfer the supplies back to base. It would, I imagined, take no more than 1 or 2 days to convert this place into the military establishment that it was. But still, I couldn't help but wonder if this place would be scrutinized by the Greys, and as such, be prone to attack. We had one of their homes, some of their technology, their dead piled in an ever-growing pit of bodies just outside the school's walls. What more could we possibly get? Unable to know, I continued to scrub the floor with diligence I found surprising, considering I was still racked with grief over what my abilities had happened to do. I'd promised myself that, after Burgundy Hospital, we wouldn't station ourselves with anyone else, let alone soldiers. But there we were, scrubbing blood off the floors of a place we had attacked in the middle of one of the most godforsaken nights in modern history. Shaking my head, I continued to scrub, trying, desperately, not to think of the mother and the child that I'd watched run out of the school. From what little time I'd spent with the Greys, I was unable to determine whether or not they expressed emotion. I'd been unable to see it upon the mother's face, or the child's, but surely they must have panicked. With no weapons to speak of, they'd no choice but to run, and when confronted by soldiers directly across the road, there had to have been a moment of motherly love in which she thought there was nothing she could do. Let it end quickly, I imagined her saying. If not for me, then for my child. The mother had been shot down instantly. The child had had enough time to consider the implications of its parent's death before it, too, had been slain. Sighing, I slopped the mop into the bloody bucket of water and turned to make my way toward the door. "Where are you going?" Asha asked. "I need some air," I replied. Asha didn't bother to say anything as I made my way out of the school and into the chilly November air. Cold, alone, and desperate for answers to questions I could not articulate in my mind, I descended the stairs that led into the Lago Vista High School and stepped into the middle of the street, watching as, along both sides of the road, men and women disposed of the bodies in the streets. Arranged into one big pile in the parking lot, just beside the school grounds, they were primed for burning, soaked in lighter fluid, and covered in flammable trash. Seeing them all like that, black eyes agape, mouths wide in perpetual shock, was something I could have never even begun to imagine. I hadn't seen a dead Grey until last night, but here they were, dozens of them, all waiting to be burned. "Barrios," Colonel Marshall said as he came up from behind me. "Why aren't you inside helping Dawson and Michaels?" "I needed to breathe," I replied. "You chose a bad time to do it," he said. He set a hand on my shoulder as another man stepped forward and sparked to life a match. We both watched as said man threw the match into the pile, then as flames spread like diseases throughout the mortal threshold of the human body. "Yeah," I sighed. "I guess so." "Something wrong, soldier?" I paused and looked up to face his dark eyes, waiting to see if he would encourage me further. When he didn't, I merely shook my head and said, "You'll think it's childish." "I have to watch out for my men. How else am I going to know what's happening in their heads?" "Okay." I took a deep breath, then exhaled it before saying, "I feel guilty." "Over what you did last night?" I nodded. "You have to learn to put those feelings aside," Colonel Marshall said. "Otherwise, they're bound to consume you." "I know," I replied. "It's just, they were defenseless. Innocents. Women, children. Who would have killed us in an instant if it had been the other way around." The colonel straightened his posture and watched as more bodies were added to the pile. "Do you understand that, Barrios?" It's us against them. There's no middle ground. I know the president believes that, and I know you did, at one point, even if it was out of hopelessness. But the people, they don't want this alliance. That's why there's so many of us.
You're not all soldiers, are you? I may call my men soldiers, but not all of them have military backgrounds. In the end, what does it matter when we have another gun on our side?
Are there more in Lago Vista? I asked. More Greys, I mean.
I imagine there are, but I can't confirm for certain.
How many were in the school?
250.
200? I managed.
Marshall nodded. Yes, he said, watching as even more bodies were lugged out and deposited onto the burn pile. 200 of them.
How were you able to count?
By the number of bullets we put into their heads.
Do you have ammunition? I mean, after everything we've expended.
We disbanded from a branch of the military, Barrios, stole a vehicle, loaded it with ammo, drove off in the middle of the night. We have ammunition. You have no need to worry.
I looked down at the pistol holstered at my side and realized just how precious the weapon was. There was no denying that ammo was a commodity, a currency worth its weight in gold. The fact that they'd managed to ride off with so much of it was enough to leave me questioning the state of the troops they'd stolen it from.
Do you regret it?
I asked, after a moment's hesitation.
Disbanding from the National Guard?
The colonel asked, then shook his head.
No, I don't. Not for a minute. He reached into his pocket, withdrew a pack of cigarettes, then pressed one to his lips before lighting it and saying, "Let me ask you something, Barrios."
"What's that?"
"Have you lost anyone?"
"My father, during the initial harvestings. Then my mother and sister when Fort Hope fell."
"No kidding,"
the man asked,
exhaling lungfuls of smoke.
He considered the burn pile before us, then tilted his head back down at me.
"You know that you shouldn't feel guilty about any of this."
"I know."
"I don't know what they did to your family, and I can only imagine what they might have done to your father up in their ships. But I do know this. They are merciless. They lack the basic human compassion that most of us are gifted with. They are focused purely on survival."
"And we're not?"
"Survival is necessary in a world where you can be wiped out in an instant,"
the man replied.
"We built this world, sowed these lands, and grew these crops. They came here and thought they could take it all away. They didn't even ask before they started to attack."
"That's what I told myself earlier," I replied. "They could have extended their hands in peace. But they didn't."
"Not in the slightest,"
Marshall said. He finished smoking his cigarette and stamped it out beneath his foot, grinding the butt into the ground as if it were little more than a bug.
"There's nothing to be ashamed of, Barrios, and there's certainly nothing you need to feel guilty about. This world is ours, not theirs."
"I know."
"Good."
Marshall set a hand on my shoulder.
"Now, go back to what you were doing. We need to make as many rooms as we can inhabitable before night falls. We'll need somewhere warm to sleep."
"I understand."
"And Barrios?"
I turned before I could begin to mount the steps. "Sir?" I asked.
"Thank you for your service. This couldn't have been possible without you."
I nodded before beginning to make my way back up the stairs. Countless hours were spent cleaning the halls, the walls, the floors, the ceilings. Though bullet holes littered the interior and blood was nearly everywhere, we managed to clean an astounding number of classrooms throughout the day, even managing to make a few sterling and comfortable, as if there had never been people there before us, and that ghosts never could haunt those places. By the time night fell, I was exhausted. Hands cramping, head swimming. I settled down on one of the cots that had been arranged in the classroom and watched Asha as she scooted a second one closer to me.
"You sure look tired,"
my friend said.
as she settled down across the makeshift bed. "I'm exhausted," I replied. More emotionally than physically, though. "You have a lot on your mind. I mean, considering it was you who, you know." I nodded, a slow breath entering my lungs and expanding my ribcage as I pulled a simple sheet over my body. Though it was cold, a soldier was currently attending to that matter by creating a makeshift space heater out of several tea lights that were arranged within a muffin tin. The flower pot that covered it would eventually serve as the conduit that would heat the entire room, and would offer at least some semblance of warmth come time everyone fell asleep. At my side, Asha watched me with an intent, hawkish gaze, refusing to remove her eyes from my person. She reached down and took hold of my hand a short moment later, then sighed and bumped our heads together. "What about you?" I asked. "How are you doing?" "I'm sad," she said. "You aren't going to believe this, considering how I acted in the past, but, well, I miss Marianne." "I do too," I replied. She had been the last piece of innocence I'd seen in the world. The final lamb who, removed from its mother, had been allowed to walk the sterling fields. Snow white, it'd been porcelain. Absolutely beautiful in all respects. To have seen her cut down, and then to have witnessed her swift decline to death, was horrifying. While the nightmares had decreased in intensity, they still came, though in bits and pieces, rather than full onslaughts of the actual event. I turned my head to the nearby window and watched the fire as it continued to burn, as it continued to remove from this world those denizens who were never meant to come here in the first place. "Asha," I said after a moment. "Yeah?" my friend replied. "Do you think we can win?" "The war, you mean?" "Yeah." The girl closed her eyes and pursed her lips, lay her head on the pillow and pulled her own sheet further up her body. When she finally opened her eyes, it was to show an indecision and confusion that I hadn't expected from her, especially considering she was normally so level-headed and stubborn. "Asha," I frowned. "I think," the girl began, "that we can win, but it's going to take a long time. It might not happen in 6 months. It might not happen even in a year. I don't want to think that this will go on for a year." "It may even go on longer than that," Asha replied. "The thing is, I don't know. I wish I could, but there's no way to tell." "Do you think they know?" I asked. "That you chose us instead of them?" Asha replied. She shook her head. "No, I don't." "How can you be so sure?" "You didn't come into direct contact with them. So how could they know what you feel?" Asha shrugged. "So far as I see it, you're safe." "It's not going to last forever, Asha." "I know." "They'll keep making us go back into the field." "I know." "They'll keep using me to get what they want." "I know." "Did we make the wrong choice?" I whispered, drawing closer so only she could hear. "By coming here, being with them?" "I don't think we had much of a choice," the girl responded. "They were taking care of Marianne, and now—" Asha sighed. "Now we just have to go with emotions. We're safer here. There's almost 50 well-armed people in our midst. I mean, we're as safe as could possibly be." "I know." Sleep pulled at me, in a time and place where, after a hard day's worth of work, my body was finally beginning to give out. I wanted nothing more than to relax, to ensure that I would be ready for the next morning. But with so many thoughts running wild through my head, it was almost impossible to think it could happen. Rather than allow said thoughts to consume me, I reached out, took hold of Asha's hand, then closed my eyes. I slept soundly that night, next to the girl whose heart I loved. Sadly, only nightmares followed. Days passed. The school was cleaned, occupied, made a fortress of impenetrable odds. The library was dismantled and converted into a supply chamber, and while wandering through the labyrinthine piles of books that had been stacked against the far wall, I considered everything that could happen in the coming weeks and when the next attack against our enemy would be. I hadn't heard anything from Colonel Marshall or Sergeant Goshevin regarding this fact. Had I been forgotten? I didn't think so. At least, not at that moment. After my contribution to the mission's success, I'd been hailed by my fellow soldiers as a hero, a girl who, with the power of telepathy at her disposal, could trick the alien invaders into believing anything. While I knew this wasn't true, I didn't bother to explain the logistics of my gift, and as such accepted the praise at face value. There was no need to scare anyone, let alone in such a manner that would bring down morale. I kept quiet, and mainly to myself, not bothering to interact with anyone I didn't have to. Still dwelling on the matters at hand, my thoughts ran the gambit of right or wrong, good or evil, martyr or murderer. I was beginning to accept that I, Anna Mia Sophia Berrios, would play an instrumental part in this war, especially when it came to the success rate of any future missions. A knock at the nearby threshold caused me to stop my wanderings. "Anna Mia?" Sergeant Goshevin asked. "Yes?" I replied, turning my head to face the native man. "Colonel Marshall would like to speak with you." "About what?" "He didn't say. Only that it was of great importance." With a nod, I turned and, after navigating around the piles of books I'd sequestered myself within, followed the sergeant out of the library and down the hall. Though the main office and the principal's quarters where the colonel had made himself home weren't far, each step felt burdensome, as if I'd been forced to wear and walk within iron boots. Given that the door to the office was already cracked, I'd no need knock as I approached. Goshevin left, and Colonel Marshall stooped over the radio, lifted his head to look at me. "Ah," he said. "Anna Mia. Good. I was wondering when I'd get to talk to you." "Sorry I've been so distant," I replied. "I've just been..." "Thinking. Yeah. I know, it's understandable, considering everything you've gone through in the past 2 weeks." Nodding, I entered the office and pushed the door shut behind me before seating myself in the chair opposite the massive oak desk. "So," I then said, "what was it you needed from me?" He gestured to the massive radio sitting atop the desk and said, "See this?" I nodded. "This," he said, "is our communication to the outside world. Old enough to be nearly undetectable by their sensors, but reliable enough to where it can catch most frequencies regardless of what is being used." He twisted a dial and gestured me to lean forward. "Hear that?" he asked. The buzz of static was quiet. White noise in its lightest, most primal form. "Yeah," I replied. "But I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be hearing." "Just give it one moment." With a second nod, I waited for the radio to transmit whatever utterance it had to offer. A short moment later, it came.
"Hello. This is Commander Stephanie Dubois of the Austin Dispatch of the Resistance. Come in. Over."
Dubois? I thought. How could she possibly be alive? Colonel Marshall offered a grin that would have split his face in half had it been any larger. "How?" was all I was able to ask. "That I'm not so sure. Regardless,
She and the remaining men from Burgundy Hospital require assistance that we can provide.
Are you sure that's a wise decision, sir?
What do you mean?
I wasn't sure how to explain Dubois' irrational behavior, or the fact that, before she had shot down the mothership, she had slowly been going insane. And I definitely wasn't sure what the news of her daughter's passing might do to her psyche. When Colonel Marshall's grin disappeared, I knew there was no way out of the dialogue that was to follow.
What aren't you telling me?
He asked. Marianne, I said. The girl who died. I swallowed. Was Commander Dubois' daughter.
Daughter? He asked. I didn't know Dubois had a daughter.
Yeah, I sighed, reaching up to part my hair from my face. I don't know how she's going to take the news, especially after, well,
what?
The man frowned.
What aren't you telling me?
Everything, I wanted to say, but instead kept my mouth shut. Rather, I began my story first by detailing Asha and I's arrival at Burgundy Hospital, then segued into the story of how she'd forced my hand by using Asha against me. When finally, I came to tell of how she'd pressed a gun against one of her own men's chest before she'd succumbed to madness and shot the mothership down, Colonel Marshall frowned and said,
I see.
I see? I asked. That's all you've got to say?
These are hard times, Berrios. Commanding officers do what they must in order to maintain their men.
I said nothing. Colonel Marshall leaned forward and said,
I think you should be the one to speak with her.
Sir, I frowned. Are you sure that's wise?
What do you mean?
She's in the middle of a war zone, I replied, steeling myself for whatever repercussions were to come. If I speak to her, she's going to ask where Marianne is. And if she asks where Marianne is, well, I can't lie to her. By telling her the truth, I may completely destroy her. Neither she or her men can afford that.
I see your point,
the man replied.
Very well then. I will inform her that we are sending reinforcements to Austin in order to help curb the current threats that inhabit the city. I would like you and your friend to go with the detachment I send there.
All right, I said. I can agree to that.
Dubois will eventually learn about her daughter's death, Berrios. You can't keep it from her forever.
I know.
Good. You're dismissed for now.
I stood, then, and turned to make my way out the door, but not before stopping to cast a glance over my shoulder as the colonel leaned forward to take hold of the radio.
Commander Dubois?
He asked.
This is Colonel James Marshall contacting you out of Lago Vista. Are you in need of assistance? Over.
The Greys are everywhere,
the commander cried.
What
sounded like a bomb went off on the other end of the line.
Dubois?
Marshall asked.
Are you there? Come in. Over.
No response followed. Colonel Marshall and I exchanged looks for one brief moment before he leaned forward, hit the transmit button, and said,
Commander Dubois, I'm sending troops to your location ASAP. Hunker down and wait for assistance. Over and out.
Chapter 9. We sat in the back of a massive cargo truck as we made our way back to the one place I never thought we'd return to. Jostled, repeatedly, back and forth, I struggled to maintain purchase on one of the many straps that had been bolted into the wall as the truck ran over bumps and sped over the unmaintained highway at an alarming rate.
What do you think we'll find in Austin?
One of the soldiers asked. Yeah? Another soldier added.
Is it really as bad as they say it is? That the Greys have taken over the city?
It's bad, Asha said, her morose tone enough to confirm that she was just as nervous as I was.
How do you know?
A woman asked. I was there.
And what did you see?
Death, Asha replied. Destruction. Carnage. Her words, dark as they were, silenced everyone, including the men who had been silently speaking amongst themselves. The bitter dread that hung in the air was like a cancer, assaulting the most vulnerable parts of our persons in ways that we could only begin to imagine. It struck our hearts, our minds, our bodies, our souls. We could not speak, could not act, could barely even breathe. Even exchanging glances with one another was almost impossible, as after Asha's declaration, no one wanted to look at us. It was almost as if she'd pulled a dark cloud over our world and allowed the life within it to snuff out, like a candle pinched by the almighty hand of God. It made everyone, and I knew it was everyone, bow their heads in silence. In the end, it didn't matter how grim Asha's proclamation had been. She was right. What we, and I imagined many of the soldiers, would come to face in Austin was unprecedented. Given the mothership's arrival, there was no telling what horrors might await us. Coyotes, both feral and not. Reapers, drawn by the violence. Serpents, ready and willing to kill. There could even be other monsters we had not yet seen stalking the city. The fact was, we didn't know. And that was the most terrifying thing of all. A touch graced my wrist. I looked down. Asha had placed her hand directly over mine. I flipped my palm over in the moments thereafter, so our fingers could lace together, and offered a single nod to assure her that everything was all right, that regardless of the grim declaration she had made, that everything would be okay. We didn't need to speak with our mouths in order to get that point across. It was in our eyes, on our faces, in the infallible touches we exchanged with one another. The men and women across from us kept their silence as we continued to speed across the countryside. With no windows to speak of save the one that looked into the front of the vehicle, it was impossible to determine where we were or exactly how fast we were going. Still, I watched, and I stared, hoping to see something, anything that would offer a glimmer of hope in what was undoubtedly the darkest situation ever.
Listen up,
Colonel Marshall said from his place in the passenger seat, craning his head to peer back through the window at the soldiers sitting silent and sentinel.
We're about to enter the last known location that Commander Dubois reported upon before her transmission feed went dead. We've been unable to hail her or her men on our transmissions, so we have absolutely no idea what we're heading into.
Berrios, he then said, centering his gaze on me.
Once I give you the signal, I want you to attempt to make contact with any hostiles that might be in the surrounding area, and try to determine where exactly they are located. What I don't want you to do is alert them to our presence. Guard your mind as carefully as possible and report back anything you're able to sense. Got it?
Yes, sir, I cried, standing, and then carefully inching my way toward the front of the cargo bay, where I could look out and see the Cedar Park city limits burning and smoking in the near distance.
All right then,
the black man said.
Just wait a moment, and now!
I closed my eyes. I extended my consciousness. I attempted to see what could not be seen. Immediately, I could sense the presence of coyotes, reapers, of greys who, completely panicked, were shouting at one another in their shrill, native tongue. Given the amount of activity, they couldn't sense me, at least so far as I was able to tell. and when I finally broke the connection between me and the aliens amongst us, I reeled back and only just barely caught the strap on the wall.
Status report,
Colonel Marshall said. They're everywhere, I replied, swallowing a lump in my throat.
Were you able to determine where they?
The man wasn't able to finish. A coyote, which surely had to have been stalking somewhere nearby, launched itself in front of the vehicle. The driver had absolutely no time to react as the truck impacted with, then launched the creature over the hood and through the front windshield. The driver screamed. The colonel cried out. The truck surged as the wheel spun of its own accord. Then we were sailing toward a curb and the lamppost that stood alongside of the road.
Grab the wheel!
I screamed.
Grab the...
But it was too late. The vehicle struck the pole and sent the truck careening onto its side. One moment I was standing, the next sailing through the air. When I finally impacted with the side of the vehicle, the breath was knocked from my lungs and my eyes rolled into the back of my head. In the cabin before us, I heard the sound of the coyote as it viciously attacked anyone it could. I struggled to remain conscious.
Anna,
Asha asked, in a low, dull voice.
Anna Mia.
I'm okay, I managed, inhaling a deep breath of air as blood splattered across and obscured the glass. How's everyone else? A gunshot was the only reply I received. I lifted my head. A hand smacked against and then drew blood across the window. I screamed, more out of shock than anything, and reached forward. A short moment later, the latch holding the window in place was disengaged in the cabin, and then opened to reveal Colonel Marshall, battered, bloody, and struggling to hold open his eyes.
Sir,
I said.
Are you...
Alive?
He asked.
But just barely.
What about... A second gunshot rocked the inside of the cabin, briefly deafening me before sound returned in brutal force.
I'm hurt, Anna Mia.
Colonel Marshall replied, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth.
The crash broke my legs. I think it punctured the lining in my stomach, too.
What am I supposed to do? I asked.
Lead my men to Commander Dubois.
But how?
She was held up inside a convenience store on Cypress Creek Road. Find her, he managed, and get her and her men to safety.
But you're...
Don't worry about me, Anna. Go. Find Dubois.
I stared at him for several long moments, waiting, desperately, for further instruction. But when none came, I turned and began to rouse those men who'd been knocked unconscious and help to their feet those that were not. Someone help me get the door open, I said, crouching down and taking hold of the lining holding the cargo bay's door in place. Asha was the one to join me. Within moments, we managed to open the door wide enough for even the largest soldier amongst us to squeeze through.
Good luck,
I heard Colonel Marshall say. We'll try and come back for you, sir, I said, as I began to usher men out of the vehicle. I promise.
Don't bother,
he said. A gunshot went off a moment later. Everyone in the vehicle and outside it turned. Sir? I asked, tentatively stepping forward. Sir?
He's dead,
Asha said, matter-of-factly.
He killed himself.
Why? I asked.
A broken soldier is a dead soldier,
my friend replied. I closed my eyes and inhaled a quick breath. How was I supposed to lead this mission on my own? Rather than consider the many possibilities that could occur, I turned, and after squeezing out of the truck, spun about to look at the 16 soldiers that had accompanied us, The colonel's dead, I said.
What?
The Latina soldier who'd accompanied us on the last mission asked.
Why'd he shoot himself?
Timothy Michaels asked.
Why did he?
He was hurt, Asha interrupted. Too hurt for us to help him.
That doesn't mean he had to.
I raised my hand to stop the young man before he could continue. We don't have time for this, I said. I know where Commander Dubois is, and she needs our help, now, before she gets overwhelmed by the enemy. Does anyone here know where Cypress Creek Road is? I do, the Latina said, swallowing. What's your name? I asked. Marisol, she replied. I tried not to choke up at the sound of my mother's name, but nodded as I examined the woman. You know the way to the convenience store Colonel Marshall was talking about? I asked. I used to live here, Marisol replied. Before, well, I know, I said. It doesn't matter. What matters is that we get there before the Greys have the chance to overwhelm Dubois and her men. So, lead the way. With a nod, Marisol turned to survey the various street names, then lifted her hand and pointed due south before saying, This way. We followed without question, silently taking note of the battered and dystopian landscape which continued to burn around us. It didn't take long for us to note the effects the conflict was having on even the distant parts of the Austin metropolitan. Smoke could be seen drifting within the air, like fires lit from the very depths of hell itself, and intermittent bouts of gunfire could be heard in the distance, though whether or not it was caused by Dubois and her men, I could not be sure. What I did know was that we had no time to lose, and for that reason, I quickened our pace to first a jog, then a fast sprint. By the time we cleared the pedestrian neighborhoods and began to make our way into the commercial areas of Cedar Park, I realized that we could possibly have a fight on our hands. I disengaged the safety on my gun, causing a chain reaction to go off within our small group of 16. As we reached a four-way junction, I turned to Marisol and said, Where is it? She lifted her hand and pointed. I paled. Between us and the convenience store was a world of pain, agony, and worst of all, Greys. They'd yet to see us, given that they were focused on securing a defensible perimeter made up of cars and other derelict vehicles, but it wouldn't be long before we would have to make contact with them. What's the plan? Asha asked. Kill them, I replied. All of them. Asha lifted her gun, took aim, and fired. The rest of the group took up arms and screamed as we charged the unsuspecting aliens. The Greys, having been so caught up in combating Dubois and her men, barely had time to react before we were upon them, and as such, only lifted their arms and took aim when half of their contingency had fallen. They returned fire with surprising efficiency, firing lasers both as hot and bright as the sun at the men and women storming them. Several were cut down instantly by shots to the head or direct hits to the chest. Some, the lucky ones, were only hit in the shoulders or legs, but still they screamed as their skin was assaulted with third-degree burns that caused their flesh to smell as if it were meat left to rot in the boiling sun. Asha, who had chosen to remain back and take cover behind a big white truck, gave us cover fire with her hunting rifle, while the rest of us narrowed in on the monsters. I felt the distinct pressure of something attempting to break entry into my mind. Fighting it, I shook my head, raised my gun, and fired. The Grey before me was cut down in a rain of bullets and fell to the ground just in time for my gun to jam.
What?
I screamed.
You've got to be kidding me! Take theirs!
Marisol screamed. She kicked one of the Grey's rifles toward me. I crouched down, took hold of the sleek and smooth metal, then lifted it into my arms before raising it to my shoulder and pressing down on the trigger. Automatic fire, unlike anything I could have expected, exploded from the front of the weapon and immediately cut down 3 nearby aliens.
I see them!
Timothy Michaels cried.
I see Dubois' men! Let's go!
I screamed, waving my hand in a wide arc over my shoulder.
Asha! Come on!
Asha broke into a run and joined us a moment later, behind a large semi-truck whose side was littered with bullet holes.
Dubois!
I cried.
Dubois!
Gunfire from the convenience store drowned out the sound of my voice as more greys began to appear from the east, this time accompanied by coyotes and even a vicious serpent.
We gotta get inside!
I screamed over the sound of the gunfire.
On 3! 1, 2...
The men didn't wait. They took off. I, desperate to make contact with the woman who was our only barrier between life and death, began to sprint, hopping over garbage cans, dodging around cars, and only occasionally turning to ensure that Asha was still behind me. The girl offered me a wicked grin as our eyes caught, and in that moment I feared that the worst would happen. When nothing did, however, and when we cleared the hedges that lined both sides of the ramp, I pumped my legs as hard and as fast as I could, then led my men into the convenience store. I was confronted by a grisly sight. Many bodies lined the walls and floors from where they had been struck by lasers. Those survivors that remained were crouched along the walls and firing out the broad windows at the aliens who were crouched behind the abandoned cars.
Where's Commander Dubois?
I asked the man closest to me, taking hold of his arm and shaking him as roughly as I could.
Where's...
Movement appeared out my peripheral. I spun. I raised my weapon. None other than the woman herself stood before me, her eyes wide with shock.
Barrios?
She asked, as if unable to believe what she was seeing.
What are you doing here?
We're your evac, I replied. Come on, we've got to get out of here.
Where's my daughter?
The woman said. It doesn't matter. We've got to... She took hold of my arms.
I said,
she growled.
Where's my daughter?
Though prior convictions had told me that telling her would only send her over the edge, I realized, at that moment, that she was already there, standing at the precipice of death, upon which most, if not all her men, had succumbed. That knowledge alone was enough to tell me that she wouldn't cooperate without being told, and for that reason, I cleared my throat, then said, in as comforting voice as I could, "She's gone."
What?
Commander Dubois asked, her incredulous voice filled with either shock or denial, which I could not be sure.
I asked you where my daughter was, Barrios. Now tell me where she is.
I said, she's gone.
Tell me where she is!
The woman screamed, thrashing my arms as if to shake the answer from me.
Tell me where she...
I don't know what happened next. It must have been something in my eyes, in my face, for suddenly she stopped and simply stared. That, I knew, was when the realization was finally beginning to settle in. When, as a tear fell from my cheek, she began to acknowledge the fact that Marianne was no longer with us. She died, I managed to say. When coyotes attacked us on our way into Lago Vista, there was nothing we could do. The woman released her hold on me and stumbled back into an aisle. When she struck a shelf, then went sliding to the floor, I could only watch as grief struck her, then listen as a shrill scream unlike any I could have ever imagined broke free of her chest. The men turned. I simply stared. There was nothing I could do but watch as she succumbed to her emotions. After exchanging glances with Asha, I stepped forward, crouched down beside the woman, and said, I'm so sorry, Commander. She screamed again, this time bowing her chin to her chest and letting loose a stream of expletives that were filled with so much conviction I felt, for one brief moment, that this was all just a dream. But it wasn't a dream. It was a nightmare. A cruel, savage nightmare, in which our world had been taken and they had come to claim it. I reached out to press a hand against Commander Dubois' shoulder and said, "We can't stay here. We'll die if we do."
"Better to die here than live another day like this,"
Dubois said, lifting her gaze to stare at me.
"I can't believe you let her die."
"Hey!" Asha cried, starting forward.
"Anna-Mia didn't let her die." "Whoever did,"
Dubois replied,
"will burn."
I could only watch as the woman stood and picked up a nearby sidearm. Then as she approached the soldiers standing at the far wall,
"Men!"
she screamed.
"Move!"
The men near the walls moved toward the center of the room as Dubois approached the windows, fearlessly facing down whatever it was that happened to remain outside. She stared, for several long moments, at the carnage, the destruction, the death and the rage, then turned her head to look at me and said,
"Go. All of you."
"But—"
"My daughter is dead,"
the woman replied.
"Leave me to my peace." "But, ma'am,"
one of the soldiers said, "what are you—" The woman backhanded him, hard, and sent him careening into a nearby aisle, where he collapsed and reached up to run a hand along his jaw.
"You will go with Anna-Mia Sofia Berrios to the Lago Vistan school,"
the commander replied, her normally harsh eyes completely devoid of emotion.
"I will hold them off."
"There's no way you'll make it," Asha said.
"There's no point anymore,"
the woman countered.
"Not when my daughter is gone."
She paused, then, and considered the sidearm and the dead soldiers at her feet, before lifting her head once more.
"I said go. Go!"
Her men scrambled to stand at my side. I, too shocked to respond, merely stared.
"This is your war now, Anna-Mia,"
Commander Dubois said. She then lifted her gun and began to fire. I turned to look at those men and women employed under her command, startled and shocked beyond compare, and cleared my throat before saying, "Now's our chance. We have to leave. Now." Most of Dubois' men turned to look at their commander, obviously conflicted about leaving the one woman they respected more than anything else in the world behind. I saw Tasha stooges in their midst, as well as Taylor McKinney, armed to the tooth and nail, and looking nothing like his usual self. These two in particular stared, but after several moments of indecision, turned to face me and nodded. With a nod of my own, I turned to lead the men out of the building and into the fray. With no way to quickly escape, we were forced to engage in long-distance combat with the Greys and their monstrous accomplices as we made our way down the incline and back out into the street. I led, by way of circumstance, our party to the west, allowing Tasha and Asha to give us cover fire as they retreated to higher ground to prime their rifles for better shots, and only stopped once to cover them as they scrambled over a low fence. "We gotta move," I said, as the men and women regrouped. "We gotta—" A trumpeting noise lit the afternoon air and caused the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end. A harvester appeared shortly thereafter, and taking aim at the convenience store, began to prime its laser. A short moment later, the harvester fired. The building was destroyed. Debris flew about the air. I screamed to run, and we did, as fast as we could, down the street and into the suburban neighborhood. "Where are we going?" Tasha asked, panting, her teeth chattering as the cold assaulted our persons. "Back to Lago Vista,"
I replied. Are they still following us? Marisol asked. I turned my head to glance over my shoulder and found that wasn't the case. No, I said. But we have to hurry. Is everyone capable of running? When no one responded, I took that as a sign of agreement, then burst into a sprint. Though the men and women followed me without question, I couldn't help but wonder, would we make it? Chapter 10. We walked for what felt like hours. During this time, the sun fell, the night came. The chill attacked us without mercy. Shivering uncontrollably, not only because of the weather, but everything we had just endured, I slung my rifle's strap over my shoulders and shoved my fingers under my arms in an attempt to keep my hands warm, all to no avail. We'll be there soon? Taylor McKinney asked, through chattering teeth. Right. We should be, I lied, trying my hardest to keep morale high. There was no point in scaring the soldiers, or leading them to believe that we would be without shelter for the evening. It wasn't as if we couldn't break into one or two of the nearby houses. There were enough of them around. And despite our numbers, they'd be able to hold us adequately. Despite that, however, there was one problem I couldn't help but consider. The fact that Sergeant Goshevin was expecting us to radio in before we returned. Can't do that now, I said without pause. Can't do what? Asha then asked as she drew up alongside me. Radio in, I replied. It was on the Colonel. I didn't think to grab it. You wouldn't have been able to, Marisol replied from somewhere behind me. The truck was turned over. You couldn't have gotten in even if you'd wanted to. I know, I sighed. Still, being able to radio in would have saved everyone a lot of grief, especially Goshevin. We knew we were safe. He, on the other hand, didn't. Mia? Asha asked. Yeah? I replied, turning to face her. I think Mr. McKinney's right. We should probably stop and hunker down for the night. If only to avoid, well, them. Since our flight from the convenience store, at which Dubois had nobly sacrificed her life so the 20 of us could escape, we hadn't seen a single coyote, gray, serpent, or even a reaper, which, while comforting in some respects, was terrifying in others. After their relentless assault at the convenience store, one would think that they would have chased us down. But no, they hadn't. Instead, they'd simply hung back and allowed us to flee, though for what reason I could not be sure. Were they scared of us? Had our numbers, combined with our firepower and military strategy, been too great for them? Unable to know, and not wanting to dwell upon it, I cleared my throat and said, All right. We could probably all use some rest after today, anyway. Excellent. Taylor McKinney said. Better than freezing to death. I shot him a glare that could have silenced anyone and gestured the men toward one of the two houses that lay on the left side of the street. Undisturbed by the test of time, they looked lost and forlorn, as if beckoning someone to inhabit their structures. It only took moments to break into each, then mere seconds afterward to enter their forgotten passages. Once inside, me, Asha, and the rest of the soldiers took care to prepare the house for the night as much as we could, drawing curtains across frosted windows, creating a barrier of furniture to help trap body heat, and gathering every blanket, towel, and pillow that could be found in order to serve as bedding. By the time we finished, I was both hungry and exhausted. At least we're safe for the night, Asha said, as she settled down on the floor beside me. Yeah, I replied. At least we're safe. I wasn't entirely convinced we were.
mostly due to the fact that they were attempting to take control of the city. But it didn't matter. We were on the edge of Cedar Park, and near the road that would take us directly to the Lago Vista High School the following morning. We were, as anyone would have been fit to describe it, as safe as could possibly be. Taylor McKinney, who had been assisting in dispersing bedding to those surviving soldiers, stepped toward the pair of us and offered a simple blue blanket. "Here, girls," he said. "For you." "Thank you," Asha and I both said, then leaned back against the couch we were sitting against and covered ourselves up. Beneath the blanket, Asha's hand sought my own. I squeezed her digits as our fingers laced together. "You did good today," Asha whispered, bowing her head against the plush seating, then adjusting it so it could lay against my shoulder. "I tried," I replied. "You did the best you could, Anna. Don't feel bad about what happened to Dubois. She made her own choice." "I know, and I did, too. But the fact that she had sacrificed herself so willingly, all because of her daughter's death, showed true character, whether one considered that selfish or not. Rather than dwell on it, I closed my eyes and tightened my hold on Asha's hand. I fell asleep that night with thoughts of war and death on my mind. "You think it's too early to wake them?" Asha asked the following morning, when, at an hour near sunrise, we stood at the window watching the coming dawn. "I don't think so," I replied, turning my head to look at the room full of sleeping people. "It's not like we haven't let them sleep. Besides," I then added, "we're going to start getting hungry sooner rather than later." "I'm hungry now," Asha said. "Exactly." I paused to consider the sun as it peeked over the horizon. "I think it's time. Will you help me?" "You know I will." We went from person to person, rousing them slowly, cautiously, whispering rather than speaking in order not to startle them and potentially cause an outburst of panic. As they rose, stretching their limbs, acknowledging their companions, and thanking Asha and I for waking them, I smiled and offered good mornings, well wishes, and gave silent prayers to those whose suffering had continued throughout the night. Most had slept well enough. As battle hardened, they'd come to know death and all his fortunes. Some, however, were obviously civilians, and were still distraught over the passing of soldiers they had come to know and love as brothers. These I paid extra attention to, because in helping them rise for the day with the knowledge that they were not alone, I knew they would be better off in the long run. "Okay," I finally said, when all the men and women in the room had risen. "We're going to be making our way back to the Lago Vista High School today to regroup with what parts of the resistance didn't accompany us." "You mean there's more of you?" Tasha Stooges asked. I nodded. "Yes," I said. "There's more of us." "I wasn't sure. Not after... well..." My nod cut her off before she could finish. While it was true that we had lost 8 men on our mission to extract Commander Dubois, there were still more in waiting, which was why, in standing there and looking at the newcomers, I knew that we had to get back. Sergeant Goshevin couldn't wait for us forever. We had to get back, and soon, lest we risk him sending soldiers after us. With that in mind, I cleared my throat, asked, "Everyone ready?" and waited for the men and women of my dispatchment of the resistance to nod before turning and making my way to the door. Outside, in the crisp yet cool morning air, I looked up at the sky and admired the beautiful Texas sunrise, watching as pinks and oranges spilled against blues like watercolors over a virgin canvas. The sight was absolutely stunning, and on any other day would have brought me a semblance of peace. Knowing what all we had lost, however, and how far we still had yet to go, was enough to make me feel small and insignificant, especially in a world where my life could end just as quickly as those of my dearly departed companions. With a shake of my head, I was about to turn and make my way toward the street when the Latina soldier named Marisol gasped. "What?" I asked, turning. "Is that?" she started. "A bird? What are you talking about?" I frowned, craning my head up to peer at the sky. "What are you—" I saw them then, 3 of them, flying in a V-shaped formation, wings spread like children playing airplane in the streets. Though it was hard to tell what exactly they were, I could immediately distinguish that they were not birds. At least, not birds I had ever seen before. They were too large, too bulky, too alien, I'd thought, and swallowed a lump in my throat. I was just about to open my mouth to say something when they screeched, a loud, primal sound that resembled no bird, and instead something like a sharp whistle that cut into my ears and momentarily disoriented me. "Oh God," Asha whispered. "Oh God. Oh God, they've spotted us." "What are they?" a man asked. "Somebody tell me what those things are." "Them," I simply said. The bird creatures, which I now knew were not birds but something else entirely, tucked their wings close to their bodies, then began to descend. Like missiles, they fell throughout the sky, plummeting at a pace far exceeding that of anything that lived on the planet Earth. And as they fell, their bodies caught the sunlight and revealed them for what they truly were. Black, like onyx, glistening like stone. The many ridges upon their backs reminded me of prehistoric lizards whose spines had evolved for defensive measures. They were truly primordial, something completely out of this world, and were undoubtedly heading straight for us. Guns were drawn, aimed, fired, but it was of little use. The moment the bullets came anywhere near them, they spun, like fighter planes, then spread their wings to reveal similar spines along the edges of their featherless bodies. Shortly thereafter, they resumed their dive toward us, revealing heads like arrows that were obviously meant to ram prey. "Get back inside!" I screeched, but it was too late. By the time we even began to move, they were already upon us. One creature rammed into an unfortunate man and speared him atop its head, then lifted him into the air with the momentum caused by its flight, while another simply slammed into another soldier with bone-wrenching force before spinning and extending its 10-foot wings and taking back into the sky. The third was coming straight for me. I raised my gun, took aim, and fired. The first bullets bounced off its rocky hide. The second few, however, impacted with its fleshy underside, then sent it careening into the building with enough force to go straight through the wall. "Aim for the bellies!" I cried. "They have fleshy undersides!" The men took note of my suggestion and trained their guns on the creatures' underbellies, given their speed, however, and the heights they reached once done with their initial ambush. It was nearly impossible to hit them. They tucked their wings to their bodies, launched themselves toward the ground like bullets, tried to strike the soldiers. One missed. The other clipped Marisol and broke her arm. I fired, desperately, into the air and swore when my shots couldn't connect. Asha raised her rifle, took aim, and fired. The shot to one of the creature's fleshy underside killed it instantly. It dropped, like a rock, to the ground, and nearly flattened the car it landed upon. The third creature, seemingly realizing its error in combating so many humans, pumped its wings to take flight. "Don't let it get away!" I screamed. "Someone shoot it! Someone!" Tasha Stooges fired. The creature sailed toward and then collided with a truck. The impact alone would have been bad enough had it not caused the vehicle to explode. I swore once more.
We gotta move, I said, watching the broiling flames as they licked the sky and sent smoke into the air. We just put a big target over our head. Yeah, Asha said, hefting her gun into her arms. Let's get out of here. I crouched down to help Marisol to her feet, then slung her rifle into my arms before taking off into a jog. I knew one thing was for certain. We had to get away. And soon. The Lago Vistan High School appeared on the horizon early that afternoon. Overly cautious about being followed by ground troops, and even more concerned that more of the flying creatures could have pursued us after receiving telepathic communications, I instructed Tasha, as well as Asha, who had undoubtedly become an excellent sniper, to wait outside the school grounds as I entered. Sergeant Goshevin! I cried. Sergeant Goshevin! Where the hell were you? The native man asked as he burst out of the principal's office. I've been trying to hail you all night. It's a long story, I said. Spit it out, he said. I told the story quickly, detailing first the accident, Colonel Marshall's grave injuries, and his suicide, before segueing into what had occurred at the convenience store. By the time I finished, Goshevin wore a grim expression on his face. Damn, he whispered. Just, damn. I'm sorry, sir, I said, bowing my head. I did the best I could. You held up better than most would have under your circumstance, the man replied. Don't be sorry. You did the best you could. I understand. I paused and lifted my eyes to face him. Sir, that's not the only thing that happened. By God, what now? There's a new breed of alien flying in our skies. Flying? The man asked. Explain yourself, Barrios. So I did. This time, when I finished, Goshevin let out a string of expletives before turning his back to me and saying, Great. Just great. And we lost how many men? 10, sir. Any injuries? A few burns from lasers, a broken arm. Nothing that can't be treated. Still, wounded soldiers are bummed soldiers, and bummed soldiers can't fight. I understand, sir. I don't think you do, Barrios. We need manpower, especially if there's going to be attacks both on the ground and from the sky. What we need to do is figure out how we can bring more people to our cause, without alerting those sympathizers to our presence. Are there many, sir? Many who have just gotten tired of war and want it all over, Goshevin replied. People who are what you used to be. Used to be, I reiterated with a nod. Goshevin smiled. You know, he said, Dubois really screwed up when she sent you onto that ship. She wanted you to find a weakness to exploit. Instead, she just gave us more problems. We can still exploit their weakness, sir. Starving them is going to be much more difficult when food is being delivered. So we attack the sympathizers, I replied. That's simple. You're really willing to openly defy the president's orders and attack her own men? I nodded. It was true. I wasn't proud of it, but I knew that we'd little choice if we really wanted a shot of winning the war. These people, these Greys, were just waking up out of cryosleep. Feeding them would be an enormous resource hog on the United States military. And if we could attack them where they were at their weakest, their stomachs, then we could possibly starve them to death. It was a cruel way to die, but so was being harvested and experimented on. With one last nod, I cleared my throat and said,
Yes, sir. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make sure we win.
Atta girl,
Goshevin said. He clapped a hand on my shoulder and smiled.
You're dismissed for now. Go tell your friends that we'll send someone out to watch the skies for the birds.
Birds? I frowned. Is that what we're calling them?
Do you have any better suggestions?
He asked. The most I could do was shrug before I walked out of the room and began to make my way outside. In the cool winter air, I sought Asha out at her place beside the school's front drive and approached both she and Tasha as they continued to watch the sky for the creatures Goshevin had deemed birds.
Everything okay?
Asha asked, not even turning to look at me as she gazed through her scope. Everything's fine, I replied. You and Tasha have been relieved.
We have?
I nodded and watched as my friend lowered her weapon to consider me. It took her a moment to fully process that she was no longer being asked to stand guard, and by me, no less. But within the next few moments, armed guards in full body armor and carrying sniper rifles appeared from the school's front doors and approached with nods and grave looks upon their faces, thereby ensuring what I said was true. Asha, seemingly content with this notion, turned to follow me as we began to make our way back up the stairs. Once inside the room near the office we had been assigned to, the girl crouched down, slid her hunting rifle under her cot, and then crawled onto it before gesturing me to settle down on the cot beside her. I did so without reservation and removed my boots shortly thereafter. Asha? I asked.
Yeah?
The girl replied as she pressed her head against her pillow. Do you think I'm getting more credit than I deserve?
For what?
For my actions within this, well, war.
I think you're getting credit because of what you're able to do,
my friend replied.
I mean, you can talk to them without opening your mouth, hear them without being anywhere nearby, see them before they're anywhere near you.
Not so much the last part, I corrected.
Either way,
my friend said,
you can do things other people can't.
I sometimes see it as a burden. Asha extended her arm, then reached out to take my hand.
I know you do,
she said.
But in the end, you have to take the good with the bad. I mean, at least you have a way to contribute to this war in a beneficial way. Unlike me.
She sighed and closed her eyes. What do you mean, unlike you? You're a better shot than I am. Better shot than most people, actually. My friend giggled.
I know,
she said.
It's just, you have a gift, Anamia. One that can help change our world. Me? I just shoot well.
With a nod, I spread out along my cot, closed my eyes, and allowed Asha to hold my hand as the two of us began to drift off to sleep. Knowing that we were safe, at least for the time being, gave me enough peace of mind to realize that these moments were to be treasured and should never be taken for granted. Chapter 11. It wouldn't be long before we would run out of food. This was determined in the days after we returned from rescuing Commander Dubois' people, during which time Asha, myself, and Sergeant Goshevin looked upon our supply room and at our dwindling food storage.
We may have lost some men,
Sergeant Goshevin said, but we gained much more in the process.
How do you recommend going about getting food?
Asha asked.
That's the problem. I don't know.
I knew. At least, I had an idea. But I feared voicing it, mostly because it resorted to stealing from those who happened to be more fortunate than us.
Anamia?
Asha asked when she turned to look at me.
Are you okay?
I'm fine, I said, blinking, and then lifting my head to face her. I was just thinking.
About what?
About how we could go about gaining more supplies.
Hunting would be the likeliest scenario,
Goshiven said.
but we have no way to preserve the meat for long periods of time, nor do we have the necessary heat and light during the winter to turn the remains into jerky.
I have an idea, I finally said. But I don't think anyone's going to like it. Goshiven and Asha turned their eyes on me.
Well?
The native military man asked.
What is it?
After taking a deep breath and expelling it to allow passage for the immense guilt I felt, I cleared my throat and said, Stealing.
Stealing?
Asha frowned.
Anna-Mia, what are you...
You know how the three of us planned to steal from Goshiven and his men before what happened to Marianne? I asked, trying my hardest not to allow the memory of my friend's death to sting. It was useless, however, and as a result, I sighed, then took a deep breath before saying, Well, I think we should do just that.
You expect us to steal from fellow soldiers?
Goshiven said. We really don't have any choice in the matter, I replied, as I set my eyes directly upon his. Besides, they're not fellow soldiers, as you put it. They're people assisting in the Grey's habitation onto this planet.
They're still soldiers.
Who are betraying their world. I straightened my shoulders in an effort to stand prouder and stepped toward the man. I know you don't like the idea. I mean, I'm ashamed I'm even thinking about it, let alone suggesting it. But it's not like we have much of a choice in the matter.
Anna-Mia's right,
Asha said, crossing her arms beneath her breasts.
Our people are going to starve if we don't do something.
Besides, I added, the aid camps probably have more food than they know what to do with.
So you're suggesting we steal from our brothers not only to help ourselves, but hurt the Greys?
Goshiven replied, reaching up to finger the day's worth of stubble growing on his chin. Exactly, I said. The man considered this for several long moments. During this time, I held my breath, stared him down, tried my hardest not to falter under his inscrutable gaze. It was hard, being in the presence of such an honest man and suggesting we do something so horrible. But it wasn't just about us existing anymore. It was about survival, and through it, the destruction of the Greys.
All right,
Goshiven finally said, removing his hand from his chin before allowing it to fall at his side.
I can see your point.
Thank you, sir.
The problem I have with this plan is finding said aid camps. There's a chance they could be broadcasting, but so far, I haven't been able to pick up any of their signals.
They may be employing the Grey's technology, Asha offered. Which would make it even more difficult to find the camps, I added.
Exactly,
Goshiven said. He turned to look out the supply room's door and frowned at something that wasn't there, at least, not physically. I wondered, then, if he'd lost something to this war, then realized how stupid that was to think. Of course, he'd lost something. We all had. Which was why, in watching him stare at nothing, I tried not to allow my emotions to betray my true thoughts, and instead just focused my eyes on what few supplies we had. Sir? I finally asked, after several moments of silence.
Pardon me,
the man said.
I was just thinking. Do we have someone who knows radios here?
Asha frowned.
Someone who might be able to pick up something you can't. I'll ask around. Until then.
He turned to look back at the supplies.
We'll do what we must in order to exist here.
With that, he turned and walked out of the room, leaving me and Asha to our own devices.
That was a pretty bold move,
the girl offered, in the moments after Goshiven's departure.
suggesting that we steal from other soldiers.
We have to do something, Asha.
Hey, don't look at me. I'm just glad you suggested something. You've been a bit, well, down, I guess you could say, since we came back from the mission.
Truthfully, I had been. And truthfully, it was because I'd been thinking about the Dubois family, more specifically, Marianne, and how news of her death had driven her mother to the brink of insanity. She'd just stood there, firing into the crowd of Greys as they'd narrowed in on the store, accepting with great dignity her hopeless death. It was hard not to dwell on it, especially when, in hindsight, it was completely possible that I could have done something to save Marianne, had I not split apart from my friends and run out the back door. I'd expected both of them to be behind me, running as we always did whenever we faced danger. But Marianne, she hadn't run. She'd fought to save not only Asha, but myself. I stole a breath from the stale air and nodded as I focused my attention on Asha. Instead of speaking, however, I merely stepped forward and into her arms.
You okay, Mia?
The girl asked, as she allowed me to lean my head against her shoulder, stroking my back with affection that could have only come from us being close. Can I tell you the truth? She pushed me away so we could look into one another's eyes. Of course you can, she said. I'm regretting what I did back at the home goods store.
You mean running?
Asha asked. When I nodded, she pursed her lips, took hold of my face, then said,
Don't.
Why?
Because there was nothing you could have done differently that wouldn't have resulted in either her death or your own. We'd have probably all gotten killed based solely on the fact that, had you gone in, I'd have likely jumped in to protect you.
But...
Plus,
Asha interrupted.
The soldiers didn't come until Marianne started to scream. I don't think the gunshots fazed them. What did were her cries, which means that, even if you had gone in, they probably wouldn't have shown up. And if they hadn't have showed up, we'd probably be...
dead, I finished. Asha nodded.
Exactly.
She turned her head to the nearby window, which once looked out at a baseball field but now only served as a burial ground for dead Greys, and sighed. She then said, with as much affection and care as she could manage,
I don't think Marianne was cut out for this world anyway.
What do you... My friend turned to look at me. In her eyes, I saw loss, hopelessness, grief over whatever burden she'd been holding that she hadn't allowed me to see. I knew, at that moment, that she was going to drop a bombshell. And while waiting there, anticipating whatever it was she was going to say, I balled my hands into fists and held my breath. When Asha finally did speak, it was to say,
I think Marianne's cancer was coming back.
Too stunned to speak, I merely stood there, staring at her. Asha waited for me to say something, but when it became apparent that I wasn't going to, she continued by saying,
Her hair was falling out.
Why didn't you tell me this? I asked.
At first I thought I was seeing things. She always kept the bathroom so clean when she used it. So when I saw strands of hair on the floor, I thought, are those from the people who lived here before? It didn't seem like Marianne to just leave a mess. But then I noticed that her hair was starting to thin, and that sometimes during the middle of the night she'd go outside to do something. I think she was hiding her hair in the snow.
The hair that was falling out? I asked. Asha nodded.
Yeah,
she said.
I think she was.
She paused here and lowered her eyes, taking a long, deep breath before lifting her head to face me. She didn't speak for several long moments, but when she did, it was to say, "What I guess I'm trying to say, Mia, is that life in this world wouldn't have been good for her, especially if she had cancer."
She said she'd fought so hard when she was younger, I said.
Which is exactly why I think it was best she went when she did. Can you imagine how painful that would have been? Cancer. In this day and age. Without medicine. Asha shook her head. She died the way she wanted to.
As a hero, I said.
Exactly. I stepped away from Asha and advanced toward the open threshold, unsure how or if I should remain. The fact that I hadn't known such a personal detail about my friend's life was saddening, and the fact that she hadn't felt willing to come to me with her problem, as depressing as it was, made me realize just how much she'd cared. I'd been so worried, so anxious, so scared about keeping us alive that she'd made a point to make sure I wouldn't have one more thing on my plate. In a way, it was sweet. In another, it felt like a betrayal. When I turned to face my friend again, Asha offered a somber look that only came when someone was finally relieved of a great burden, and stepped forward to accept my hand when I offered it. "Thank you for telling me," I said. It makes me feel better knowing that she died on her terms, and not because of her illness. I know. That's the only way I've been able to accept her death. We hugged, then, and held each other for what felt like the longest time. When I drew back to press a kiss to Asha's lips, I tried to drown out the world around me, to allow myself a moment of respite in a place where there seemed to be none. I only realized, shortly upon pulling away, that there was no rest to be had in this place, this city, this world, and there never would be until the Greys were completely wiped out. That alone was enough to make me realize that, despite everything we'd already done, there was still work to do. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of static coming from the other room. At first convinced that an alien invader had broken into our sanctuary, I bolted upright and listened for any sounds that could indicate such. Footsteps, the chittering of a gray, the low and husky growls of a coyote. When none of those came, however, I paused, then waited and listened to the sound. After several moments of indecision, I realized that it was not an alien, but a radio, strumming the chords of those dead channels upon which no one talked. Sighing, I wrapped my arms around myself in an effort to inspire warmth in my limbs, and considered Asha lying at my side. Her slow breaths and the swell of her rising and falling chest was enough to assure me that she hadn't been awakened regardless of the noise so startling. But was it only me? I sat there for several long moments trying to determine that notion, and decided, at that point, that simply dwelling on it wasn't going to do me any good. For that reason, I swung my legs over the side of the cot, pushed my feet into my boots without socks, then stood and, not bothering to throw a coat on, wandered into the hallway. It didn't take long for me to locate the source of the noise. Ebbing from the principal's office like cicadas in a much warmer environment, it streamed toward me with an intent I knew nothing about, and summoned questions that only one person could answer. After stealing a breath of air and rubbing my hands over my arms, I stepped forward and made my way into the front office, then toward the principal's quarters. "Sir?" I asked, knocking once, then twice, before pushing it open. Inside, a young, attractive West Asian man with gorgeous golden skin sat stooped over the radio, Sergeant Goshevin at his side. The Asian man lifted his head to face me and said, "Hello."
"Hello,"
I managed, turning my attention to Goshevin.
Have you managed to find anything?
Not yet, Goshevin replied. But we're getting somewhere.
I take it this is your communications expert? I asked, turning my attention back to the attractive Asian man.
Yes, ma'am, he replied. The name's Wei Ting.
Nice to meet you, I replied.
Oh, I already know who you are. Wei Ting smiled and shifted his amber-colored eyes back to the radio. You're the one that everyone's been talking about.
Everyone? I asked.
Everyone I know,
he replied. He swore as he turned the dial too sharply and attempted to correct the position he'd been studying.
Sergeant Goshevin said you devised the plan to get us more food.
And, I asked, how are people taking it?
So-so.
Wei Ting smiled as he found a channel which barked with static.
Hear that?
Yeah, I replied. It woke me up.
Sorry about that.
What does it mean?
It means,
Wei Ting said,
that there's interference in the vicinity this transmission is coming from, which means
people, I said.
Wei Ting nodded.
He lifted a legal pad and scratched a series of numbers on it before turning to Goshevin and saying,
Do you want to do the honors? This is more your department than mine.
The sergeant replied.
Go ahead. You know what to say if they pick up.
With a nod, Wei Ting leaned forward, lifted the transmitter from the box, then brought it to his mouth before clicking the transmit button and saying,
This is Private Wei Ting. Come in, over.
No response followed. Frowning, Wei Ting adjusted one of the knobs and repeated,
This is Private Wei Ting. Come in, over.
Again, no one responded. Wei Ting sighed and was just about to reach forward to adjust the knob again when a gargled response that sounded like human speech came through the radio.
This is Private Wei Ting. Can you repeat that, over?
Hello?
A woman's voice asked.
This is Private Vasquez. Can you read me, over?
I can read you loud and clear, ma'am, over.
What business do you have speaking on this channel, over?
I'm working with a Sergeant Goshevin to coordinate relief efforts with whatever humanitarian camps are in the area.
Private Wei Ting replied, lifting his eyes to watch me for several long moments before continuing with,
Can you give me your location, over?
Why should I give you our location, over?
Because we have supplies and manpower that would be beneficial to the relief effort, ma'am, over.
Sergeant Goshevin sighed and leaned forward. He was about to take the radio, but Wei Ting raised a hand to stop him. The woman replied by saying,
How many of you are in this dispatchment, over?
12.
Wei Ting said, an obvious lie that could not be determined through his speech alone.
We seek to rendezvous with a larger force and regroup while we are still able to. We've dealt with an increasing number of ferals and reapers over the past few days and could use the assistance in combating them, over.
Do you want us to come to you, over?
No,
Wei Ting replied.
If you'll give me your location, me and my commanding officer can come to you, over.
There was a long, drawn-out pause on the other end of the line, and for a moment, I wasn't sure if the woman would even reply. It seemed sketchy, even to me, to have communication with an unknown force, randomly, in the middle of the night, but I supposed it made sense, in theory.
Can you give me an ID number?
The woman asked.
Over.
Wei Ting exchanged glances with Sergeant Goshevin, who shrugged and said,
Go ahead,
then sat down. After reading off the identification numbers on the dog tag Wei Ting had dangling from his neck, the woman hit the transmit button, cleared her throat, and said,
One moment, please. Over.
Again, there was silence.
And again, I thought there would be no reply. What seemed like an agonizingly long time passed, even though it was likely only minutes. When she did return, though, it was to say,
Private Wei Ting, are you still there? Over.
"I am, ma'am. Over."
Please listen carefully as I relay our coordinates to you.
Wei Ting broke into such a massive grin that at first I thought it would split his head in half. Then he pulled the legal pad closer, drew a straight line beneath the channel information he'd scrawled, and hit the transmit button to say, "Go ahead, Private Vasquez. Over." Numbers were exchanged in the following moments, then repeated in meticulous detail not once, but twice. When it finally came to a close, Private Vasquez said,
When will we be expecting you? Over.
"Not until sometime in the morning," Wei Ting said. "We need time to recuperate from the last assault the Reapers hit us with. I will hail you in the morning and let you know when exactly we expect to arrive. Over."
All right then, Private. We will see you in the morning. Over and out.
"Over and out," Wei Ting said, but not into the radio. He lifted his eyes to look at me, then turned his head to look at Goshiven and said, "When are we going?" "Now," Goshiven said. We roused approximately 16 men at 1:30 in the morning and made our way into the street to disperse ourselves between two Humvees. Knowing that this mission's success depended on how quickly we could get in and get out, I attempted to keep my mind clear and my muscles relaxed as Sergeant Goshiven, with Private Wei Ting at his side, drove through the streets of Lago Vista and into the greater Round Rock area. "This mission rides on our ability to work quickly," Goshiven said, glancing back in his rear-view mirror, not only to look at those of us seated in the back seat, but at the second Humvee following close behind. "They will suspect something is wrong immediately, which is why we must use caution when we break through their defenses." "Are we going to drive straight through them?" I asked. "Their defenses?" Goshiven asked, then waited for me to nod before saying, "That is yet to be determined." It was a complicated plan, and a loose one at that. Unable to scout our location in advance, we had no idea what we were getting into, nor what we might face upon our arrival. For all we knew, there could be a contingency of gray soldiers along with those humans who we already knew were stationed there. That was reason enough to be concerned, but not wanting to voice my thoughts, I remained silent and merely turned my head to face Asha. She patted my leg, then took hold of my hand. "We've got this," she said. Though I wasn't entirely convinced, I nodded all the same and turned my head to look out the windshield. Unlike Cedar Park, whose countenance had been decorated in flames, our surroundings as we made our way into Round Rock were much more subdued. While cars happened to litter the streets where they'd either been abandoned or left to remain derelict all these years, the destruction was not on the scale of its sister city. This allowed for easy maneuvering along the city streets, which, thankfully, eased my mind, since it only confirmed that the Greys and their construction ships had not yet begun to spread out into this part of the greater Austin metropolitan. It seemed odd, though, that they were only dumping their people into refugee camps rather than in the homes that could easily be occupied. Would they not be more comfortable on plush beds, with roofs over their heads, or did they require living arrangements that we did not? I shook my head and focused my attention on the road when floodlights appeared on the horizon. "Stooges," Wei Ting said into the radio. "Are you ready for this?" "Ready when you are," Tasha Stooges, who was driving the other Humvee, replied. I inhaled a sweat-stained breath of air and adjusted hold on the automatic weapon in my grasp. Though we were still too far away to determine what exactly we were getting into,
The perimeter seemed heavily secured, especially for a refugee camp. Barbed wire snarled high chain link fences, and those blockades meant to deter vehicles from passing through were thick and reinforced with concrete slabs. It would be impossible to drive through them. Unless, I then thought, we drove straight through the fence. "Roll your windows down,"
Goshivan said.
"and prepare to return fire." The men sitting next to me and Asha rolled their backseat windows down and slid their automatic rifles outside. "Prepare yourselves,"
Goshivan then said.
"This is going to be a bumpy ride." He slammed his foot on the accelerator. The vehicle surged. The men and women guarding the perimeter screamed and waved their hands for us to stop. Goshivan ignored them and instead angled the Humvee directly toward the chain link gate. We crashed. It buckled. We soared through. Gunfire lit the night as those in the Humvees opened fire upon those unsuspecting soldiers scrambling to lift their guns in self-defense. I, in the throes of panic, barely had time to react as the Humvee slammed to a halt beside a group of trucks whose back compartments were shrouded by tarps. "Move!" Goshivan barked. Doors opened. Soldiers poured out. Me and Asha lifted our weapons to take aim at those soldiers stumbling from tents in their plainclothes, then opened fire. We covered Tasha Stooges and her Humvee as it appeared in the distance, taking down men and women who, with sidearms rather than automatic weaponry, attempted to subdue us. Each shot fired was like a judge's hammer coming down, ordaining, in but one moment, the life and death scenario that came when weapons were drawn and bullets fired. I watched, out of my peripheral, as Tasha's men swarmed from their Humvee. Then as they tore tarps from tents and began to unload the supplies within. The process was not entirely difficult. We met little resistance and even less gunfire. Those soldiers that did happen to scramble into protective gear and take up heavier arms retreated, screaming, "Fall back! Fall back!" Asha's expert marksmanship took them down easily enough, but still their screams rent the night, causing the hairs on my neck to rise and goosebumps to pocket my arms. "How much longer?" I screamed. "We're getting there," Goshivan replied. Something flew toward us, and then landed on the ground. "Grenade!" Someone screamed. I dragged Asha behind a series of tents just before the bomb could go off. Though nowhere near the vehicles, the shrapnel that exploded from the grenade peppered our soldiers. Some were killed instantly, others wounded. One man's leg was gone, and though screaming for help, his life was ended by the cruel mercy of a fellow soldier. "Are you all right?" I screamed over the ringing of my ears. Asha, disoriented, merely nodded before shaking her head and saying, "I'm fine." I dragged her back into the fray and sprayed the tents, not bothering to aim and not caring who or what was hit. Asha herself lifted her gun to take aim at a man who, in the distance, appeared to be ready to lob another grenade, then fired and watched as his head snapped back and his life was ended. Goshivan screamed something beside us. I turned. I froze. I stared. A serpent, at least 20 feet long and about 8 feet around, raised itself up and hissed at us before launching itself at me and Asha. I grabbed the back of Asha's neck and launched her away from the creature just in time to get struck by its massive head. I landed, hard, and lifted my head just in time to see its mouth open. I fought, tooth and nail, to keep from being swallowed by its gargantuan maw, shoving my gun into its mouth to keep it from clamping down on me and kicking at its head to push myself away. It snapped the weapon in half easily enough and then screeched, a sound that instantly caused me to push my hands to my ears. Momentarily stunned,
I could not defend myself as it reared its head back and spit. A sharp, putrid substance landed right next to my head, then sizzled as it burned whatever organic compound happened to exist beside me. Behind me, Asha screamed, "Get down!" I lowered my head. The bark of her rifle was the only thing I heard. The creature screamed, and then reared its head back in an attempt to take aim at Asha. I stood then, and drew my sidearm before firing 3 shots into its face. 2 of its 6 eyes darkened as bullets collided with them. Blood poured between its lips. Its forked tongue slithered out of its mouth. I watched, in horror, as it spread its wing-like appendages, and then reared its head back to spit again. A second, stronger gunshot went off behind us. The bullet connected with the serpent's head. The creature collapsed, and twitched once, then twice before the light in its eyes faded. "Come on!" Tasha Stooges cried. "We've got what we need. Now let's get out of here!" I didn't hesitate as I turned and ran back to the Humvee. I let Asha scramble into the vehicle first, and then hightailed it after her before slamming the door into place and training my sidearm on the coyotes as they appeared from the distance. "Drive!" I screamed. "Drive!" The creatures charged. Goshivan slammed the Humvee into reverse. I fired several shots into the advancing horde of coyotes as they attempted to give chase, first running on 2, and then loping on 4 legs after us. I sighed as Goshivan's Humvee tore down the road and disappeared from the sight.
"Anyone see any harvesters?"
Tasha barked over the radio. "None!" Wei Ting shouted back. "At least not—" A blaring trumpet cut him off before he could finish. Goshivan swore. I looked up. Tasha Stooges' vehicle swerved and nearly collided with the traffic pole. "What the hell are you doing, Stooges?" Goshivan barked into the radio.
"Distracting the coyotes."
The woman replied. Goshivan sped around the woman's vehicle. I watched, terrified, as the woman reversed, then as she tossed something out of the vehicle. I could only watch in horror as an explosion lit the night in orange light. "Is she?" I started, unable to speak at that moment. The mad woman's vehicle came sailing out of the cloud of dust and angled itself directly behind us. "Where's the harvester?" one of the men asked. "I can't see it!" Wei Ting cried. The trumpeting sound blared again, and then the harvester appeared in the sky before us as it lowered its cloaking device and primed its laser for firing. Goshivan spun the wheel and turned the vehicle onto a side road, just in time to avoid the laser as it was dragged along the ground. Tasha and her company weren't so lucky. The laser, directly in their path, cut through the vehicle like a knife through butter, causing it to explode instantly. "No!" I screamed, pounding my fist on the seat in front of me as I watched the harvester disappear into the night sky. "There was nothing I could have done." Goshivan sighed. I could say nothing. We'd just lost 8 men, and whatever food they'd managed to load onto their vehicle in the process. The blow was almost too much to bear. Chapter 12. We honored Tasha Stooges and the 7 other men and women who had perished on the night of November 15th, 2030, with a candlelight vigil. Standing in the gymnasium, our heads bowed, our hands wrapped around wax candles, we listened to the wind as it blew outside the school and silently prayed for answers in what was unarguably one of our darkest hours. Throughout, I could only think one thing. Why? It was impossible to determine what I felt at that moment. Though naturally saddened, as with the loss of any life came the repercussions for the future. Tasha's death felt different than any others I had experienced up until that point. Initially, I couldn't be certain why, and as such, I struggled to draw parallels between the four that had struck me the most: Jason, Mama, Xiomara, and Marianne's. It took several long moments for me to piece the puzzle together, for the links in the chain to finally bond in the unholy flames of justice. But when they finally did, the realization struck me harder than I could have ever possibly imagined. Tasha's death was different from all the rest, not because of how she'd died, but because of why she'd died. It was because of me. Me. Me, who had suggested we raid the humanitarian aid camps. Me, who had spoken proudly and without pause the plan I thought would surely work. Me, who had followed Sergeant Goshevin out into the cold and deadly night and led with me over a dozen other men. It was because of me and my actions that they were all dead. And there was absolutely nothing I could do about it. I hadn't known Tasha well, had barely even had the chance to speak with her during the time we'd spent at Burgundy Hospital. But I'd known her well enough to know that she was a brave woman, an honorable soldier, and a true champion of humanity. She hadn't deserved to die, especially the way she had. But then again, who did? Who exactly deserved to be slaughtered by the hand of a supreme being? One whom could be fought, but seemingly never destroyed. This was the question I pondered as I stared into the wavering flame of my candle. As in silence, I prayed to a God I sometimes doubted was listening. And this was the question that would haunt me for what I knew would be the rest of my life. My cause, my words, my actions, all had contributed to the deaths of dozens of people. The only recourse was that Tasha and her fellow soldiers' sacrifices had allowed us to bring nearly 6 crates of military rations home, which, if rationed carefully, would feed us for at least another 2 months. At that moment, though, I felt like I'd rather starve and have my friends back than eat and have them dead. One by one, the candles were snuffed out, either by the gentle breaths or pinches of men and women's hands. Nothing was said, though, and little thought seemed to be given as we returned the smoking candles to their box. They, the men and women who had survived the mission, knew why their fellows were dead. And though they didn't speak or look at me directly, I could feel the animosity pulling from their persons, like knives stabbing into my weak and tender flesh. As I set my candle into the box, giving Taylor McKinney a firm nod as he exchanged glances with me, I turned and followed Asha out of the dark gymnasium and down the long, narrow hall, which would eventually lead to the room we were stationed within. I was too afraid to touch her. Too afraid, at that moment, to even risk tainting her with the death spell that seemed wrought from my actions. But she didn't seem to notice, or even care. Solemn as she was, she simply continued to keep pace with me as we continued down the hall. Inside our room, which was warmer than any other part of the school due to the flowerpot furnace burning on the nearby floor, I sat on my cot and stooped to take my boots off when I felt a hand on my shoulder. I looked up. I saw Asha. I sighed and bowed my head. "This wasn't your fault," the girl said. "Tell me that again," I said. "And mean it." "Mia," she started. I shook my head, then, and pulled my boots off my feet before spreading out along the bed and jerking the blanket over my body in an effort to dispel the notion that all the carnage and all the senseless violence was my fault. Their faces, their screams, their blood, their deaths, they haunted me. It seemed I would never escape this cruel pain, this endless suffering, this existential sense of dread, and for that reason, I did the only thing I felt necessary at that moment. I cried. Asha crawled up into the bed beside me and took me into her arms, holding me as tight and as close as her body would allow on the small space between us. She kissed my temple, whispered sweet nothings in my ears, told me that everything was all right, that everything would be okay. I knew they wouldn't, though. And while thankful that my friend was attempting to soothe me in one of my most personal moments of weakness, I couldn't help but wonder if she would potentially be next. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep, only to be assaulted by more nightmares of the world as it was then, was in the past, and would be for the foreseeable future. I saw harvester ships as they flew overhead, coyotes as they stalked the streets, serpents as they ripped men in half, reapers as they tore women to shreds. I saw, briefly, a child sitting in a field, gazing up at the stars, tricycle by her side. Then I watched as a harvester came forward and attempted to abduct her, first taking her inconsequential trike into its folds, then her, screaming and crying for her mother. I woke, suddenly, and sweating, only to find that everyone in the room was staring at me. "Sorry," I managed, lying back down. "Bad dream." I didn't realize that the child in my dream was supposed to be me until I set my head back down on the pillow and closed my eyes. That child, that poor, innocent child, was just like all the rest, bound for an existence of experimentation, of torture, then eventual cast-off. When I fell asleep again, it was to a dream in which I was on board one of the harvester ships, this time as a victim. I was lying on a cold metal table in a room that I immediately suspected was where they conducted their experiments, given its sterile white nature and the fact that out my peripheral I could see many wicked instruments. Naked, from head to toe, and bound by forces I could not see. I attempted to move first my hands, then my feet, then finally my head, but to no avail. The only thing I could move were my eyes, and though not deaf, I wished I were.
Our current subject,
a gray said, as it approached the table,
is known as Anna Sophia Berrios. Age, 17 cycles around this system's sun. Height, 5 foot 7 inches. Weight, approximately 115 pounds. Race, Latino Americano. Birthplace, a land called Texas, in a city known as San Antonio.
I tried to move as a second gray, bearing what appeared to be a large touchscreen tablet, stepped opposite the gray examining me, but found I was once again unable to. I darted my eyes from the newcomer to the gray examining me, then back again, noting that this one was naked as could be, while the other wore a white, translucent gown that reminded me of medical scrubs. The gray examining me, who, undoubtedly was a medical practitioner of some sort, lifted an object that resembled a fat pen from a tray of instruments and slowly drew a triangular-shaped blade that was at least 2 inches from its depths.
Prepare to take note of patient's reaction,
it said. It pressed the blade to my arm, then began to drag it along my bicep. Though I felt no pain, the fact that I could see the blood was enough to send me over the edge. The gray holding the tablet lifted its eyes to examine me.
Blood pressure is increasing,
it said,
as is the pulse rate. Blood type is O negative,
the doctor said, as some of my blood was siphoned into the translucent pen.
Very rare in a species such as this. This may prove useful in our genetic experimentations.
I tried to scream, tried, desperately, to move, but still could not. The flow of blood in my arm increased as the scalpel struck, and then cut through a vein. The medical doctor pursed its lips into a semblance of a frown, and then lifted a small, circular object the color of onyx stone from its side. The gray pressed it to my gushing wound, waited, then watched as 4 cybernetic legs appeared from within its depths before the object, which I could only imagine was nanotechnology, entered my body. I felt its presence as it maneuvered around my muscles, as it slid into, and then began to stitch together first my vein, then the skin tissue which had been damaged by the scalpel. A short moment later, the process was done, and the bloody object, now removed from my body, retracted into itself after rolling back onto the tray of instruments. Sadly, their series of procedures were not over. They took everything they could from my body, from my hair, to my saliva, to any bodily fluids they could extract from me. They even punctured my back at one point and withdrew spinal fluid, before setting me on my back and withdrawing a large, bulbous instrument connected to a rod. I won't describe what happened next, even if it was only a dream. It was torturous, the things they did to me. In a matter of speaking, it was like hell. Though I could not feel pain, I could see and sense everything they did to me. Could feel pressure as they cut, as they probed, as they removed and then stitched together various parts of my body. When finally they were finished, they withdrew a large, single syringe, then pressed it against my skull. The moment it bore through bone, then my brain matter, I woke up. I guessed it to be about noon. I was alone in the room, and though covered by the sheet, was colder beyond compare. The temperature had dropped dramatically throughout the morning, and as I sat up, rubbing the sleep and the tears from my eyes, I looked out the window at the broiling clouds and watched as a storm moved in from the far east. The sky appeared just as gray as my abductors, and for a moment, I thought I'd entered into a parallel dimension wherein I was the last person on Earth. Then I heard footsteps and immediately stiffened. A knock came at the door. I turned. I saw Asha standing in the threshold. "Hey," she said. "Hey," I replied. "I came to check on you." She stepped forward. "How are you doing?" "You don't want to know," I said, as I drew the blanket around my body. "Was it that bad?" I nodded and bowed my head. Asha settled down on the cot beside me and reached out to press a hand against my back. When her palm touched my shoulder blade, I grimaced and drew away. "Mia?" she asked. "What's wrong?" "I had horrible nightmares," I said, running my hands up and down my bare arms as I considered the storm clouds moving in outside. "Nightmares that you wouldn't even begin to believe if I told you." "Try me." "I was harvested," I replied. "In your dream?" Asha asked. I nodded. "It was just a dream, though," the girl said, this time pressing a hand against my back and holding it there even when I grimaced. "You were here all night. I'd have known if something had happened." "Do you think they were the ones who used to abduct us before?" I asked. "Before they came to take over the Earth." "I don't think people were ever really abducted before they came," Asha said. "From what I understand, those were just powerful cases of sleep paralysis and mental illness." "So, you don't think they abducted people before 2024? "No, I don't." Asha paused. "Why do you ask that?" "Because the people who claimed to be abducted were taken straight out of their homes," I replied. "There was no open space between them and the ships. Let's be real, Mia. They'd have to defy some kind of law of physics to be able to pull a person through a solid object. And besides,
You don't think those aliens wouldn't have ripped off the roof of a home if they really wanted a person?
Asha shook her head. I merely stared at her and sighed.
It'll be okay, Mia. It was just a bad dream, that's all.
I didn't want to dwell on the matter any further. Doing so would only place me in yet another hysterical situation. So, with that in mind, I rolled over, pushed my legs over the side of the bed, and then leaned over to pull some socks over my feet. Does Sergeant Goshevin have any plans for us today? I asked, as I pulled my boots on.
I don't think so,
Asha said.
I haven't seen him all day.
He was probably mourning the loss of his men in private, but I didn't think to tell Asha that. Rather, I simply stood, turned to face my friend, and said, "You know where I can get some food?"
Yeah, Asha replied. Follow me. I would have woken you up,
Asha said, as I scarfed down the military rations with gusto I would have never thought possible.
But I know you were having a hard time sleeping last night, so...
You didn't. I managed through a mouthful of food. I swallowed and cleared my throat before saying,
Don't worry, I understand.
She reached out to take hold of my hand and offered a smile that would have brought the heavens to their knees. White, charming, with just enough charisma to make me feel as though things had never gone wrong the previous night. I stared at her beautiful smile, her beautiful face, and took a moment to appreciate it for what it was worth before tightening my hold on her fingers. "Thank you," I said.
For what?
Asha asked. "For looking out for me."
Hey, someone's gotta do it. You look out for me just as much as I do you.
I understand, I replied, lifting my eyes when a flicker of movement caught my attention. I briefly caught sight of a few soldiers several tables over, turning away from me.
Huh. That's odd. What?
Asha asked. I might just be paranoid, but I swore that those people over there were looking at me.
Which people?
I pointed. Asha turned and watched shortly thereafter, as people from another table turned their eyes away from us.
Mia, I don't think you're being paranoid.
So people are watching me, I said.
Yeah, it'd seem so.
But why? Was it because I had screamed bloody murder in the middle of the night? Or was it for some other reason that I wasn't aware of? I was just about to open my mouth and ask Asha another question when the sound of footsteps approaching from behind entered my ears.
Uh-oh.
Asha mumbled.
Barrios,
Goshevin said.
Please stand and come with me.
I turned to face the man and saw flames in his eyes. Sir? I frowned, pushing myself to my feet instantly, almost as if it were an edict written by God himself. Is there something that...
Just come with me.
I swallowed the developing lump in my throat and nodded before swinging my feet over the bench and taking stride behind him, only glancing back once to look at Asha, whose concerned gaze was unlike anything I could have ever imagined. I mouthed, "It'll be okay." She replied, "I hope so." The words, though not spoken, were enough to chill me to the bone. What could Goshevin want? And why was he pulling me out of the cafeteria at lunch, of all times? I followed quietly, not wanting to disturb the silent nature of the man's steady walk as he led me down the hall and around a corner, then toward the main hallway that bridged the school from entrance to gymnasium. When finally we came to enter the principal's office, he closed the door behind me, rounded the desk, then seated himself before saying, "Sit." I did. "Sir?" I asked. "What is this about?"
You've probably already noticed that people have been talking, Goshevin said. Or looking.
Staring would be more like it, I replied, leaning forward as the man's eyes darkened, then narrowed. Sir, why were they looking at me like that?
It's simple, Barrios. Your fellow men think you directly led us into an attack.
There were no words to describe the confusion that entered my mind at that moment, when, in but an instant, the pendulum had fallen, and with it, my head had come off. I sat there, stunned into submission, and merely watched as the man sighed, crossed his arms over his chest, then leaned back to look at me, his judging gaze enough to make me tremble. Sir, I said, the disbelief more than clear in my voice. I didn't intentionally lead us into an attack.
Your fellow soldiers seem to think that you did.
Why would I, though? I hate them as much as you do.
Perhaps you are sympathetic toward them still, Goshevin said. Or perhaps you are merely a mole planted within the resistance to weed us out, little by little.
I stared at him, unsure how, or even if, to reply. It was so preposterous, so outlandish, that it was nearly impossible to take the accusation at face value, let alone as anything serious. But there I was, standing trial before the very man who housed me, awaiting a fate that I knew nothing about. It was because of this that, eventually, after recovering from the shock, I leaned forward, then asked, in as simple a voice as possible, Who?
Who what?
Who made you think that I'm a mole?
Several soldiers reported you awakening in the middle of the night, screaming.
I had a dream that I was harvested and experimented upon.
Who dreams such things when they've never experienced them?
Sir, you have to...
That harvester was nowhere near the scene when we arrived.
It could have been cloaked.
For all we know, you were the one who summoned it.
Tasha Stooges was an ally! I cried, slamming my fist onto the table. Someone I admired, looked up to. Why in God's name do you think I would send for a harvester to kill her and 7 men?
I don't know, Barrios, which is why I'm going to ask you, short and simple. Are you conspiring to eliminate members operating within the resistance?
I stared at him. The only thing I could say was, no.
All right then,
Goshevin said.
I will simply have to take your word for it. I swear to you, though, Barrios, if I even suspect you might be harboring ill intent, I'll have you shot down faster than you can even blink.
I stood, pushed the chair back until it fell on the floor, then turned and stomped out of the room. There was nothing I could do to contain my rage. At that moment, all I wanted was some air. Chapter 13. Asha found me a short while later. Standing outside in the cold November air, I lifted my head as I heard footsteps approach and turned just in time to see my friend advancing toward me, a glint of caution in her eyes and a look of unsurety upon her face. Mia, she said, are you okay? I'm fine, I replied, turning my head to survey the empty street once more. Asha came to stand beside me a few moments later. She started to reach down to touch my hand, but stopped when she likely thought better of it and drew her hand away. She then sighed before straightening her posture and staring out at the very nothing I beheld. So, she said, her voice calm but nearly emotionless. You want to talk about it? He thinks I contributed to Tasha Stooges and the other men's deaths. What? I explained in simple detail the conversation that had occurred, not wanting to bring up the painful accusations, but knowing that I had to relieve myself of the burden somehow. It took little less than 3 minutes to do so, and by the time I was done, Asha was absolutely incensed. Do I need to go kick some... She started. No, I interrupted, taking hold of her arm. Don't you dare. I swear, Mia, if I need to, I'll go up there and kick him so hard in the nuts that his balls will go all the way into his... Asha, stop. The girl did as asked. Instead of continuing, she simply stared, likely waiting for me to say something further. When I did little more than sigh, she expelled a breath of her own before leaning into me and saying, I'm sorry. It's not your fault. I know, it's just... She paused, her eyes flickering from me to the road, then back again. She turned her head briefly to scan the front doorway before leaning forward and asking, Was it an accident? What? The harvester. No, I said. I had my guard up. I couldn't hear a single thought of theirs. It's just, I know that you get a little overwhelmed sometimes and, well, I just wanted to make sure before someone starts saying anything and I have to... Yeah, I replied. Kick someone in the nuts. She smiled and gritted her teeth, then reached down to take hold of my hand. She squeezed it for several long moments, released it, then shrugged her hands into her pockets and leaned against the concrete railing that encompassed the entryway's dead bush garden. I wish there was more I could do. You don't have to do anything but be my friend, I replied. Besides, I'd rather you keep your mouth shut anyway, even if people are saying things about me. All right, I'll do what you say. Good, I said. All we need is to get kicked out of here. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad on our own, Asha offered. I turned my head to look at her. Marianne's dead because we were on our own. Marianne died because of them, Asha replied, nudging her chin toward the sky. I swear, if I had it my way, all of them would be gone by now, even the innocent ones. Asha, I said. Yeah? She asked. It wasn't you who shot the Mother Grey when we were taking the school that night, was it? Asha sighed. She waited several long moments to respond, and when she did, she said, No. I didn't think it was. Why did you ask? Because I was wondering if you were able to do it, I replied. Kill the innocent ones. I thought you said... That I wanted them gone? I asked. I do. But the more I think about it, the more I wonder how feasible it is. Is it because there's so many? That, and because they're stronger than us in every way possible. I couldn't kill an innocent person, Asha replied. That's why the only Greys I shot were the ones with rifles, or those attacking our men. Goshiven. He was the one who was gunning them down, regardless of whether or not they posed a threat. It was a confounding sense of reason. On one hand, they had come to our world to destroy everything they thought did not fit with their worldview. On another, they had also come with hope, out of desperation, in need of assistance. And who was to say they had fired the first shot? It was possible they hadn't, that it was us who had fired upon them. We didn't know. The only ones on our side who knew were probably dead. That alone was enough to make me wonder if it was, in fact, So wrong to feel sympathy for those who had never picked up arms in the first place.
They will be punished,
President Suzanne Gale had said,
under the Geneva Convention.
if their assimilation onto our planet did occur, if it, in the end, did manage to go through correctly and without fail, then those who had taken, tortured, killed, and experimented on our people would be sent to jail, or worse, executed for their crimes. Was that not justice, in the end? I didn't know. I wasn't the one who would be making those decisions. I just knew that I was a catalyst in this war, used and manipulated by both sides to get whatever was wanted. It was frustrating beyond comprehension and nearly made me want to run off. But at the same time, I had stolen from aid camps and needed to consider the implications of what that meant. With one final nod, I reached down, took hold of Asha's hand, and said, "Let's go back inside."
Are you sure you want to go back inside after everything that just happened?
She asked. I nodded. Yeah, I said. I want to go back inside. Screw what people think of me. All I care about is how you feel.
And you know how I feel,
Asha said. I did. And in the end, that was all that mattered. I learned how far some people were willing to go for revenge later that day. While standing outside, performing my usual patrol of the far walls, I heard a noise in the nearby bushes, which I at first thought was a coyote wandering onto the property. As such, I lifted my gun, trained my sights on my surroundings, tried desperately to find something, anything, to either confirm or deny that I was in danger. My heart was hammering in my chest, and my mind was running on overdrive as I waited for the ultimate reveal. Come on, I remembered thinking. Come out and get me before I... That was all I could think before I was struck, hard, in the back of the neck, and pushed to the ground by hands I knew weren't even alien.
Drag her,
a male voice said.
Where?
Another added.
Into the bushes. She needs to learn a lesson.
I struggled beneath the onslaught of hands, 3 sets at least, as I was dragged along the hard ground and into the very place where I'd initially thought there to be a threat. Brambles lashed at my face and caused teardrops of blood to rise along my cheeks, briefly lighting me with enough panic to make me consider what might possibly happen. For that reason, I began thrashing, desperate to free myself from their oppressive grasps. I had just opened my mouth to scream when someone clamped a hand over my lips.
We gotta teach you a lesson,
the man forcing my mouth shut said. I heard the whip of a belt as it came undone, and immediately began to panic. Scared out of my mind and more helpless now than I had been even in the presence of the Greys, I tried to bite my assailant's hand, but only managed to grind my teeth together. I distinctly remember thinking that I was about to get raped. Then I heard the snap of a belt and felt the leather as it crashed down upon my back. I cried out, helpless to defend myself, only to receive a kick in the rib cage.
Shut up, one of the 4 men said, or we'll hurt you worse.
I knew that I was going to be hurt worse anyway, so I attempted to cry out once more, only to receive a kick to my opposite rib cage, and then a punch to my face. My cheek was forced into the cold ground, and lost thorns from the dead rose bushes cut into my flesh as I was kicked not once, not twice, or even 3 times, but repeatedly over and over again. At one point, I heard something snap, as another felt as though the lining of my stomach would burst. Then it was over. The attack, which had lasted a little less than 5 minutes, left me spitting blood and groaning as I attempted to right myself. A foot pressed me down into the earth. I groaned.
Don't move,
he said.
for at least 10 minutes. If you do, someone will come out here and kill you."
I grimaced at the thought, but complied all the same, drawing my body into as small a ball as possible and groaning as one of my cracked or broken ribs protested the effort. It was cold. Very, very cold. And though snow wasn't falling, the ground made it feel like I was in sub-zero temperatures, which was probably their point. They wanted me to suffer as much as humanly possible for something they thought I'd done. Even the knowledge that they could kill me at any moment was enough to immobilize me. I didn't move an inch as I heard them retreating through the bushes and then back toward the school, laughing, jeering, and whispering amongst themselves praises of how well they'd orchestrated their plan. They called me names, some of which I wouldn't dare utter to another woman, and whooped and hollered before disappearing into the school. At one point, I thought I was going to pass out. Such was the pain eclipsing my being. Then I heard footsteps and feared for the worst.
"If you're going to kill me," I said, "do it now."
"Anna?" Asha's familiar voice asked.
"Why are you on the—"
She stopped, suddenly, her gasp like a knife being drawn along my already tender rib cage. She fell to my side a moment later and said, "What happened?"
"I got tricked,"
I whispered, spitting blood onto the ground beside me.
"Someone jumped me."
"Did you get a good look at them?"
"No, they ambushed me and told me they'd kill me if I moved."
"Oh God," Asha said.
"Oh God, Anna, I need to get you inside." "I'd rather just lay here,"
I managed. Asha, not taking no for an answer, hauled me to my feet. I gasped. Snot and tears ran down my face. She briefly turned her head to look at me and sighed as she gazed upon my features.
"You're going to have wicked bruises." "Do I still have all my teeth?"
I asked.
"Yeah, you do." "So I'm still pretty."
I laughed.
"You're beautiful, honey. Please, don't think you aren't."
I said nothing as Asha helped me into the building. Then as she half-carried, half-dragged me down the hall toward where Taylor McKinney, the only acting physician, had set up camp. As we entered, the man lifted his eyes in greeting, then immediately paled.
"By God,"
he said.
"What the hell happened?" "I got jumped,"
I said.
"by people who thought I was a traitor."
With Taylor McKinney's help, Asha stripped me out of my coat, then down to my t-shirt before helping me into the only bed I had ever seen in the school. "Tell me what hurts," he said.
"Everything."
"Be more specific." So I told him. He pressed down on my stomach, prodded my rib cage, examined my face to check for possible breaks or fractures. When he pulled away, he said, "It's hard to say if you've broken anything. Your face feels fine, but your abdomen is swollen."
"Is that something to be concerned about?"
Asha asked.
"I think she'll be okay so long as she remains in bed,"
Taylor McKinney said. He turned his eyes up to Asha as she looked down upon me. "Have you informed Sergeant Goshevin of this attack?"
"No."
"Then go. Now." Asha darted out of the room before the nurse could ask twice. "Anna," he said as he turned back to face me, "I'm going to give you a small dosage of morphine to help with the pain. Do you understand what I'm saying?"
"Yes, sir. I do."
"Hold still now, while I draw the vein to the surface." He did it within moments, and by the time the drug hit my system, I was about ready to pass out. The brutal attack, those horrible words, all because of a single accusation made by someone in our midst. someone who was supposed to be my ally. I had no sooner begun to cry when Sergeant Goshevin appeared, Asha tailing shortly behind him. "Anna," he said, "are you all right?"
"Do I look all right?" I managed.
The man said nothing. Rather, he sighed, turned his attention down at me, and said, "Dawson told me everything."
"So, what are you going to do about it?"
"There's not much I can do about it, Barrios."
"Is that all you have to say?"
I asked, as I attempted to push myself up, then grimaced as I lowered myself back down once I found the pain to be too great.
"You're not going to do anything about this?"
"There's only one other person who was on duty with you, and I'm set to question him now."
"But—"
He shook his head. With that declaration set in stone, I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled it before laying my head on the pillow.
"I know you were concerned for your safety,"
Sergeant Goshevin said,
"and are now probably even more so after this attack. I'm here to inform you, however, that I'm going to get to the bottom of this. And if I catch whoever did this to you—"
"There were 4, I said.
"I'm going to exile them from the resistance."
I opened my eyes to look at him.
"What?"
I asked.
"I said—"
"I heard what you said,"
I interrupted.
"It's just... doesn't that sound a bit...
extreme? Maybe so. But I can't have my soldiers committing random acts of violence on each other. Especially not someone like you."
Though he didn't speak the words, I instinctively knew what he wanted to say by his inflection. He didn't want me to summon the Greys or their monsters to the Resistance headquarters. That much was already obvious. Nodding, I reached out to take Asha's hand and watched the sergeant as he turned.
"Barrios,"
he said.
"Yeah,"
I replied.
"Feel better. We may need you sooner rather than later."
With that, he departed, leaving me alone with Asha and Taylor McKinney.
"You won't leave me?"
I asked, as I looked into Asha's eyes.
"Will you?"
"I wouldn't even think of it."
"There's no need for you to worry," Taylor McKinney said, as he drew an overcoat over his broad shoulders and buttoned it across his lean torso. "With the 2 of us here, you'll have nothing to worry about." Though I hardly doubted that, I could at least rest with the knowledge that I would be somewhat safe. Asha and I shared the only bed in the nurses' quarters that night after dusk had fallen. Feeling better than I had earlier, but still sore from my injuries, I struggled to both fall and remain asleep. Every slight movement was pain incarnate, and though wanting nothing more than to crawl from bed and find whomever had done this to me, I committed myself to remaining still, and instead tried to figure out what the next course of action would be. I knew that staying here was the best shot we had of remaining alive. In an increasingly dangerous world, there was no reason for the 2 of us to leave the Resistance headquarters unless it became absolutely necessary. After being attacked by 4 deranged men, it seemed completely idiotic for us to remain simply content in the official response to the situation. Knowing that I couldn't do anything but wait for my injuries to heal, I closed my eyes and attempted to sleep. That was when I heard it, the bark of a gunshot. I tried to ignore the sound, tried, desperately, to simply fall back asleep. But when a second shot sounded, then a third, Asha lifted her head to view the nearby window, boarded over with 2x4s, and frowned.
"What do you think's going on?"
I asked.
"I'm not sure,"
Asha replied.
"Mr. McKinney?"
The nurse, who'd risen from his cot after hearing the gunshots, walked barefoot across the room and peered out what few slats there happened to be in the window. "It's," he started, narrowing his eyes. "They..." He paused, and almost immediately retreated from the window.
What is it?
I asked, attempting to rise but stopping before I could do so. "Coyotes," he said. "A lot of them." "I should go," Asha said.
Don't,
I started. She pressed a kiss to my cheek, then flung herself over the edge of the bed and into her boots. A short moment later, she was gone, not even bothering to pull her coat around her body. I lifted myself into a sitting position and stared at Taylor McKinney as he lifted a revolver from his desk and then began to load it.
"You'll stay here with me," I said, "right?"
"I don't plan on leaving, Anna." I grimaced as the sound of single-shot rifles and automatic weaponry cut through the night, and listened to the cries and bays of coyotes as they attempted to draw closer to the school zone. I longed to be out there, helping assist in the fight. But with my injuries being so severe, there was no point in even thinking about stepping foot from bed. With that in mind, I simply waited and listened and watched both the window and the Australian nurse, as he considered it. That was when I heard it. A sound not in the air, but my mind. "Girl," it said. "Find the girl." I froze and drew, with more pain than I could have possibly imagined, a single breath into my lungs. They were looking for me? But why? What use could they have for me now that I was no longer their emissary, their benefactor, their sympathetic voice to a new and foreign world? That was when I remembered Grayson's words, stark and clear in my mind.
The Queen does not consider you her enemy.
Had the Queen maybe discovered what I had done? That my actions had contributed to the slaughter of countless innocents? And if so, was she trying to capture me to question me on this matter? I shook my head to clear the thoughts bombarding my mind and raised barriers around my consciousness. "It's happening," McKinney said. "Isn't it?"
"They're looking for me,"
I replied, pressing my hand against my temple as a sharp, stabbing pain exploded at the center of my head. "Girl, girl, find the girl." I struggled to keep them out, fought to keep them at bay, but there seemed to be no use. The more I battled, the more they tried to push through. And the more they tried to push through, the more I wanted to give in. I was just about ready to give up when the intrusive, telepathic thoughts ended, just like that. Only one last shot was fired in the still and dead of night. Moments later, I heard the double doors open and men trample in, shivering in their coats and sweatshirts. Asha stepped in a moment later, a grim expression on her face.
"What?"
I asked.
"What is it?"
The girl started. Goshevin was in the room before she had the chance to finish. "Anamia," he said.
"Yes?"
I asked, swallowing. "You have some explaining to do." Chapter 14. I stared at Goshevin, and he at me in the moments after the coyote assault against the Resistance headquarters had ended. Rage in his eyes, trouble on his lips. He ground his jaw and offered a sigh which resembled more of a growl than anything before he said, "They were saying your name."
"What?"
"Not your name," Asha replied. "The girl."
"What?"
Girl. Find the girl," Goshevin said, stabbing a finger at me with each incantation. "Do you know what any of this is about?"
I
Don't
Lie to me, Anna. You know what I'll do if you do.
All right, I said, raising my hands in surrender. I understand. Just give me a moment to collect myself. Taylor McKinney stared at me in horror, Asha with a look of dread on her face. Goshivin's gaze showed nothing more than malice, and at that moment, I wanted little more than to retreat beneath the covers and hide from the man who could very easily change my entire world. I was in contact with one of the Greys before I came here, I said.
What?
Goshivin asked. Briefly, I added. Before we even came into Lago Vista.
Explain.
Grayson, the alien whom I had contact with, appeared in its harvester ship outside the cabin Asha, myself, and our friend Marianne had shared, and told me that the Queen didn't consider me to be her enemy.
Why would she have considered you her enemy in the first place?
Because I was working with Dubois, I replied. She tried to shoot down the mothership. I don't know if it worked because shortly after the shot was fired, the three of us ran.
So the Queen was under the assumption that you thought she considered you a traitor?
Exactly.
So why is she searching for you now?
That's what I don't understand, I said, sighing. The last time this happened was when they were trying to reach out to me for contact. Why it's happening now, I'm not sure.
We need to secure our perimeter,
Goshivin said.
And ensure that an assault like this does not happen again. Dawson.
Yes, sir? Asha asked.
As one of our best snipers, I want you to be on the roof watching out for our men while they dispose of the corpses and ensure that there aren't any wandering beasts afoot. Can you do this?
Yes, sir. I can.
Good. There's a ladder that allows for roof access outside of the gymnasium. I want you to climb it, position yourself, and make sure nothing creeps up on my men. Now go.
Asha darted out of the room before I could say a word in protest.
As for you,
the man replied, turning his eyes on me after he watched Asha disappear down the hallway.
I want you to be forthcoming with me if you hear anything. Absolutely anything. Do we have an understanding?
Yes, sir. We do.
Now.
He paused and considered Taylor McKinney briefly, before leaning against the wall and crossing his arms over his chest.
Do you have any reason to believe that you might be visited by this Grayson again?
Not that I'm aware of.
If it does make contact with you, ignore it. And if it pressures you, do your best to ward it away from the area. We don't need Greys knowing where we are.
That was the thing I wanted to tell him, that they already knew where we were. But I chose to keep my mouth shut and instead nodded in order to pacify him. There was no need to stir him up, and there was definitely no reason to make him even more angry with me. Truth was, I wanted him to know that we were potentially in danger, that we had been discovered and likely would not be left alone. Knowing that it would cause trouble, though, was enough to still my tongue. Goshivin turned toward the doorway.
Keep an eye on her,
he said, casting a glance toward Taylor McKinney.
Make sure she doesn't get herself into any trouble.
All right, sir.
And Anna Mia?
He asked. Yes? I frowned.
Under no circumstance are you to leave the premises without my permission.
I sighed, but nodded and watched as he departed out the clinic's door. It was Dubois and Burgundy Hospital all over again. My only question was, would it all end the same way? Asha returned to the clinic in the early hours of the morning, when the white dawn was just beginning to creep across the horizon. Looking tired beyond compare, and seemingly wanting to do nothing but sleep, she crawled into bed beside me without even bothering to take her boots off, and snuggled close before falling into a deep sleep. While she slept, I listened to the sound of her breathing and wondered just what Grayson, or its queen, could possibly want from me. It seemed senseless for either to seek me out after I had openly defied Grayson's attempt to recruit me into their fold. But then again, what did I know? I was no more than a 17, almost 18-year-old girl, trapped in the middle of a war of the worlds between two of the most dominant life forms ever to exist. For all I knew, they had bigger plans for me. But it doesn't matter, I mumbled, when, half asleep, but fearing to drift into unconsciousness, I reached down to take hold of Asha's hand. It's not like you're ever going to go back there anyway. You talking to yourself again? Asha whispered. Taylor McKinney snorted in his sleep, and for a moment I thought I'd woken him. When he resumed his deep breathing, however, I realized that was not the case, and as such sighed and scooted back even closer against Asha. Yeah, I mumbled. I am. Want to talk about it? There's nothing to talk about, I replied, tightening my hold on her hand. I'm just scared, that's all. Of what? Of being found. Of being kidnapped. Of being forcibly harvested for them to do only God knew what. Rather than speak my true thoughts, I merely shrugged and said, Everything. There's nothing to be afraid of, Mia. I'll protect you. I know you will. Go to sleep, my friend said, nuzzling her face into my neck. Everything will be fine in the morning. I promise you that. Though I couldn't take her words as anything more than sweet nothings, I nodded, closed my eyes, and attempted to go back to sleep. When I saw a Gray's face staring back at me, I knew it was going to be a long night. Taylor McKinney had me out of bed and walking the next day. Though not as sore as I had been before, my stomach was a patchwork of bruises and my rib cage burned any time I tried to shift the right side of my body. You definitely have cracked ribs, he said, as he pressed a flat palm against the side of my torso. How long do you think it'll take to heal? I asked. 2 weeks at best. Maybe even longer if you're unlucky. If I was unlucky? I laughed, causing him to lift his eyes to face me. I merely shook my head, uttered, Sorry, then said, I haven't really been that lucky as of late. Maybe the alien DNA will assist in the process, the nurse offered. It has in the past. True. Though I had been scratched and scarred by the coyote who had attacked me back at the home goods store, I had healed miraculously quickly, which, Taylor McKinney said, was unusual considering the depth of the injury and how the bacteria clinging to the creature's claws could have easily killed me in those early days. Mr. McKinney, I said, after a moment's hesitation. Yes? He asked. Do you really think the DNA inside me is changing that much? I can't say for sure. All I know is, when we did genetic testing on you at Burgundy Hospital, we found DNA that resembled nothing that had ever come from the planet Earth, let alone a human being. Does that mean I'm part coyote? I think it means you're part Zeta, the nurse replied. When I offered him a blank look, he cleared his throat and said, Zeta. The life forms that came from the Zeta Reticuli system. Oh. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, the nurse offered in the moments following my short and unsure reply. I mean, it's offered you gifts that we can only begin to imagine, and it's allowed your body to reject any bacteria that would have killed a normal human being. You've changed, yes, but possibly for the better. For the better? I distinctly remember thinking, What could be better about being a freak? Though I didn't want to engage in morals with the man, especially over my situation, I nodded, forced a smile, and said, "Yeah, maybe." Asha slid an arm around my shoulders, tightened her hold for one brief moment, and said, "I think I should go report in. Do you want me to bring you breakfast before I leave?" "No," I said. "I'll be fine." "You're sure?" I nodded. "All right then," Asha said, then leaned forward to kiss my cheek. "See you later, Mia. What is it y'all used to say?" "Te amo?" I asked. "Te amo," she replied. I smiled and watched as she left the room. As her figure disappeared down the hall and toward the gymnasium where she would arm herself and crawl atop the roof, I longed to be in her presence at that moment. To just talk. To just chill. To just be simple teenagers who, in love, could do anything we wanted. But when Taylor McKinney cleared his throat, I knew it was to say something of importance. "You know," he said, "it's probably better that the two of you are in a lesbian relationship." "Same sex," I corrected. "I'm bisexual." "Oh, my apologies." "Why is that?" I then asked. "We have no idea what your mixed DNA would do if you attempted to conceive," McKinney offered. "It's quite possible that it could kill you. Or worse. Create a hybrid species that would... What?" I asked. The nurse shook his head. "Never mind," he said. "It's nothing. It seems like something," I replied. "If you don't ever intend to try and conceive a child, either through normal means or that of potential future technology, you should be perfectly fine." "I understand," I said. Taylor forced an awkward smile before gesturing me to seat myself. "You should probably rest if you want to recover," he said. "But I wasn't able to finish." No sooner had I tried to say, "don't want to," did Sergeant Goshevin appear in the room, inviting himself in without question. "Barrios," he said. "Sir?" I frowned. "What are you doing?" "I've located your assailants." I blinked, too stunned to believe it. "What?" I asked. I said, "I've located the men who attacked you." "How?" "Word of mouth. Turns out certain individuals can't keep their lips shut when it comes to beating up an unsuspecting teenage girl." "I see," I said, unsure what to even feel. "Do you want to face them yourself?" That was a question I wasn't sure how to answer. On one hand, I knew that it would be important to face them down, to determine just why they had attacked me, and see their reactions when I faced them again. But on another, I realized it would only cause me a world of pain. Scars like mine, they were more psychological than physical, and being attacked by people whom I thought were allies had been nothing short of traumatizing. "No," I said, after several moments of consideration. Then with a shake of my head added, "I don't want to see them." "You're sure? This'll be the last time you can say anything before I exile them to the streets." "You really mean to do that, don't you?" "Do you have any other suggestions?" I didn't, but I knew, based solely on the conditions of winter and that of the world surrounding us, that these men, as judgmental as they were, could not be left to die on the roads alone. Turning, I approached Sergeant Goshevin with strength I didn't think possible, and said, "Let me see them." Goshevin's only response was to nod and lead me out of the infirmary. There were 4 in total, all white,
all young, all ranging in age from possibly mid-teens to early 20s, and they looked absolutely terrified. "You know why you're here,"
Sergeant Goshevin said, clasping his hands behind his back as he faced the 4 men in the gymnasium head-on. The 4 men nodded and kept still as they stared not just at Goshevin, but at me.
"We're here,"
Goshevin continued,
"because you assaulted a member of the Resistance in cold blood and left her with injuries that leave her unable to perform her duties."
"She's with them," one of the men said, his wide eyes darting between the 2 of us with a manic panic.
That's the only reason we did it.
"I'm not with anybody," I replied, "but the men and women around me." The man who'd spoken remained silent, and instead of looking at me, lowered his eyes to the floor, as if unable to face the very girl who, no more than a day prior, he'd lured into the bushes and then assaulted with the potential to kill. Goshevin, long past the point of no return, stepped forward to pace before the 4 men, judging each of them accordingly and without pause. He stamped his foot on the ground to bring all their eyes up and offered a semblance of a cruel smile as he glanced at me out his peripheral.
"You know what we do to people who make trouble,"
he said, his deep voice eerily calm but authoritative.
"Correct?"
"Yes, sir," they said.
"To remind you, we throw them on the streets without any weapons, or even supplies for that matter. In these conditions, you would surely die before the night was over."
None of the men responded.
"But I'm not the one who's deciding your fate today,"
Goshevin continued.
"Anamia is."
The men lifted their heads to face me. In their eyes was horror I could never have even begun to imagine from someone who was not facing down a direct foe, a coyote or a gray. No. In their eyes was a horror found only in those whose fate was left in the hands of another, one that I, sadly, now understood.
"Anamia,"
Sergeant Goshevin said,
"what would you have us do to the men who assaulted you outside the Resistance headquarters?"
I wasn't normally one to be cruel, to be savage, to be without mercy. But in that moment, I remained quiet, allowing my silence to be the weapon upon which pale men speared themselves. Like knives, it cut through their psyches, causing their eyes to wander, their lips to tremble, their fingers to twitch. At one moment, I thought one of them would go berserk, as his raging terror was unlike anything I had ever seen. But still, I allowed it to fester, to grow, to germinate like a dark seed inside the center of every man's heart. When it finally came time to speak, it was to say, "Give them mercy." The men paled. Their eyes stopped wandering, their lips stilled. Their hands ceased their incessant movements. In but one moment, everything came to a close. And the man who'd spoken previously simply asked, "Why?" "Because I am not cruel," I replied. "Because I realize what would happen if you were sent out into the streets."
"But we hurt you,"
another man said.
"Damn near killed you."
"Because you were scared," I said. "Because you thought I was with them." I knew there was no choice for me but to be sympathetic toward them. Sending them away would only make me appear as though I had a vendetta against the Resistance, which I most certainly did not. The men, now visibly relieved from the lack of sentencing I had delivered upon them, sighed, lowered their shoulders, and said, one at a time, "Thank you."
"That doesn't mean you're getting off easy,"
Goshevin replied.
"The 4 of you will take night shifts in the coldest weather and dig and bury latrines daily. Understand?" Sir, yes, sir, the men cried. Now get out of here before I decide to punish you myself. The men departed without so much but a glance at me. I, meanwhile, could only stare at Goshevin, who looked at me with dark, calculating eyes, as if expecting me to speak.
You wanted me to let them go, I said.
It was the only way you were going to gain support here,
Goshevin replied.
People are scared, Anna. Scared that you're some ruthless power that could descend upon them at any time.
But I'm not.
They don't know that. All they know is what you're able to do.
I nodded.
There's no need for you to be in here anymore,
Goshevin replied.
Now go. Back to the infirmary, where you can rest and make sure you're ready for duty whenever the time.
The doors to the gymnasium burst open.
Sir! Wei Ting cried. What is it?
Goshevin growled.
This better be important.
There's
Spit it out, boy. A harvester. Where? Directly in front of the building.
My heart dropped nearly instantly.
What's it doing?
Goshevin asked, as we turned to follow the young man out of the gymnasium.
It's just hovering there,
Wei Ting replied.
I don't...
They've come for me, I said. Goshevin turned his head to look at me. I didn't respond. As we approached the double front doors, out which we could see into the city through the windows flanking them, I watched as the harvesting panel opened, then as someone, or more like something, began to descend. After stepping outside, and after descending the few short steps that separated me from the school's entryway to the school's front drive, I realized just who it was. It was a Gray, carrying, in one hand, a simple rod, atop which was a white banner of surrender. Grayson? I asked, as the creature's mind touched my own. What are you doing here?
I come with a proposition.
The creature said.
One that may end this war.
Chapter 15. Guns were immediately trained on the creature I had come to call Grayson as it stood in the school's front drive. Black eyes, massive. Non-existent lips pursed. It waited for me to respond as in the cold winter air it trembled. Goshevin, who, at that point, was incensed beyond compare, drew his sidearm and pointed it directly at the creature. Don't, I said.
Why?
The man asked.
What could it possibly do to help us end this war?
That's what I need to find out, I replied. I bridged the distance between Grayson and myself in but a moment, watching as all around us sights were adjusted, guns were raised, as safeties were disengaged. I knew they could shoot at any time, knew that, at any point, they could bring us down in a hail of glory, but knew that they wouldn't. After all the mystique that had played out around me, they wished to see how the events would transpire, how the world, as it was, would change. I reached out to take hold of the simple metal rod that Grayson held in one palm, and nodded as the two of us lowered the stock to the ground. Tell me, I said, what it is you have come here for.
I have come here, Anna Mia Sophia Barrios, to offer a solution to end this war, once and for all.
What is it? I asked. Grayson blinked, its eyes subtly shifting in focus as it looked past me at the roof of the building. I turned and caught Asha staring down at us, a mixture of fear and confusion alight on her face, and shook my head to assure her that everything was fine, though whether or not everything was, I could not be sure. For all I knew, they were primed and ready to gun me down. Nodding, I turned to face Grayson a short moment later and said, What is it?
There is a way to end this war,
the creature continued.
with minimal violence and bloodshed.
How?
Goshevin asked.
The Grey offered the semblance of a smile and said,
Our queen.
Your queen? I asked, frowning. What about her?
There is no direct line of succession that occurs within the Grey people.
Grayson explained, shifting its eyes from me to Goshevin, then back again.
She possesses no living heirs, holds no ties to any Grey kind either on board the mothership or off. Nor is there a declared ruler that will take her place after she has fallen in battle. Naturally, she has ruled persistently, unchallenged by anyone or anything. She believes herself to be invincible. However, she is not.
I don't understand, I said.
In Grey kind culture,
Grayson continued.
the rulers of both ships and the people upon them are forged in death. If one Grey kills another, that Grey, by right of honor, takes control of the previous Grey's ship, and whatever assets they may hold as a result of that takeover.
So you're saying if a Grey kills her, I said, that they'll be able to stop this war?
I'm saying that if you kill her, you will be able to stop this war.
I blinked. No, this couldn't be real. This was all some kind of elaborate joke. I was no Grey, was not a person from the stars, Zeta Reticuli or otherwise. I was a daughter of Mother Earth, whom never in my life could have dreamed of setting foot off the planet. To think that I could even be compared to them was unfathomable and absolutely ridiculous. But, I started, I'm no Grey.
That is where you are wrong, Anamia.
Grayson lifted its head to peer back at me, at the men who, in their shock and awe, had lowered their arms in an effort to get a better look at what was taking place before them.
Explain,
Goshevin said.
When Anamia was bitten by the creature you know as the coyote,
Grayson replied.
her body underwent a metamorphosis that occurred only on the planet we came from. Our world, our planet, possessed a gift unlike any we have ever seen. And as its children, it passed down its offering to those life forms sentient and allowed us to establish a hive mind link with one another. Though we initially believed this impossible with Homo sapiens, Anamia's acclamation to the DNA that intrinsically links all Zetan creatures together proves that she is not only a daughter of Earth, but Zeta.
So I swallowed. One of you?
Only in part, but that does not matter. All that will matter to our people is that you are capable of connecting to the hive mind and ruling those peoples who exist within it.
So you're saying that if I kill the queen, I said, if I somehow am able to get on the ship, fight my way through her guard and monsters, and kill her, that I can end this war.
Grey kind will bow to you as their new queen.
But why? I asked. Why tell me this?
Since our meeting, I have witnessed the suffering of your people.
Grayson replied.
I have seen your grief, your agony, your torment, your sorrow. But most importantly, I have seen your passion. We, as Zetans, long ago abandoned emotion in lieu of higher thinking. Seeing it so present within your populace has stirred emotions in me that I have not felt for hundreds, no, thousands of years.
I merely stared at Grayson, unsure how or what to say. The idea of ending this war, as great as it happened to be, was astronomical in scope, utterly terrifying in prospect. For this plan to work, I would have to not only board the mothership, but kill the Zayden Queen herself.
So,
Grayson said.
what is it you think, Anna Mia Sophia Barrios? Will you join forces with me and attempt to stop this war once and for all?
Why not do it yourself? I asked. If it's your idea, then why?
Already you have inspired your people with the prospect of hope. I am not fit to be a leader, not as you are.
I don't know what to say, I replied. I don't. I shook my head.
Anna?
Goshevin asked.
What's wrong?
I need to think, I said. I need to be alone.
I will wait until nightfall,
Grayson replied.
and return with hope in my heart, unlike any I have ever felt before.
The alien turned and walked away. A short moment later, we watched, in mute awe and silent fascination, as it was lifted into its ship. It was at that moment that I realized I was the final straw in Earth's future. If I wanted to save the planet, to end this war once and for all, I would have to board the mothership and attempt to kill the Queen. The thought, as daunting as it was, happened to be the first flicker of hope I'd felt since the mothership had fallen all those weeks ago. All I needed to do was think. The fact that I could potentially end this war was enough to make me feel as though my life had purpose. Before, that feeling had come from the Midnight Guard. For the fact that I could defend my mother and sister from the things that happened to lay outside our walls. When they died, and when we'd been forced to flee from Fort Hope, those seeds had been sown within Burgundy Hospital. Then in the sympathizer movement that had brought the alien invaders to our soils. Finally, that sense of purpose had revealed itself in the form of a kind alien, whom, with its large eyes and tight mouth, had declared to me that I could possibly be the one to end this war. Sitting in the room Asha and I shared with a dozen other soldiers, contemplating, thinking, and worst of all dreading what it was I knew I had to do. I tried to determine just what I would say come time Goshevin arrived to ask whether or not I was going to do what the alien had asked. I knew I had to do it. There was simply no denying it. But the fact of the matter was, it wasn't a decision that could be made lightly. In all my hopes and dreams, fantasies and nightmares, hopeless causes and lost effects, I had imagined that I would be the one to change the world. That it would be through my direct influence that the war would finally end. Once that was within my grasp, it was almost impossible to comprehend. At the doorway there came a knock, and though initially hesitant to look up, I forced myself to do so anyway, and saw Asha standing in the threshold. "Hey," she said. "Hey," I replied. "How are you feeling?" "Like I have the whole weight of the world on my shoulders?" I laughed, and bitterly at that. She didn't respond. Instead, she settled down on the cot beside me and pressed a hand against the small of my back. "Are you okay?" How am I supposed to be okay when the entire future of our planet is resting on my shoulders? I asked. "I don't even think I can do this, Asha." "Don't say that." "Why? Everything else I've tried has failed up until this point. Why would this be any different?" "Because it's going to work this time," Asha replied, leaning against my body. She wrapped an arm around me and pressed her chin atop my shoulder and said, "You can do this. You know you can." "How?" "By taking the best men you know with you." she responded.
Including me.
I turned to stare at her. Asha, perplexed, blinked.
What?
She asked. I'm not going to take you up into the mothership with me.
You have to, Mia. I'm one of the last snipers here.
Just because you're a sniper doesn't mean you're automatically going to get put in my roster.
Is this because I'm your girlfriend?
What? I asked. We'd never used words like that before, but it made sense that she'd draw that card. A trump if I'd ever seen one. I swallowed the lump in my throat and said, No.
Then why don't you want to take me?
Because I don't want anything to happen to you.
And what if I don't want anything to happen to you?
She asked. That's different, I responded.
How?
I'm me, I said. You're you.
And what is that supposed to mean?
I couldn't respond. She officially stumped me at that moment when, in staring into her pretty blue eyes, I tried to determine what it was she wanted me to say. I'd shoved my foot in my mouth and clamped down. There was absolutely nothing I could say to realistically add to my point. With that said, I replied, I just don't want you to die.
Do you think I could go on living if something happened to you while you were up there?
Asha asked, pointing a hand at the ceiling and, I knew, the metaphorical mothership.
Do you think I could live life day in and day out without you at my side? I love you, Mia. I always have, always will. But if you keep me from going up there with you, I swear, by the God I sometimes have trouble believing in, that I will follow you and tear you right out of the sky.
Unable to refrain from showing emotion, I smiled and leaned forward to wrap an arm around her shoulders. Okay, I whispered, bowing my head against hers. I'll let you go with me.
Good,
Asha said.
Besides,
she then added,
you don't want me to have to kick your ass.
I laughed. She laughed. Goshevin appeared in the doorway.
Troops,
he said. Sir, I managed, standing.
Have you made a decision, Mia?
I nodded. Yes, I said. I have.
Good.
Goshevin turned.
I'll rally the men and have them gather in the gymnasium. You'll need a strong unit to get anywhere up in that ship.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. And Anna?
Yes? I asked.
Thank you for doing what you think is right.
He walked out of the room after that, leaving Asha and I to brood over the meanings of his words and the foreseeable future. Chapter 16. They gathered in the gymnasium that afternoon and waited for me to declare what exactly I wished for them to do. Scared out of my mind and unable to believe what it was I would soon face, I stared at the people seated in the bleachers and tried to inspire any strength I could within my person. I couldn't believe it. After 6 years, there was finally a definitive possibility that this war could be won, and by us, no less. By me. The thought, as monumental as it happened to be, was enough to scare me senseless. Not usually one to fall within the leader role, but knowing that was exactly what I had to do, I steeled myself for whatever fallout was to come and said, matter-of-factly, "You know why you're here." The men and women seated within the room nodded, their eyes attentive, their lips pursed, their faces lit with worry. It was obvious at that moment that they were completely terrified of what was to come. As with the arrival of the gray alien named Grayson, there'd come a sense of finality that no one, not even the strongest among them, could shake. That finality was what had compelled them to come to the gymnasium. to arrive, to sit, to watch and wait. And that finality would be what would ultimately compel them to volunteer for service or refuse it entirely. After taking a slow breath, I expelled it and said, "A gray alien whom I've taken to calling Grayson visited me this afternoon with a proposal. One that could seriously change the impact of, and maybe even end this war." Men and women shifted nervously in their seats. Goshevin nodded his approval. Asha watched with scared eyes. Marisol looked on sadly and Wei Ting with an attentive gaze. Even Timothy Michaels, whom I'd originally considered to be somewhat of a coward, watched without fault, giving me an encouraging nod to continue. "I know this is a scary time for all of us," I said. "A moment in which we must rise up and be the best men and women we can be. I know you're worried that I'll pick you. Hell, I'm terrified of even bringing any of you on board with me. But I'm going to need your help in order to make this work. And though it pains me to say this, I can't guarantee that you'll all come back alive." Murmurs rose within the crowd, marking true the severity of the situation. Someone sobbed. Another person sighed. A third stood and made their way out of the room, excusing themselves from not only the greatest, but darkest moment in history. In seeing their faces, in knowing their plights, their doubts, their fears, and their worries, my heart skipped a beat, and my mind flashed back to everything that had occurred within the last 2 months. My enrollment in the Guard, being bitten by the coyote, Mama and Xiomara's deaths, Fort Hope's destruction, Jason's noble sacrifice, our arrival at Burgundy Hospital, my abduction, Dubois' betrayal, Marianne's death, my revelation, and now this. All of it and more streamed through my head at that moment, downloading into my head as if I were some supercomputer brought from the future through a time machine. It was almost too much to bear, and as a result, I stiffened, on the verge of panic. I thought, how could I do this if I were not even confident myself? How, I wondered, could I lead men and women to their eventual deaths when I myself was terrified that this would not work? How could I be their leader, their champion, their saving grace, if I could not even believe in myself? While standing there, staring at them and trying my hardest to determine what to say next, I cleared my throat and said, "I guess what I'm asking is this." They waited with bated breath. Who here would willingly volunteer to come aboard the mothership with me, so I may possibly kill the Queen and take leadership of the Grey People? At first, no one was keen to respond. Even Asha, who, up until that moment, had been more than willing to join me, paused, her face a contortion of unsurety and panic. Slowly, she stepped forward, and slowly, she lifted her rifle into her arms, came to stand at my side, and said, "I willingly volunteer." Marisol stood. "I volunteer," she said. "But you have a broken arm," Timothy Michaels cried. "I can still shoot with my left hand." Marisol descended then and made her way through the bleachers until she came to stand beside me, one hand on her pistol holster, the other gripped in a tight ball within her sling. Wei Ting came next. Sergeant Goshevin followed shortly thereafter. Even Timothy Michaels, the last person I would ever suspect to volunteer for such a mission, exhaled a long, drawn-out sigh, then stood and said, "I volunteer as well." "So will I," Taylor McKinney said from the doorway. "Mr. McKinney?" I managed. "Are you sure you want to—"
"It'll be useful to have a medic on board," Goshevin said. "Besides, I don't see anyone else volunteering.
Asha, Marisol, Goshiven, Wei Ting, McKinney, and Timothy Michaels. They were the only ones who chose to step forward. Who, with humanity's interests in mind, chose to champion my cause in an attempt to forge a brave new world. It was a sobering notion, to say the least. Knowing that these 6 were the only ones who had chosen to willingly put themselves in the line of danger was enough to make me realize just how grave a cause the whole thing was. "All right," I said, looking from Goshiven to Marisol to Asha, Wei Ting, McKinney, and Timothy Michaels. "At dusk tonight, the 7 of us will rise into the harvester ship and attempt to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Our world." Though no cheers came from the bleachers, nor from those who'd chosen to face death on what was potentially a suicide mission, I knew that we at least stood a chance. It was time to end the war. It was time to kill the Queen. That evening, long before dusk, and before the sun had yet to fully descend from the heavens, I sat on the school's front steps and stared at the stars just beginning to twinkle upon the distant horizon. Brilliant in their splendor, and twinkling as if they were gods looking down from the heavens. I watched and prayed, upon each one, that we would be safe come time the harvester ship appeared to take us into its mortal folds. "You all right?" Asha asked from somewhere behind me. I turned to face her and nodded. "Yeah," I said. "I'm all right." "Are you sure?" "I'm better than I thought I would be," I replied, turning back to look at the stars. I think I've accepted my fate, whatever it may happen to be." "You're not going to die, Mia." "Maybe not. But whatever happens from this point forward is going to change my life forever." Asha settled down beside me, took hold of my hand, and squeezed my palm as we looked at the sun, fading in its glory as it slowly began to descend upon the world. Soon there would be oranges and pinks, and maybe even reds, for on this day blood would be spilled, and with it the rise of a new kingdom would come. "It's going to change everyone's lives," Asha said after a moment. "Not just yours, not just mine. Everyone's." It was nearly impossible to imagine a world in which everything would return to normal, in which schools would open, construction would begin, jobs would resume, and the beginning of a new era would dawn on the age of not just humankind, but Grey as well. As I thought about it, dwelling over everything that could possibly occur, I began to think of what would happen and how their involvement would ultimately make this world better. Superstructures would be built to house the billions displaced from the Zayden planet. Fossil fuels would be eradicated. Terraformation would begin. Born from the cosmic places of the universe would be a holy union, and with it, the unusual would become the new norm. This, I knew, was the reason why we had to kill the Queen. Why, after all this time, I would ultimately be forced to play the final card in my deck. With my sword held high, I would bring forth a new era for both races, and as a result of it, end the calamity that had come with them. While sitting there, staring at the stars, listening to the birds as they hollered for night to come, and tasting the fresh evening air, I tried to absorb it in for one final time, because soon we would be departing, and with it begin either the final or beginning stages of this new war. If we were to win, it would all be over. If we were to fail, well, humanity would surely be decimated. With that in mind, I rose and, dragging Asha along with me, turned toward the school. "We should suit up," I said. "Gather our weapons, our strength, Our wits.
I'm not sure if we can gather that last part.
Asha laughed.
I think it has to come naturally.
Whether or not it would, I couldn't be sure. But rather than dwell on it, I took her hand and led her back into the school, where I knew we would meet with our companions. We were offered the greatest armor and the best arms possible. Dressed from head to toe in riot gear salvaged from the nearby police station, complete with bulletproof vests and shields that could be deployed whenever necessary, and armed with automatic weaponry, shotguns, and the best sidearms available. We contemplated one another and what would happen come time Grayson arrived, and tried to remain calm in spite of the terror I knew dwelled within us all. So, I said, looking at my 6 companions, from McKinney to Marisol to Wei Ting, Timothy Michaels, Asha, and Sergeant Goshevin. Are we ready?
I think we're as ready as we can be,
Marisol offered. Are you sure you want to go? I asked. I mean, considering your arm.
I can load and unload a pistol,
she said, demonstrating her capacity to do so with efficient ease.
Don't worry, I want to do this.
Wanting to do it and feeling a moral obligation to do so were 2 completely different things. Goshevin, I knew, was damned. Knew that, in his current frame of mind, he was only coming along because he felt it necessary to do so. Asha was coming because of me. McKinney because he felt there needed to be a medic. But the rest? They didn't need to come. So just what reason had they chosen to do so? Was it because of something that had happened in their pasts? Something that was occurring in their present? Or was it something that they wished for the future? For families, children, or peace on earth? Either way, it didn't matter. I only had 6 of them, and I needed to not take any of them in vain. As we turned to make our way out of the armory, during which time our emotions were fractured and our breaths ragged and nervous, those who had chosen to remain behind, either out of fear or principle, began to appear in the hall and look on. Slow clapping emerged from one woman as she took note of me at the front of the pack. As she looked on and realized how important this was to not only me, but the entirety of the planet. And slowly, it began to spread. First, like a marble rolling, then more quickly, like wildfires jumping from one tree to another. Soon, there was a chorus of clapping, a crowd of voices, yells, and jeers for us to kick ass and take names. There was no game over at this point. As members of mankind, we were either meant to succeed or fail. Hopefully, it would not be the latter. Outside, in the cold evening air, lit only by the fading remnants of sunlight, a harvester ship appeared in the sky above where we stood and beamed down a light onto our persons. Well, I said, tilting my head up to face the ship's glowing nexus. Here we go. Then, slowly, we were lifted into the air. Chapter 17. My companions were immediately taken aback by the complexity of the harvester ship's interior, as we appeared within the central chamber and beheld everything there was to see. Greys, from all manner of sides, turned to look at us as we entered, all eyes and ears as they focused on our persons. They were nearly indistinguishable, and at first, I couldn't place Grayson amongst them. Such was my panic. Then, slowly, he appeared, and offered a small smile I had come to know as true.
Hello, Anamia.
It said.
I see you have a few companions.
There weren't many willing to volunteer, I said.
Unfortunate.
Grayson replied.
Fortunately, however, I have troops who can assist you.
12 Greys in black armor that covered them from bulbous head to small toe appeared from the curved hallway where, upon my maiden voyage with them, I had slept. Each was armed with one of the laser rifles I had come to determine was their primary weapons, as well as a small rod with serrated edges that was clipped at their sides like a sword.
Will bladed weapons be necessary?
I asked, as I considered the baton at my side.
No.
Grayson replied.
You will primarily be fighting ground troops, such as these males and females you see before you.
What about you? Are you coming with us?
I will arm myself shortly. Right now, all you need to worry about is the battle ahead.
With a nod, I forced myself to try to relax as we began to lift into the air. Slowly, effortlessly, like a feather slowly making its way through the atmosphere. When we began to drift at a leisurely pace, I realized that there was no true rush for us to reach the mothership, which was both a curse and a blessing at the same time.
You feeling okay?
Asha asked Timothy Michaels, who stood terrified and wide-eyed.
Yeah,
the young man said, swallowing.
I'm fine.
It's beautiful, Marisol said, as she approached a control panel, upon which there lay a stunning holographic display that swam in hues of orange and blue.
I could have never imagined something like this. They are truly our superiors,
Wei Ting said.
And soon will be our equals,
Sergeant Goshevin added.
Just so long as Anamia can do what it is she claims she can.
I nodded, more out of impulse than actual belief, and turned my head to watch the world as it slowly passed below us. At our current speed, which was somewhere around 10 miles an hour, it would take about 3 hours to get to Austin from our current position, but I didn't think Grayson meant for us to delay that long. It needed to get ready, to prepare itself for the final battle, and as such, distribute necessary orders once it arrived. When Grayson reappeared from the hallway no more than 10 minutes later, dressed in the same black armor its companions wore, but bearing, upon its head, a helmet that granted it a haunting visage, it turned to look at its fellow Greys and began to chitter in its native language. The Grey soldiers then clicked buttons on their wristlets, and helmets crept up along their necks and encompassed their faces.
Nanotechnology,
Wei Ting said with awe.
Amazing.
We employ only the best suits of armor for our soldiers,
Grayson said.
Unfortunately, we have not created them with human bodies in mind. Too many bumps and ridges.
Timothy Michaels chuckled and gave a polite nod as the Greys came to stand alongside us.
Now,
Grayson said, turning its large, oval-shaped helmet toward us.
Comes the matter of how we are going to assault the mothership.
Everyone waited in pure anticipation and silence.
We are going to begin our assault by positioning ourselves within a docking bay and departing as if we are any normal unit,
Grayson said, nodding at first myself, then Asha, then the rest of the group before turning its attention back to me.
As Anamia is well aware, there are certain precautions that must be taken in the docking bay. If we are not cautious in our pursuit, we are likely to never make it into the ship itself.
Go on, I said.
Once we land, my battalion of Greys will disembark the ship and make their way into the docking bay. Once they are in position, they will seize control of the command station and refuse access to any harvester ship that may attempt to bring additional soldiers into the mothership. At this point, Anamia's group will disembark and make their way out of the docking bay and into the main hallway, where I will regroup along with my soldiers and lead you to the Queen's chambers. It is here where I expect we will be under the heaviest of fire, and as such, will likely meet the most fatalities.
Marisol visibly grimaced and shifted as she reached down to take hold of her gun.
However,
Grayson continued,
we can use the many halls and their corners to our advantage. The area of the mothership we will be inhabiting is labyrinthine in construct, and as such, possesses enough natural geometric formations to allow us to take cover. Here.
Grayson lifted a hand, flipped its wrist so its palm faced upward, and clicked a button to reveal a holographic map.
We run the risk of blockades.
Can we get through them?
Goshevin asked.
As a senior general of the Zayden army, I have the ability to override and access various security features on board the ship.
Which means we can go through unhindered,
Wei Ting said.
As unhindered as we possibly can,
Grayson replied. It drew a bead along the map and began to guide it with one finger throughout the many halls.
Once we reach the Queen's chambers, we will attempt to subdue and potentially kill her guard. The Queen will fight back, naturally, through telepathic means. So those weak-minded should consider remaining back and guarding our flank, while Anamia engages with the Queen herself.
Me? I asked. Engage her?
You are of the hive mind, and you have experienced her overwhelming presence. You are the most capable of combating her.
I understand, I sighed.
I'll cover you,
Asha said, pressing a hand to my shoulder.
I promise.
I know you will, I said.
Is there anything else we should know?
Goshevin asked.
Any other threats we need to be aware of besides the ground soldiers?
There will be coyotes, and there are rooms filled with reapers that may be opened if they deem our presence threatening enough. Just remember one thing. We are flesh and blood, bone and matter, just as you are. We can be killed.
We understand, I said. Grayson turned its head to me and nodded, its eyes barely visible behind the opalescent, bug-like fixtures that served as eye sockets upon its helmet.
I am glad of your change of heart, Anamia. It only proves that you are fit to rule the Grey people.
Thank you, Grayson.
I will follow you into the dark, where no sun shines.
That's beautiful, Marisol said.
Our people are not all the same.
Grayson replied.
This you will hopefully get the chance to learn within the coming days, weeks, months, years. I wish for nothing more than peace at this point, though I understand that the passage to it is sometimes lined with blood.
With one last nod, Grayson turned to the center panel and maneuvered its hands along the holographic display. Slowly, the ship began to increase in speed, passing over the town where we had taken shelter in, the park where Marianne's body lay in peace, the river that we'd followed to Lago Vista, and, eventually, the cabin the three of us had once sought to make a home in. While standing there, watching the world pass by with a simplicity I could have never even begun to imagine, I began to wonder what this all would be like in the coming days, if we managed to succeed. Would people come out of hiding? Would the world resume its course? Would governments rise and kings and queens and presidents stand with them? It was impossible to know, and even more impossible to imagine. But in understanding the difference we could make, even if we did lose, I realized now that our deaths, if they were to occur, would mark us as martyrs for a cause. Whether we won or lost, I knew that our sacrifice would make a difference. As we began to approach the city of Austin, which was swarmed with rain clouds that shrouded the city itself, I prepared for what was likely to come and approached Grayson cautiously. "That cloud," I said.
"Is obscuring the mothership,"
It replied.
"in the event that someone wishes to attack."
"They don't know about us, right?"
"No, they don't. My men were sworn to secrecy, and those I sensed would disobey, killed."
Ruthless as that was, it would offer us the chance to make right what had been wronged in the world. Lightning struck in pink arcs of light, and thunder rumbled upon our approach. Slowly, though, the mothership's immense size became determinable. Like a small island, she sat in wait, obscured from time and space and resting in a place where only the most determined eye could see her. Nearby, harvester ships, free of their cloaking apparatuses, danced about the air, surveying the landscape below as those construction ships obliterated parts of the city and worked to rebuild others with nanotechnology. These I watched carefully, as at any moment it was possible that they could sense my doubts and realize our intentions. With a shake of my head, I watched as Grayson hailed the mothership and requested permission to dock, its chittering tongue calm and purposeful. Eventually, we began to rise toward the side of the sprawling ship, passing through lightning and rolling fields of thunder. By the time the docking bay's panel opened for us, I was ready for the worst.
"Remain calm,"
Grayson said, as the ship's windows were lowered to obscure its interior.
"Everything will go according to plan."
I instinctively tightened my hold on my gun.
"Step back from the panel, please."
We did as asked, then watched as the Grey Battalion stepped forward in preparation for our landing. When finally the ship touched down, the panel slid open, the ladder came down, and with it, the beginning of the next phase in the Greys' history. Grayson stepped forward. The battalion followed suit. Once they descended, and once they cleared the expanse of open space that dwelled below us, Asha, Goshevin, Marisol, Timothy, and Wei Ting and myself waited for the sound of gunfire to begin. It didn't. Though not afraid that Grayson would betray us, those first few moments were grueling, filled with tension I could have never even begun to imagine. I bit my tongue, held my breath, hoped and prayed for all that was good in the world, that we hadn't been tricked. "What's taking them so long?" Asha asked. "I don't know," I replied. Before I could say something further, a single shot rang out, then two, then three. When the sound of bodies hitting the floor entered my ears, I realized that was as good a signal as any. "Come on," I said, releasing the safety on my automatic rifle and making my way toward the panel. "Let's free our world!" The men and women accompanying me screamed as we descended into the mothership. Chapter 18. I didn't hesitate the moment I hit the ground. I ran, helming the group as if I were a general hell-bent on destroying the enemy kingdom. I barreled across the docking bay at a speed I couldn't even begin to imagine, and dodged around the corpses of those unfortunate Greys who had happened to be in the way of Grayson's battalion. Breathless, terrified, and above all nervous, I scanned the perimeter in an effort to determine any threat, and then set my gaze on the glass panel that separated the control room from the docking bay. "Grayson," I thought, as we neared the threshold leading into the labyrinthine system of hallways. "Can you hear me?"
"I can hear you,"
the alien replied. "What's your status?"
We are currently working to disable the docking bay's doors.
How long is that going to take?
Approximately 30 seconds.
We don't have 30 seconds, I cried. We have to go. Now!
Patience, Anna Mia. We must ensure that we are not flanked as we make our way through the corridors.
I didn't want to be patient. I wanted to act immediately. I didn't know how long we'd be able to maintain our ruse, much less stand in the docking bay without being seen either through cameras or telepathic means. But regardless, I waited, listening to the gargantuan sound of groaning metal as those other docking bay doors were forcibly closed by Grayson and its team's clever hands. Soon, it was over, and all was still.
Do you think they know we're in?
Goshevin asked. I don't know, I replied. I don't sense anything, but A blaring alarm that resembled those heard in old fire stations echoed throughout the hallway and cut me off before I could continue.
Damn it,
Goshevin breathed, disabling the safety on his shotgun and hefting it up to his shoulder.
We've been discovered.
Grayson appeared in the threshold at that moment, followed by the 12 other Greys accompanying it.
Follow me,
It said in a voice far calmer than I'd anticipated. It turned and led us down one of the long, narrow halls that I'd familiarized myself with upon my last visit, keeping its head held high and sweeping its gaze from side to side, its laser rifle positioned before it and ready to fire.
How far do we have to go?
Marisol asked, gun drawn and pointing down the hall. A while, I replied. The Queen's chambers are at the center of this part of the ship.
How are we going to fight all the way there?
Timothy asked.
How are we?
Girl. They're coming, I whispered. Their footsteps could be heard even over the blaring alarm system, as could their devilish laughs and hateful cries. As they appeared around the corner, eyes glowing, knife-like claws poised, the Grey Battalion raised their rifles and immediately delivered headshots that put them down instantly.
That's not going to be the last of them,
Goshevin said.
Grayson, move.
The alien did, tentatively, cautiously, as if it were afraid to advance any further. It peered around the T-shaped junction where the coyotes had come from and stopped dead in its tracks before saying,
Ground troops.
Prepare yourself,
Goshevin cried. Timothy Michaels and Marisol threw themselves toward the opposite side of the junction and barely missed being shot down by laser weaponry. They returned fire in quick succession, blindly shooting around the corner and not even bothering to aim. This gave us enough time to get into position, and as we crouched down, forming a living chain of both human and gray flesh, I prayed to God that we would not be hit by the laser fire coming at us, then thrust my upper body around the corner and began firing. I saw, briefly, several Greys as they marched down the corridor, then pulled myself back just in time to avoid the laser fire.
Keep firing,
Goshevin said, as he took his turn to shoot at the alien invaders.
We gotta clear this hallway.
Our first destination lies opposite this corridor,
Grayson said, as it returned its own series of shots.
The human is right. We must combat these forces and make our way there.
How are we going to do that?
Timothy Michaels screamed. Marisol roared as she fired her pistol into the crowd. I turned. I stared. I looked on in horror.
Look out!
I cried. Coyotes appeared from behind Marisol and Timothy, giving them only a brief window of opportunity before they were attacked. Marisol screamed. Timothy swung his rifle and clipped one of the coyotes in the jaw. Asha took aim behind me and fired a shot into one of their heads, instantly putting it down.
Duck!
She screamed. Both soldiers did, and allowed Asha to fire at the coyotes as they continued to advance upon them.
East Hall is clear,
Goshevin cried, as Asha fired yet another shot at the advancing coyotes.
Go, go, go!
Marisol and Timothy tore around the corner while McKinney, Wei Ting, and myself fired at the coyotes alongside Asha. Once the field of bodies became enough of a deterrent that the coyotes were beginning to stumble over them, we turned around the corner and ran, allowing Grayson to lead us and the alien to take point at the far side of the hall. It turned its head, signaled its battalion forward, and then watched as they darted around the hall. In this section of the corridor, there were enough natural geometric shapes for us to take cover behind, which was lucky, because almost immediately thereafter, more Greys showed up. Marisol ducked behind one column, I behind another. Asha rolled forward, sequestered herself behind a standing platform, then lifted her rifle and fired. Timothy and Wei Ting ran forward, threw themselves behind opposite platforms, and began to fire.
Asha!
McKinney cried.
Look out!
The girl turned. An alien lifted its rifle, and then fired. My friend was struck in the small of her back and instantly went down.
No!
I screamed. I started to run forward, but much to my surprise, watched as McKinney darted from his place beside me and rushed to Asha's side. Though it was nearly impossible to look anywhere without being targeted by laser fire, I trained my rifle in front of me and screamed bloody murder as I advanced, keeping my feet spaced steady and my sights set on any movement beyond that of my friends. When I came to stand beside Asha, I flung myself to my knees and took hold of her hand.
Asha!
I cried.
Asha!
I can't feel my legs. The girl whimpered. She's been struck in the spine, Taylor McKinney said over the roar of bullets and the hiss of lasers. She's likely paralyzed from the waist down.
Is there anything you can do?
I asked, taking hold of the nurse's arm and shaking him as hard as I could.
Tell me! Tell me!
There's nothing I can do, the man said. I reared my head back and screamed. Asha took hold of my arm. Go, she said, without me.
I'm not leaving you,
I replied. You have to, Anna. You have to kill the Queen. I'll stay with her, Taylor McKinney said, lifting his green eyes to look at me. Hopefully you can get to and then kill the Queen before anything further happens. But if you kill the Queen, the man continued, they might be able to help her. Their technology is far superior to ours. That was the one thing that drove me forward after that. Leaning down, I pressed a hard kiss to Asha's lips, then watched as McKinney helped her to a sitting position before I stood and rushed to Grayson's side.
How much further is it to the Queen's chambers?
I asked, firing a shot at a Grey as it peered around a corner.
We still have quite a way to go,
Grayson replied. It took hold of my arm and forced me to look into its helmet's opalescent eyes.
Your friend can be helped.
I know.
You can't let your emotions get the best of you, Anna Mia Sophia Barrios. You must fight. Now.
With a nod, I steeled myself for what was to come and took off alongside Grayson as Marisol, Wei Ting, and Sergeant Goshevin pursued. Timothy Michaels was just about to rise and follow when a series of lasers fired directly at him.
Stay there!
I screamed.
Protect Asha and McKinney! Okay,
he called back.
I've got...
He was struck in the head before he could finish. He fell instantly, dead. I screamed for McKinney to take cover and watched as several of the Grey Battalion took up positions to defend Asha and the nurse as Grayson led the four of us around the corner. Desperate to move, but not wanting to outrun my allies, I remained as calm as possible despite the fact that my best friend had been shot and immobilized. I knew they could help her. I knew they could. But I knew they wouldn't be able to if we didn't get past them. If, by some fluke, we got cut down before we could get anywhere. I could only imagine what they might do to Asha if I were killed, given how close she was to me, and for that reason I screamed, lifting my rifle and cutting down anything that happened to be within my path. Sergeant Gosheven spun as the baying of coyotes entered our ears. Marisol and Wei Ting spun to join him, as a pack appeared from another T-junction. "Go," Marisol said. "But," I started. "You're the one who needs to survive," the Latina said. "This isn't our story anymore," Wei Ting added. "It's yours." With a nod, I turned and was about to follow Grayson down the hall when a slab of metal extending from one side of the wall to the other began to descend. Grayson grabbed and then pushed me, using the momentum from the shove to drag itself along behind me. One of its battalion was crushed instantly as we were separated from the rest of my human party. "How are we going to get back?" I asked, stunned as I stared at the onyx wall before us.
We aren't,
Grayson said.
We need to keep moving. Now.
I followed instantly, not bothering to think back on my friends or what might possibly be happening to them. I prayed it would be merciful, that it would be quick, that if they would die, it would be as painless as possible. I heard Marisol scream somewhere behind us, heard Wei Ting as he yelled for Gosheven to shoot the incoming coyotes. I longed to go back to help, but knew there would be no use. We couldn't get past the blockades, and even if by some happenstance Grayson was able to disable them, there was still the possibility that my friends would be dead by the time the slate was lifted. No, I couldn't let my friends' fates tie me down, even if that meant giving up Asha in the process. I closed my eyes and sucked in a deep breath of hot air, and allowed Grayson to lead me around corners, down corridors, empty of aliens of any sort. Here, in the seemingly deserted part of the mothership, there was absolutely nothing to hold us back. Nothing to hinder us as we made our way forward. It was eerily quiet, despite the fact that we could still hear gunfire in the distance. And though terrified out of my mind, we pushed deeper into the mothership. We came around the corner. We were about to step forward. A sliding panel opened at the edge of the hallway, and several Reapers stepped out. "Fire!" I screamed. The Reapers turned into our gunfire. My bullets, Grayson's lasers. The first few were cut down instantly. The second group, however, were not. They descended upon us like a pack of wild animals, thrashing and clawing and attempting to rip the armor from our persons. I tossed my rifle away and drew my baton just as Grayson did its sword, and began to slap at the creatures as they advanced. Combined with my sidearm, we cut through the group rather quickly, then through the corridor and into another hall. There, we saw the entrance to the Queen's chambers, awaiting us with a finality I knew was for certain. Standing before them, however, were several guards, all wearing thick body armor that appeared to look like nothing more than plastic.
The elite guard,
Grayson whispered. The elite ground troops chittered as they took note of us, then pointed and lifted their rifles. I rolled. Grayson dodged. I jerked my sidearm up over the baton and fired. The headshot was sure. Its impact powerful. Its blow killing. As one elite guard fell, another 5 joined it, and began to rain laser fire down upon us, as if they were gods and we were merely peasants in their midst.
"Anamia!"
Grayson cried. "What?" I called back. It tossed the rifle. I caught it in midair. I adjusted the laser weapon against my shoulder, took aim, and fired. Though the first few shots did little to deter the elite guard from advancing, the next few sentenced them to the deaths they deserved. One fell after I'd worn its chest plate down, another when I struck its helmet between the eyes. Grayson, taking advantage of the fact that only 3 remained, threw itself into fray. I covered my alien companion as it engaged in hand-to-hand combat against one of the creatures, taking aim and firing at rifles rather than persons in order to disable their weaponry. My first shot was successful and caused a weapon to explode. The next, however, missed its mark entirely. The elite guard turned, raised its rifle, and fired. I was struck in the shoulder with enough force to knock me down. Hot pain laced through my arm as the sensation of 1,000 suns bore through my skin and caused deep third-degree burns to pepper my skin. Unable to remove the body armor affixed to my person, it, too, melted to my flesh, causing me even more unbearable pain and agony that I could not shake. It took several long moments to recover, during which time the final remaining guard not in combat with Grayson advanced on me, shifting its gun and chittering in a language I did not understand. "Stupid girl," I imagined it saying. "To think that she could kill the queen." I screamed, more out of rage and pain, and lifted my sidearm to fire. I struck its groin. It recoiled. I lifted my gun and fired a second, then third shot into its chest. The plate imploded. The fourth and final shot killed it, but not before it spun, fired, and struck Grayson in the leg, causing it to fall instantly. "No!" I screamed. I stumbled to my feet and maneuvered over the dead guard, toward where Grayson lay writhing on the floor. I crouched down at the foot of the Queen's chambers and reached out to take hold of its hand.
"Anna Mia,"
It said. "Are you all right?" I asked.
"I'll live,"
The creature replied.
"but you have to go. Now."
"How do I?" Grayson lifted its wrist, pressed a button on its wristlet, and then pushed its palm to the door after a series of holographic lights began to dance from its body. Slowly, the door began to rise. "Was that the last of the guard?" I asked, raising my gun and resting the barrel over the baton.
"There's always 7.
Grayson said. Always 7. We'd only killed 5. As the door lifted to reveal the Zayden Queen's inner sanctum, I looked on as at her sides 2 Greys dressed similarly to Grayson, but wearing red armor instead of black, stepped forward. I didn't hesitate. I opened fire. Chapter 19. The Greys guarding the Zayden Queen were quick to retaliate as I entered. Raising shields made of glistening metal, and wielding serrated swords, they rushed me and immediately forced me into hand-to-hand combat with them. The gun, nearly useless at this point, was merely an accessory, and served only to hinder me as I engaged in combat with the creatures from another world. For that reason, I tossed it at my feet, and then kicked it into the far depths of the room as I spun, twirled, and slammed the baton into the first Grey's face. It recoiled, stunned, and brought its sword up to strike me. I managed to bring my baton up and block the blow before it could connect. The sword was heavier than my baton, and about twice as thick. For that reason, it was nearly impossible for me to strong-arm my opponent. Because of that, I dodged back and spun, almost like a ballerina, and brought my baton into the creature's shoulder before taking hold of the sharp edge of its shield and bearing down with all my weight. Metal cut into my palm. Blood spilled across the floor, but I had my opening. I rammed the baton into the creature's eye and screamed as it screeched, as it attempted to drag its impaled face from my baton. I rammed the object deeper, then withdrew it, and knocked it alongside the head hard enough for there to be an audible crack. It fell at that moment, dead. Now faced with only one opponent, the second creature came forward and lunged at me, drawing its blade along my body armor and causing me to gasp as a tiny incision appeared upon my neck. I could have died at that moment. Such was my sloppiness. Rather than consider it, however, I reached down, took hold of the shield at my feet, and then brought it up just in time to avoid being decapitated. I flipped the baton between the creature's legs and slapped its ankles. It collapsed instantaneously. Given that I'd the moment to spare, I ripped the sword from my fallen and twitching enemy's hand and brought it down just in time to avoid having my Achilles tendon slashed open. "You think you can kill me?" I laughed as I kicked the creature in the ribs with my steel-toed boots. "You think, after everything you put me through, that you're going to kill me?" I slammed my foot down on the creature's chest. It grunted. I applied pressure. It slashed at my leg and managed to draw blood along my flesh. I screamed, more out of surprise than actual pain, and slammed my foot down on its wrist, breaking it instantly. It chittered. I cried out. I took hold of the sword in my grasp and slammed it into the creature's neck. When I was sure it was dead, I lifted my head just in time to hear the sound of clapping. The queen, seated upon her white throne, looked on at me with her glistening black eyes.
"Ah,"
she said.
"What a fantastic show of strength."
"You," I breathed, advancing. The queen raised a finger. I was compelled to stop instantly.
"Did you honestly think that you could just walk in here and kill me?"
The queen asked, as I struggled against her bonds.
"I know the edict, Anna Mia Sophia Berrios. I know what it is you seek."
"Let me go," I growled, my limbs frozen like stone. The queen chuckled, a low, gravelly sound that instantly set me on edge, and lifted a second finger. I stumbled back. She lifted a third finger. I was forced to my knees. She stood at that moment and began to descend from her throne, careful to step over the bodies of her guards and toward me. Her efficiency was calculating. Her brutality made not in actions but thoughts. And as she advanced, slowly but surely drawing closer to me, I began to feel an immense pressure at the very center of my temple, which forced me to bow my head and grit my teeth in pain.
"Do not fight me,"
the queen said.
"You will only lose."
"No," I grimaced. "I won't." I jerked my head up. She looked into my eyes. I looked into hers. I imagined a dagger slicing through the air directly toward her consciousness. It struck. She recoiled. I stood.
"You have immense strength,"
the Grey Queen said, retreating a step back as she spread her 6 fingers and glared at me.
"but you are not the next queen."
She counterattacked with enough force to blow me backward. I landed on the floor so hard the wind was knocked out of me. As I struggled to draw breath, taking extra care not to panic in spite of my situation, the Grey Queen stepped forward and spread her fingers again, this time compelling me to my feet. She jabbed a needle into my brain. I screamed. She screamed. I saw Xiomara as she was slaughtered, Mama as she was gutted, Jason as he was shot, and Marianne as she was shredded to pieces.
I saw Fort Hope fall. I saw Burgundy Hospital go up in flames. I saw men and women as they were abducted, experimented on, and then cast aside. I realized, at that moment, what exactly she was trying to do to me. She was testing my consciousness, attempting to drive me mad with horrible images of the past. The worst she threw at me was the one I had absolutely no recollection about. A man, tall, handsome, with a proud nose and a face full of facial hair, lay on an operating room table. His genitals and nipples removed, his body gray as a sheet. They were in the process of exposing him to radiation, causing the hairs to fall from his face and head and chest. As the image drew nearer, though, I recognized him for who he truly was. My father. My father. One of the first people to be abducted on the night of September 15th, 2024. My father, who, without question, had rushed into the night to try to save us, only to be harvested without mercy. My father, who had died giving my mother and sister and me a second chance at life. I screamed as the images assaulted me, as I watched my father be returned to the earth, and watched as, in reaper form, he stumbled through the streets, attempting to find prey to feast upon. I watched him eat trash, carrion, bugs, and soil. Then I watched as he lifted his head one morning, only to be struck with a bat, cracking his nose and sending blood down his face. My father, he was no monster. He was merely trapped within one, made to act as if he were a being from another world. The image abruptly ended, and I was back in the throne room with the Queen, still immobilized from head to toe and bound in place.
Now, do you see why you are not fit to lead?
The Queen asked.
You are young, ignorant, childish. Worst of all, you are weak.
I am not weak, I managed through gritted, blood-stained teeth.
You are more than weak. You are dirt, meant only to carry the worms of the earth and give birth to live young.
No! I screamed. No! She whipped her wrist up. My head snapped to the side. Then I fell, hard. I felt her hold be released on me at that moment, when, in an act of stupid defiance, she stopped immobilizing my body through the use of my mind. I was able to move my feet, flex my fingers, move my torso. But still she advanced, growing ever closer, causing me to tremble and weep. That was when I saw it. The gun, lying no more than a foot away. It was my one chance of ending this once and for all. With that in mind, I lunged. I grabbed the gun. I spun. I pointed it at the Queen. Then I fired. The bullet tore through the barrel like a fallen star in a faraway landscape and passed through the air seemingly in slow motion. I could see its trajectory, smell the gunpowder, see its blurred motion as it defied the speed of nature. And I watched in awe as it flew toward the Queen, as it buried itself in her skull, as it snapped her head back and killed her instantly. Then came the exchange of power. It hit me unlike anything I could have ever anticipated, striking my mind with the force of a train colliding with a lone person standing on the tracks. The pain was immense, the atmosphere horrifying, the notion that I was being changed from the inside out, completely and utterly terrifying. I watched stars as they exploded, meteors as they were forced on a trajectory toward a lone and barren planet. Life,
as it formed in bubbling cesspools of chemicals, bacteria as it divided, multiplied, and evolved. I watched animals as they formed in the ocean, then as they crawled out of the sea, then as they rose on first 4 feet, then 2, and took hold of the first tool they had ever learned to use. I watched society as it was formed, technology as it was developed, culture as it was made, and watched as the most dominant life form to ever exist within the known galaxy rose to power. I watched as they crafted machines to take themselves to the stars, to try and save their dying world. Then as they formed, within their ship, an arc of life, before taking flight from a dying star. I watched as they searched, as they hoped, as they prayed, as they starved. Then I watched as they found Earth. 6 years passed by my eyes in the blink of an eye. From harvestings, to explorations, to delegations, research, and more. I watched as one lonely coyote bit me. Then as a chosen one became apparent. As the images faded, leaving me in a state of shock and utter denial, I collapsed and stared at the ceiling, whose blinding white light made me feel as though I was going to heaven. But I was not. I was not going to heaven to be with Mama, or Xiomara, or Papa, or even those friends I had lost along the way. No. I was a queen of an alien people, and now was my time to end this war. Closing my eyes, I reached out into the abyss, into the known infinity and beyond, and said but one word. Stop. Then, slowly, they did. Epilogue. When they fell, the story then ended. It was with grace and humility that could have never possibly been imagined. As I sat there, in that throne room, communing with each and every Zayden life form that happened to exist within the mothership and off, I listened as they laid down their arms and bowed their heads in a moment of silent acknowledgement for the rise of their new queen. Then, it was over. Just like that. After 6 years of struggle, after 6 years, 2 months and 3 days of fighting, bloodshed and heartbreak, the great invasion of the planet Earth was finally over. But there was still work to be done. Over the course of the next few days, while recovering from my wounds and conferring with Grayson over what was to occur next, we prepared a speech that would be broadcast over the entire world, filled with hope, promise, acknowledgement, and most of all, understanding. It began simply with the words, "A new queen has arisen," and then an image of my face as I looked upon them within the sky. We were met with shocking accusations in the days that followed. They claimed that I was not really a person, that I did not really exist, and that I was merely a ploy for the Greys' plans to take over humanity. Fortunately, kind words and simple exchanges were enough to assure people that I was, in fact, very real, and that I did, in fact, control the Grey people and all their Zayden counterparts. I kept my promises to the planet Earth, as President Suzanne Gale and the Queen had said they would. I removed the coyotes from the cities and sent them to live in uninhabited parts of Australia, where they could build monoliths to their forgotten gods and dance around them as they wished, and work to slay the Reapers in as many cities as possible. Roughly 1,004,372 people were abducted from the planet Earth over the 6 years that they harvested, experimented on, and then cast out those unfortunate victims. That's over double the population that Albuquerque, New Mexico had in the 2014 census, and more than existed in San Francisco, California at the time entirely. Asha recovered. Slowly but surely. With the use of nanotechnology and the greatest minds the universe had ever known, she learned to walk again, and now stands by my side daily, while we work to ensure the longevity and everlasting peace of the planet Earth. Sergeant Goshevin died on the night of November 18th, 2030, when we sieged the mothership and killed the former Zayden Queen, as did Marisol Rodriguez. Wei Ting Bunyasarn survived, along with then-nurse Taylor McKinney, now senior doctor Taylor McKinney. Both went on to pioneer research in the fields of medicine and technology, creating a universal link between both man and gray kind. 1 month and 7 days after I became the new queen of the Gray Peoples, on a day known as Christmas to some, but the new beginning to others, I stand in the city of Austin, Texas, and look on, as one of many monoliths meant to acknowledge the lives lost during those 6 years, both human and not, was erected. Black in stature and cold as ice, it glimmers in the daylight sparkling down from above us, and reflects a single shard of light upon the downtown Austin area and the Colorado River that separates it from the rest of the city. Asha, who stands by my side at this moment, takes hold of my hand simply to say, "It's because of you this all happened." I smile and say, "It's because of us that all this has happened." We watch as grackles take flight, as doves mingle within their blackness, and consider the monolith that holds some 4 billion names in every known language to man and gray alike. Death is a principle I am not unfamiliar with. Throughout the course of my life, I have lost nearly everyone whom I have ever felt dear. Mama, Xiomara, Jason, Marianne. All were killed as a result of a war that should have never occurred, because of a conflict that should have never started in the first place. Sometimes, I still have nightmares about everything that's happened. I know I will never escape them. I know that, regardless of the strength I now possess, that I will always dream of the ones I love, and long for them to come back. Even the greatest technology in the universe cannot revive the dead. And though I wish it could, I sometimes wonder if it's for the best that those died when they did. I could have never imagined them enduring what I have, or worrying about me day in and day out. I sometimes wonder if I will wake up some days and find that this was all a dream. So far, that hasn't been the case. While sometimes I wish I could go back and change everything that happened, I now realize that my past has made the person I am today. I have changed the world, and I know for the better. The end.